Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing TV tonight, even as we start out our open forum political discussion show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. In Northeastern, solidifying his votes in Wajir, and something significant to note, Kenya Kwanza, the coastal tour or the coastal campaign trail. One personality missing in action, Kingi. What is happening with Kingi and Kenya Kwanza? Is the deputy president still having Kingi in his basket, or something has happened? We need to weigh on the same, even as we continue with our election countdown. It's 44 days to go. We must have missed the count. 44 days to go. And is IBC ready for this? Is Kenya ready for a new people in position of leadership? This is one matter that we must all weigh into the same. And generally look at the Kenya Kwanza and their performance at the coast on this particular campaign trail. Welcome, everybody. We appreciate all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Thank you so much for believing and supporting Mtembei TV faithfully and keeping us right here to continue bringing you what we feel is important to you. And as we pursue the Kenyan dream, whereby we want every Kenyan to be happy to be a Kenyan and have equal rights to all the Kenyan cake, even as it is stipulated within our constitution provision. Thank you so much. I want to urge you, as many as join into the discourse tonight, and as many as watch the program, please, let's keep inviting each other so that the whole world can gather here and learn everything as far as Kenyan politics is concerned, and we chart the way forward for the greatness of this great country. Thank you so much. Please, let's keep it here. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to start talking out freely, even as we have this freedom within the provision of the Constitution. Well, I want to salute a few of you that are already here. Some of you came long before I arrived. I really want to appreciate all of you. I'm glad that you watch out for this program and keep supporting Tembei TV with your participation. Thank you very much. Fred Mobegi, karibu kwa show. Meril, asante sana. Dickens Otieno, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mr. Jackton, karibu kwa show. Kuna Maureen Adega, you're welcome. And then we have Favor Akita, you're welcome. Kevin Otieno, we salute you. Kuna Timo Ogweno, you're welcome. Patel Saboka Manyi, you're welcome. Mevlin Anyango, you're welcome. Yufin Mwenyewe, hallelujah. Hey, there is a Yufin Otieno, karibu kwa show. Kuna Abdi Mula, you're welcome. Judy Tamara Williams, you're welcome. Thank you, Mohamed Nyamawi. Karibu. Joy Njoki, karibu kwa show. Belindo Gweno, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani mwingine huyo? Sera Serange, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kahosa, welcome. Charles Kondwe, karibu kwa show. Cecilia Wiyanga, Mama Kelin, karibu kwa show. Lafu, who is this? Mercy Wata, karibu kwa show. And then kuna Simon Dungu, asante sana Simon. Kuna Samba Hati, thank you all of you. Hata kama sijakutaja, ndio hivyo tumekuona. Karibu kwa show. Naomba tuanze katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo, tunapoangazia masuala ya kisiasa. Kingi haonekani katika kampeni za Kenya Kwanza, hata zikija Kilifi. Kuna nini kinaendelea? Tukipenda kujua hilo Baba Northeastern anaendelea kuzoa kura zake huko Wajir. Mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba kila mmoja jitahidi ukiingia studio, keep your mic mute, alafu tusonge mbele. Na ukipenda kuwa sehemu ya hii, tafadhali jitahidi. Studio inajaa tu watu 10 basi, and then tutamaliza na hao kwanza ndio tuanze kuongeza wengine. Kwa hivyo kama unataka kuingia usichelewe, chelewa utakuta mwana si wako. Wahenga washasema. Sasa wewe kama sio mhenga, jitahidi kukubaliana nao, alafu tusonge mbele. I'm happy that you are all here. Please, let's keep moving. Mama Selina, vipi leo? Mama Selina, upo au upo?
Bernard, let me come second. I have a phone.
Okay. Thank you. Steven.
Yes, Bernard, how are you, sir?
Wewe ndio mwenyeji wa Kilifi.
Sasa wacha nikupe uhondo sasa. Wacha ile speculation na kupatia uhondo ule uko kwa ground.
Sawa, naambie.
It happened that I met a good friend of mine who is a high-ranking officer in the county government of Kilifi. You know, wote wamekuwa mobilized wa support IPA. So what happened? We met with this guy and I asked him a simple question. What happened yesterday in Mombasa? Where was your party leader? Oh, tulikuwa kwa mazishi ya Mwachinga. There is this high ranking officer of IPA who died. I think you know that. Alikuwa anazikwa jana. Tulikuwa kwa mazishi. Sawa. Ilikuwa asubuhi saa 4. So around saa 9 nikampigia simu. Sinaona watu wako wako around. Governor ako wapi? Jamaa kanambia wewe usinisumbue bana. Nitafute tuongee. No, Bernard, I'm giving you the real information. This is speculation. I'm telling you something that happened today. So the guy called me at a certain local pub. I went there and we started talking. And he told me, you know what? Kingi si mjinga. Ameona hii maneno venye naenda, ameamua kujitoa tu. Sisi tumeambiwa kwanza sasa hakuna mambo ya kuongea mambo ya Ruto kabisa. And he was telling me, unajua hata hizi gari za county tunatumia hizi, tumeambiwa sasa tusitumie tena mambo ya gari za county. Mtu anataka kuongea mambo ya Kenya kwanza, shauri yake. Sasa hii mambo ni paa. Unaona? The guy was just open. He told me blankly, point blank. Mambo ya Kenya kwanza ni venye tu boss hajui tutatoka vipi, but hii story ni ngumu. So Bernard, hii mambo ni magumu kwa hawa jamaa. Hii mambo ni magumu. Walienda kule na matumbo yao, si vichwa, walitumia matumbo wakaenda kule. Na sasa mambo imekuwa ngumu because ground imekataa. Wacha nisikudanganye Bernard. Ground imekataa mambo yao. And you know one thing, King has a party. He has personal issues too. He has personal interests too with his party first. Menelewa. What will happen if you're a party leader and then Ruto anakuja na endorse Aisha Juma mbele ya George Kiti, like the way it happened last time wakaanza kuitana maumbo huko. Unaona? So such things discourage Kingi because somebody like George Kiti, I can tell you for sure, Bernard, I know George Kiti, I know him. This guy started vying for senatorial seat here. Kingi akamwambia I will go for that senatorial seat, go for governorship. Jamaa alikuwa print vitu za senator, makofia nini, he had spent over millions of money. Akamwambia aenda kwa governorship, mimi nitaingia hapo kwa senator. But Kingi later changed his mind. Then now George Kiti is standing for governorship. You are trying also to blackmail him out there. He has used a lot of money to print the campaign materials. Unaona hiyo maneno? So hata wao kina George wenyewe pia wamekataa. So it's like Kingi hana backup hapo kwa hiyo Kenya kwanza. So ground imekataa, pia leadership ya imekataa hiyo story. So I think going forward mambo yao imeisha huko. Mambo yao imeisha. Huo ndio ukweli. Ni vile tu hawezi kusimama. Unajua itakuwa ni aibu. Ulitoka na fujo, alafu unarudi vipi? Sasa umeona ameamua tu acheze neutral tu. But deep inside them they know. Hawezi kusema lakini wanacheza tu neutral. Hiyo ndo mambo ya Kilifi Bernard. Haya. Wacha niingie kwa hii mambo ya Raila Wajir. Naona Northeastern we have a big chance this time round. Going forward, I think Raila will get more than 60% because you know hao watu wa Somali huwa wanapiga kura na serikali siku zote. It's been their trend. Sijawahi ona wakienda against the government. And going by the way now Uhuru is on the side of Raila, I think they'll vote majorly with the government, which is Azimio side. So Wasomali sina shida na wao. I think we are at 60 and above. Yeah, alafu mambo ya Chebukati hata tu tuwe na imani, lakini I hope mmeombea hii nchi leo Bernard, because nyinyi ndio watu wa kuenda makanisa. I hope mmeombea hii nchi na muendelee kuombea hii nchi. At least we just need a credible election, verifiable credible election. Hivyo tu, hiyo ndio kitu tunahitaji, hakuna mambo ingine. Wacha niachie hapo kwa sasa Bernard, I'll be back. Thanks.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Steven kwa uhondo huo, tunashukuru na utangulizi. Mambo ni kama hayo, tunashukuru. Nchi iko salama. Bwana Mungu ndiye anatulinda, alafu tunamtegemea yeye na hajatufikisha hapa ili atuache. Lazima atuvukishe ile ngambo nyingine. Ile safari
by the way Bernard,
tuimalize. Na
a minute.
Yes.
I have, you know, yes, I recorded our conversation with this guy. I'm saying I recorded the conversation with this spa guy. It's not a video, but it's an audio clip. I'll send you on WhatsApp, on your personal WhatsApp later.
Sawa sawa, chunga usikue songo. But all the same, thank you very much. Bwana Omar, namna gani?
Niko poa. Bernard. Niambie.
Namna gani? Samaki wangu wa baharini nitatuma.
Samaki yako nitatuma tu inshallah.
Samaki wangu wa baharini nimeanza kummiss.
Haina shida, utapata inshallah.
Asante. Karibu.
Naona leo siasa sio mbaya. Mzee iko Northeastern huko. Anasakata siasa. Unajua uko Wajir ni ngoma ya ilikuwa inampatia Raila kura kwa kivumbi. Lakini round hii atapata zaidi, atapata more than 60% huko. Northeastern tunaona sio mbaya katika upande kwake. Na leo ndio nimeona katika clip anaongea na watu wale wako nje. Pia naona watu wale wako nje wameamua kumkampenia baba. Tunashukuru round hii election tunaenda. Hii election ni kivumbi. Unasikia kivumbi 2022. Wengine wanasema watapeleka Raila na Yurubaro Bondo. Sijui hiyo Yurubaro, naona hii Yurubaro raundi asubuhi na mapema itabadilika sasa, tuweke yani hiyo Yurubaro ya UDA ndio tutapeleka mwenyewe wa hiyo Yurubaro Sigoi asubuhi na mapema. Kwanza tutaambia watu waangalie kama kuna miti imesimama kabla tujaleta mzigo. Miti kama aziko sasa ndio tutaleta mzigo huko. na nimemuona leo kuanzia jana, leo yuko Mombasa huko anaongea propaganda zake, lakini watu wameshamzoea propaganda. Ati yeye ndio ataleta atarudisha reli watu wa Mombasa, na yeye alisahau hiyo mambo, yeye ndio alifanya. Unajua saa hii Wakenya unadanganya, na tumeshazoea kudanganya, yani tumeshazoea urongo wake, na Wakenya tumemzoea kawaida, si ati ni muigiza, ni kitu ya kawaida, tunamjua. Tunajua hii shida yote iko katika hii Kenya imetokamana na yeye. Wakenya si washenzi. Na sahii ni lala salama Bernard, tuko 43 ni 43 days. Hiyo ni siku kidogo sana. Lazima sahii tusakate ngoma. Hakuna kulala usiku na mchana, hakuna kulala. Watu wa campaign sahii, hakuna ile tulikuwa tukikaa kwa mahoteli manini. Hiyo imeisha wakati wake. Sahii watu wajitokeze, na nimefurahi kusikia Diaspora ndio wale wako nje wamesema wengine wanakuja Kenya wakampenie Raila. Hii election itakuwa kivumbi, na huyu mzee ile kura atapata tuseme 60%. Vile hii kitu mimi naona, kwa sababu hii election si anti UDA. Hii election watu watapiga anti Ruto, jina anti Ruto. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa sasa.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo na mchango wako, uchambuzi. Tunaendelea mbele. Wakenya tunawahimiza tafadhali, wacha tukaribishane kila mmoja. Kipindi kimeanza, usitazame peke yako, hakikisha kwamba una share kwa kila WhatsApp group, in all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in. This is Mtembei TV. I want everybody to come here for political understanding. We endeavor to see to it that no propaganda thrives. We all want to move forward on the truth, nothing but the truth, the facts about our country and the facts about our politics. So please don't watch alone. Make sure you invite your mom, your brothers, both at home and in the diaspora. This is one-stop place where you will get all the information you need in understanding our political situation. So hakikisha unakaribisha mtu. Asante sana. Wanadero, vipi? Brian Adero, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yes, niko poa sana.
Nashukuru kukuona. Endelea.
Okay, I'm new to the podium. This is my first time. Like I've been trying to join the.
Ongea.
Hello, Siskiki. Nasema this is my first time to join the podium. Like I've been trying to join and napatanga space imejaa sana. But it has been my wish at least to join the space and discuss the political thing. Okay, I'll be in. Let me see the way things are moving on, and at least I'll have a debate later. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Bwana Dero, karibu. We are happy to have you, and let's keep in the discussion and the conversation, ensuring that a better Kenya must come out of these elections. The Richards, how are you? Richards, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, Richard, namna gani wewe sasa? Pale inaonekana kuna challenge, lakini utajisort. Just keep trying, don't panic, everything will be fine. Bwana Murunga.
Omami Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama. We tangu ufukuze Halwale Ulienda na yeye mpaka wapi?
Halwale wachana na yeye. Halwale anajua na umri wale. Yes, umeendelea vipi bwana? I've been away for some time.
Yes, that's what I was wondering. Did you make sure that you have dug a grave for Halwale before you come back?
Now I'm back. I'm fully back.
Karibu.
Yes, asante sana Bernard. Leo nataka tu kupongeza studio tena mara nyingine. Kazi inaendelea mzuri. I've been actually following you kwa huko kwa comments na kwa nini kawaida, but I was unable to connect because of the network. Now we are happy and we are seeing things turning the other way as we hoped. Sababu naona nimefurahi sana kwa mchango wa huyo brother mwenye alikuwa anaongea mambo ya Kilifi, bwana Stephen na ninaona kweli kwa ukweli kulingana na campaign ambayo inafanywa ya Azimio, I think we are doing so well. We are doing very well, and I am sure that come August 9th we will actually back the victory. And this is my call to everyone, especially those who are in studio here, as we get out there. The thing is, we have to make sure that our people come out in large numbers to vote, kwa sababu watu kuna wale wataassume yajua ya kwamba sasa baba ataingia tu na kura ile tayari iko huko mbele, ile anajua ya kwamba atapata. Wengine watazembea sasa, watajua ya kwamba tayari kikapu kimejaa. Ile kitu tunasema ni kwamba tuwe na watuhimize watu kufanya namna gani, kujipanga kupiga hiyo kura. Kura lazima ipigwe, na ndio tuhakikisha ya kwamba tuko na ushindi. Bernard, leo nimeona Raila Odinga akiwa Wajir. I've been following the Wajir meetings. I'm happy for the numbers. And yesterday in Mandera, I saw it. So to sum up, I strongly believe that Northeastern will vote for Raila Odinga. Northeastern will vote for Raila Odinga. Looking at the regional base, of course, William Ruto has been going around saying that and your Mount Kenya kingpin. Now the reality on the ground is hitting him. He's now forced to go to areas perceived to be Raila Odinga's stronghold, because he thinks that by going there, he may actually get a number of votes from there to balance with what he's going to lose in central Kenya. Because from the look of things, of course, he has enjoyed that popularity in Mount Kenya. He has enjoyed the backing of Mount Kenya, but this time around, Bernard, I'll tell you for a fact, and hearing from the people who are actually in DP Ruto's camp, Martha Karua's ticket, Martha Karua, deputizing Raila Odinga, has really dealt a very big blow to the deputy president. And to date, he has never recovered. And I don't think he's going to recover any soon, because those numbers are as good as gone. And I keep on insisting that William Ruto minus 100% Mount Kenya region, Mount Kenya votes, then that thing is done and dusted. So ile kitu tutahimiza ni kwamba kura watu wajipange, hiyo kura ipigwe, tuhakikisha kwamba hizo namba ziko ndani kwa vile tunatarajia. Bernard, our governor, able governor Kakamega County, Oparanya, has started serious campaigns in Western Kenya. And when you look at the campaign yesterday and today, and looking at the number, and that is Oparanya alone, assisted by those who are actually going for the local seats, you would see that Western Kenya is actually leaning towards Raila Odinga, as it has been. Though we have those who still believe that William Ruto is going to garner at least 40% of the Western Kenya vote. Some even thought that Musalia Mudavadi had the backing of the Luhya community. Ile kitu watu wajue ni kwamba Musalia Mudavadi alipeleka tumbo yake yeye mwenyewe peke yake. And he knows very well now the reality is dawning on him that this thing is gone na hakuna mtu atamsaidia kujiondoa. Kwa hiyo I will still ask my brother from Mudulu afikirie, he still has time, atoke tu huko aseme, manake huko kwa Kenya kwanza hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya kwanza. Bernard, huko Kenya kwanza hakuna candidate wa Kenya kwanza, ile ni UDA affair. William Ruto is the presidential candidate for UDA. Rigathi Gachagua is in UDA. Musalia Mudavadi ni mtu ya kusavu chai kwa hiyo kitu. So hakuna kitu imebaki pale. So for somebody to come up and think that Luyas are going to follow Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula, hiyo hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Na tuwezi fanya namna hiyo. Na ile kitu tunajua ya kwamba we Luyas listen to our leaders that we know that represent the interests of the Luya community. Bulembe Nation will not vote for Musalia Mudavadi. And even today, Bernard, I can confirm to you now, especially having gone to Western Kenya, it's only a handful Maragolis that will vote for William Ruto in that region. Because the Higa County is as good as gone. Going by the numbers, Bernard, we look at the Higa County basing on the communities that live there and the strength of those communities. Of course, Vihiga, we have 3 sub-tribes, major sub-tribes: Maragoli, Banyore, and Tiriki. Obviously, Tiriki will vote for Raila Odinga. They've done that before. They're going to do it again. And this time around, I'm seeing the Tiriki now, Tiriki, Maragoli, and Banyore voting for Raila Odinga. So there is nothing. A handful Maragolis may support him, and he may also lose that Savadia seat, going by what we are seeing on the ground, because people from those regions are also saying how hawawezi kaa nje ya serikali. The only battle that I'm seeing, Bernard, and I want you to give us a clue on what is going on in Bungoma County. Yes, let's truth be said, hii kijana anaitwa Didmas Barasa akona ile fanatic following hapo kwa county, naona pia anasumbua kidogo, lakini ninasikia kwamba president vote bado yuko kwa Raila Odinga. Hiyo ni jambo ambayo inatufurahisha pia, lakini we need to intensify campaigns in Bungoma County and Trans Nzoia. Hizi zingine Busia, Kakamega and Vihiga, those ones are already settled. We already have the numbers that will we are sure of. So the only area that I'm emphasizing is now Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. Though it may be 40-60, perhaps. That is where I know my brother Bernard will be able to explain to us what is happening in that region. Tunarudi sasa mahali county yangu ile mahali niko kwa sasa, Kajiado County. Kuna kivumbi Kajiado County because we have 2 gubernatorial candidates. Sorry for getting, actually, I'm not into the real topic for today, but I'm actually forced to highlight on this. Kajiado County. Kajiado County, we have 2 strong candidates for gubernatorial seat. We have the current governor and the former governor. Yes, sisi wale tuko kaunti ya Kajiado tunasema hivi. Lenku came to the party, yes, the other day, but we're also looking at the party loyalty. Sisi kama wafuasi wa ODM will support an ODM candidate. So huyo former governor alitubetray sisi wakati ule alipofile petition kotini. He ran away and left the petition only to the party. I remember in several occasions I would see the party secretary general akienda kotini akiwa peke yake na wale walikuwa wanawakilisha mawakili. Mgidanya had actually left and rejoined the government. Today, he still wants those votes that the votes that he got that time. But this time around, we are saying no. Loyalty has to be the key thing here. So sisi wana Azimio, Azimio ODM, we will vote for an ODM candidate. That is basing on
Okay, Bwana Mrunga, inaonekana mitambo imekataa, lakini tunashukuru ujumbe wako umefika. Utapata nafasi nyingine ya kuendelea labda baadaye.
sawa bana.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki. Naamini unamakinika kisiasa wakati unaendelea kufuata mjadala wa leo, na tunaomba tafadhali, kama unatupata, karibisha mtu ili mtazame pamoja na yeye, alafu mshiriki pamoja. Kuna campaign huko kwa comment section, naulizwa David Olo ako wapi? Siwezi kusema kwa hakika yuko wapi, lakini wacha tumtafute, tutawaambia kule yuko. Lakini mara ya mwisho alikuwa hapa, akasema kama Raila hangekuwa kwa ballot, yeye angevotia Wajakoya. So labda ameenda kuonana na Wajakoya, atarudi. So msitie shaka, hiyo ni kura yetu, haiwezi kwenda mahali popote, lakini tunaamini na kuomba kwamba yuko salama, kama hajavamiwa na adui zetu wanaotutafuta hata kwa mtandao kujaribu kutufungia ili tusijadili siasa tunavyojadili. Lakini nani huyu mwingine, Simon Ndungu, naye amesema standing order ni kwamba kipindi kimeanza kwa Kiswahili, kwa hivyo kila mtu ajitahidi akiendeleze kwa Kiswahili. Hiyo itakuwa ngoma kali sana. Tafadhali turuhusu Wakenya watumie lugha wanapenda, alafu ili kila mmoja amakinike katika kubobea na lugha ile yeye anaenjoy kutumia. So let's not lock anybody in one language. Let's all navigate between the two, as long as we are communicating to Kenyans the right way and the message is reaching home. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
I'm very fine. How is everybody? Mama Selina,
Looking
Steve,
great.
Bernard, what was your sermon today?
You did not follow it. It was right here, commanded unity.
I saw you, but I came in very late. But I followed you a bit. Let me just go to the topic of the day. First, Steve, did you speak Giriama or any of the Mijikenda languages? He's not hearing me, Steve.
Yes, I'm here. I speak. Yes, I'm a Giriama.
You are Giriama. So
yes, I'm
I
a
want
Giriama. Mimi ni Mijikenda.
Wewe ni Mijikenda. So tell me in Giriama, if somebody says Kibaga na Kibaga, what does it mean?
It's like haba na haba, yani hapa kwa hapa.
Huh?
Ile mundu kumundu.
Oh, that's mundu kumundu. So
mundu kumundu.
So that's what Aisha Juma meant when she said Kibaga na Kibaga.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Kiswahili tunasema sako kwa bako hivyo, sako kwa bako, mundu kumundu, Kiluya hivyo.
Oh, that's what I wanted to get. That's all that I wanted to get from you, Bernard. Looking at Northeastern, the Northeastern Kenya is one reason why William Samoei Ruto is losing these elections. Just like my brother Mutai Ngunyi always says that numbers don't lie. Because if we look at the numbers of the Northeastern Kenya in 2017, Raila performed very, very badly, especially in the county of Marsabit and the county of Mandera. You'll find that in Mandera, Raila only got 13% of the entire vote cast in Mandera.
Then he got only 14% of the vote cast in Marsabit. And in the county of Garissa, he got 48%. Wajir, he only got 44%. Oh, so if you look at the way things are now playing out today as we speak today being the 26th day of June 2022, Raila seems to have overtaken William Samoei Ruto by far in the northeastern Kenya. And there could be something that perhaps we didn't get in regard to northeastern. Perhaps northeastern Kenya for a long time was like Kanu. Then it seems like when it seems like when Uhuru Kenyatta came in, they went on the Jubilee side. They were not on the URP side. They were on the Jubilee side. And given that now William Samoei Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta are not speaking one language, Raila Odinga seems to be inheriting what was the Jubilee part of the vote in the northeastern Kenya. And that's why we are seeing that vote so consolidated behind Raila Amolo Odinga. So the scenario that Raila Odinga suffered in 2017 in terms of the numbers that he got in northeastern Kenya is likely to be the same scenario that William Samoei Ruto will suffer this year, because the majority of people in northeastern Kenya, the way things look and the way we have seen them behave, they have made up their mind that they are now going to vote for Raila Odinga. And this is a community that believes in clanism. So they come up with a consensus way of agreement. They agree at the clan level that this is the route that we are going to take. And it seems that as far as 2022 is concerned, the route that they have chosen to take is the Azimio la Umoja route. So as far as northeastern Kenya is concerned, and the way I've seen them receive Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, and our brother Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, that one is just consolidated for Raila Amolo Odinga. We are just waiting for the day that is the 9th of August so that we can now count the votes. But the way they stand, they're in the safe, ready for Raila Amolo Odinga, waiting for the day of counting that will be the 9th of August. I've listened to my brother Murunga. Murunga has gone. And I had two issues to respond to Murunga. Issue number one was on the Maragoli vote. There's this assumption that because Musalia Mudavadi comes from the Maragoli community, majority of the Maragolis in 2022 will follow him. That's not the case, because I have many Maragolis friends of mine, very many of them, and many of them are supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. In fact, if Musalia Mudavadi is not very, very carefully, he's likely to suffer the same consequences he suffered in 2002. You remember in 2002, even his own community, the Maragolis, disowned him. So we are seeing a scenario in this election where his own community, that is the Maragoli, are likely to disown him. They are very highly likely to disown him, and they could gang up with the Banyores and the Trikis on the other side to vote for Raila Odinga in large numbers. So the fact that Musalia Mudavadi comes from the Maragoli community does not give him an assurance that he'll command the Maragoli vote. That one is not guaranteed. Then, in going to Bungoma, I've been following the scenario in Bungoma. And there's something very important that this guy called Wangamati did in Bungoma. Wangamati came up with a scholarship. Most counties carry out what we call bursaries, but Wangamati created a scholarship at the county level where he was paying the entire school fees for the entire 4 years for bright students in Bungoma who could not afford to pay for their own school fees. And that thing has been a milestone for him. And I understand that particular part of the scholarship could even make Wangamati get re-elected come the 9th of August 2022. So, it's also not a guarantee that because perhaps Lusaka and Wetangula have gone to Kenya Kwanza that, they will command most of the vote. There's no guarantee there. It is still 50-50,
We'll have to wait for the 9th of August 2022 to evaluate how it will play out. But there's no guarantee that because Wetangula and Lusaka are in Kenya Kwanza that the Bukusus will go awesome with Kenya Kwanza alliance. Finally, my brother Bernard, I'm looking at William Samoei Ruto's campaign strategy, and I'm seeing it as a strategy that is getting disjointed. And because it's getting disjointed even in the manner that they are now sending their message. Their message is now not convincing. They have now become a group that is hanging on anything that is coming their way. And the only thing that they are now hanging on today is the cost of living. Like when they were in Kilifi, the only thing that I had them say, especially somebody say that for the first time, bei ya unga imeshinda bei ya sukari, and for the third or fourth or fifth time today, William Samoei Ruto was blaming Raila Odinga for the cost of living that Kenyans are experiencing today. That just tells you that these are people who have lost it. Their messaging has gone. And that's why they are hanging on anything that is coming their way. But Kenyans are not fools. In the 21st century era where we are in ICT, Kenyans are not fools. Even at the village level, people know what is going on. People understand what is going on and why they could be facing the high cost of living as we are facing today. And again, it's not the first time that unga has gone to 200 shillings in this country. You can go to the records, you can go to the archives, and you'll discover that in 2013, that was in the month of June, the price of the supermarket was at 200 shillings. If you go to 2017, there was even no unga on the shelves in supermarket. So it's not the first time that we are facing this particular problem. Instead of coming up and proposing a long-term solution to this problem, in the Republic of Kenya, you go blaming Raila Odinga, you go blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. Blame games will not give William Samoei Ruto votes. Let me tell you, Kenyans are not fools. Blame games that he has now adopted as a means of his campaign will not give him votes. People will listen to him, and at the end of the day, they'll make their own decision, because a person who is only blaming without giving a solution to an issue, is not the best of the best, and Kenyans know that, Bernard. So as far as I'm concerned, their campaign strategy is just disjointed, and they have lost it, and if that is the way they are planning to continue in the next 40 days before the next general election, then this is a lost group, and this is a lost group, kabisa, Bernard. Asante, let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to also contribute.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utadisi mzuri. Tunaamini kwamba kila Mkenya anapata manufaa kwa kuendelea
kuna mikono huko
na kutazama kipindi hiki mahala popote alipo. Tunaendelea tu kuwahimiza, tafadhali ukitupata hakikisha unasaidia jirani naye apate, na tusikose
Wangira, nani anafuata? Naona Penat ako na stress kama mimi.
Naona Bernard ametupwa nje. Mama Selina, karibu. Let me chair for a moment. Karibu Mama Selina.
Asante. Wow, nashukuru kila mtu, panelist, Wangira, Steven, Brian, Jackson. Okay, na Penat atarudi. So naona mjadala ya leo, Baba Solidifies is for us in Wajir. Yes, Wajir wamejitoa, tuseme North Eastern, entire North Eastern yote, North Eastern yote. Ukiangalia kuanzia Mandera, Isiolo, Sasa leo baba amejaribu kabisa kabisa. Those people watapigia kura baba, na mama vile amemwambia na mupige kwa hiyo machama yao, kwa sababu najua ni Jubilee, KANU na maybe chama hiyo ya Azimio wamefanya vizuri. Na Bernard, naona tulikuwa na mkutano ingine ya Diaspora na ilikuwa mzuri sana, waliongea vizuri, baba na mama waliingia, ingawa ilikuwa mzuri, but baba alikuwa anasema, alikuwa ameambiwa atapata 15,000 people in the line, lakini nafikiri difference ya hours ilikuwa Europe, Diaspora, everywhere, lakini watu waliingia na ilikuwa mzuri. I managed, nikaingia. Nilikuwa nafikiria pia Mtembei TV waliingia ndiye watatupatia hiyo vile walikuwa nasema, but wamejipanga Diaspora, that was good. Kulikuwa watu ya Azimio kutoka London, kwetu huko America, niliona watu wanatoka South Africa, so it was well organized. Hiyo nawatia hapo, hiyo Diaspora management, hiyo ni sawa. Kingi, nimeshukuru mambo ya Kingi kuskip mkutano ya Kilifi. Kingi amerudi nyumbani penat. Na ukiona na ilinishangaza sana, kwa sababu hapo ndiye nilisikia Bibi anasema kura yake iwezi ipiwa. Ni kweli, nani ataipa hiyo kura kidogo alikuwa naye kwa hiyo kiwanja? You know, there are some votes unaweza rig, na kuna singine ya mkutano ya council, you cannot even interfere with it. So for real, hakuna mtu ataipa kura yake juu unaipiwa kitu una. Hii watu pena waache kutumia watu ni kama wafala. Lakini nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu wenyewe walisema Kenya ni werefu, Kenyans wamerefuka. So tumerefuka sana. Kenya kuisha mkutano yao na mama hiyo ya sasa wanaanza kuwacha, wanamuita mama juu wanataka kiti ya governor. Hakuna kiti itaenda na ODM Mung'aro. Alafu hiyo ni Kilifi. Hiyo ingine yote wamekuwa naye West, hiyo Coast amekuwa na hasira. Bernard, hii watu wako na shida. 42 days, 43 days to election. I hope keep wanaendelea kukata miti because it is real. Kenya Kwanza Coast, hiyo hakuna kitu hata hapo tunaongea. 42 days, baba ameingia tayari. Ile kitu tunataka kujua Bernard ni how many governors tutakuwa nayo, how many members of parliament, how many senators, how many county assemblies, ndiye tuone. Otherwise tunaambia baba na mama wamefanya kazi bora sana, Kalonzo wote wakiwa Wajir, Mandera, na mimi najua sasa najua kutokea kesho watakuja sehemu hii ingine, tuone ni wapi wataingia tena. But Azimio kulingana na vile mimi naona wakikawanyana pia ni mzuri, lakini wakienda pia pamoja sometime for the last lap, hiyo ni sawa penalty. Otherwise niliona mkutano ya governors, nilikuwa naona Nakuru, Kinyanjui, naona Kabogo, nimeona wameenda, walikuwa Nakuru ilikuwa ni KTN, na mi nafikiri Kiambu ilikuwa ni Citizen. So wamefanya hiyo, na niliona waliongea vizuri. Wamatangi anajaribu kuongea, but Kabogo anaulizwa we ni mtu ya Kenya Kwisha, anasema no, yeye hayuko hiyo chama, na nikasema ni mzuri, amekonfamia watu. Pale Nakuru Susan Kiika, ni kama hii watu Kenya Kwisha wameambiana penat, kwa sababu president yao hataki kuingia debate. Ninaona ni kama wamekubaliana, hakuna hata moja isipokuwa Wamatangi. Naona kama wengi hawataki kwenda kwa debate because they don't have agenda. Na hata yeye naona aliambiwa Wamatangi, ile maneno umeongea ni vile rais yako anaongea. So nataka kuambia Wakenya usielect any governor ule anakataa kukuja muochi yeye, kama mtu anakataa debate, na hiyo ndiye njia ya kuandika yeye kazi. Kama uwezi attend mkutano ya wananchi ya kaunti yako, au will you be a CEO kwa ofisi yenye hata utaambia watu mliniona kwa hiyo debate yenu. So nataka kuambia Wakenya wakuwe careful. Naona inaenda kuwa successful ya governors kwa sababu wamekubali kukuwa na hiyo debate. Kwa sababu ya baba already amechukua, hata hatutaki kujua, kwa sababu baba ataenda kuulizana nini na Kenya kwisha. Today wanasema baba akiwa rais unga itakuwa 600, na kwa sababu yeye sahi ni deputy president na unga imefika hiyo 150, kwani Raila ameingia hapa akaongeza unga. Wacha hii watu waje kuambia watu uongo pena, wanachukua Wakenya kama ni wachinga. Mwingine anasema 500, nikasikia naitwa nani Watangula anasema Raila akichukua unga itakuwa 600. Hiyo ni mambo ya kuhusia Wakenya. Sasa wasiposema msee ya, alafu naona wanasema msee amekwisha. So watuambie watuhusie sera sao sa bottom up, sijui economics, waseme hiyo tuelewe, instead of talking about Raila, instead of talking about unga. Inahusu nini na Raila mambo ya kuongezeka? Baba akichukua fita itarudi chini kwa sababu anapigana na corruption. Na vile nashukuru Martha wakati aliulizwa, na leo nimejua Martha Karua na baba ni waumini wa Anglican, kwa sababu waliulizwa kwa ile debate ya kwamba waseme hawa ni kanisa kani, na mama akajibu pia vizuri sana, akasema kwa hii ulimwengu hata Yesu mwenyewe siku ya kiyama ni sisi tunaenda kujibu mashtaka yetu kwa baba kule pinguni juu. Lakini mwingine anajifanya ni Mkristo, amekuwa Yesu, wana rant picha zake. Mwingine anasema hakuna mwingine kama Ruto, Aisha chumwa. Yani jameni, hakuna mwingine kama nani? Hii watu wameisha. Pena tuacha niwachie hapo, lakini niwaambie Wakenya 42 days to come. Let us be ready. Let us mobilize our people. Na tuendelee kuchua Mtembei TV watatusimamia aje. Asante Pena. Thank you for that opportunity.
Kwani Bernard umefreeze tena? Okay, nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, Wangira, umeongea kuhusu Ruto kumlaumu Raila huku Kilifi karibu mara 5. Okay, nimesikia akisema kuwa yeye ndo alipatia kazi Mung'aro na Mung'aro hakufanya kitu. Surely kama vile mama Selina anasema hapa, wewe unasema huko kwa serikali, unalaumu Raila kuwa yeye ndo amefanya handshake, imefanya bidhaa zimepanda juu. Tena unarudi unasema wewe ndo ulipatia Mung'aro kazi. Surely kwani Ruto anachukulia watu hawana akili kwa kichwa, ama huwa anachukulia watu wanafikiria vipi? You tell us you are not in government, you tell us you are left out of the government, then you come and tell us you are the one who appointed the same an assistant cabinet secretary. What is this in him? Double speak ya hali ya juu sana. We are supposed to refuse this as Kenyans. Hatufai ku encourage hii vitu kabisa. Na unashangaa mtu anaongea hii maneno, unaona watu wanapiga makofi, watu wanafurahia. Upuzi, anaongea upuzi, anaongea urongo na watu wanapiga kelele. Hii kitu imenikasirisha sana kusikia yeye ndo alipatia kazi Mung'aro, tena baadaye anakuja anasema mimi siko kwa serikali. Kama issue ya port, kwani issue ya port hiyo dry port ya Naivasha ilianza 2017? Haikuanza 2017, issue ya dry port ilianza 2016 and he was there campaigning for the same. Then anakuja anasema Raila ndo amepeleka dry port Naivasha. Wakati Naivasha, akiwa Naivasha, Susan Kihika, nakumbuka hiyo siku Susan Kihika alisema tu wazi, bwana naibu wa rais, dry port haitatoka Naivasha. Kama kuna mtu aliona hiyo. So hii maneno wanaongea ni maneno gani? Tutatoa port turudishe Mombasa. Kwani hii nchi haina planning, haina strategic planning, haina long term na short term planning? Surely hii mambo inabidi ifike mahali tu iwache kabisa. Thank you. Wangira, kama una kitu cha kuchangia.
Unajua nimekuambia kwamba their campaign strategy is now becoming disjointed, and hata ukiangalia vile wanavyoongea unaona ni wale watu hawana msimamo. Unajua upande huu wako upande huu, upande ule wako upande ule. Sasa huwezi jua ni nini hasa wanachomaanisha. Kama ulikuwa na uwezo wa kuajiri mtu katika utendakazi wa serikali, tena kwa nini uanze kulaumu wengine kukiwa na shida kwenye hiyo serikali ambayo ulikuwa na uwezo wa kuajiri watu? Unaona, hiyo ni kuwachukilia Wakenya kuwa wajinga. Wacha tumkubalie rafiki yetu Brian pia achangie kidogo. Asante.
Sawa, Brian, uko tayari kuendelea na mchango wako sasa? Karibu.
Ya, niko tayari. Sasa mi jambo nilikuwa nataka kusema, huyu jamaa anaitwa Ruto, huyu jamaa ameshindwa. Jamaa amecampaign for 9 years. Ni ile alikuwa nadhani kuanza mapema, sasa itamfanya ile ajulikane sana, sasa ile ashinde. Lakini baba amekuwa kwa siasa kwa miaka mingi. Unaona the Martha Karua effect imekuja ikandu Ruto. Sasa ana stumble tu kurudi Mount Kenya. Tuliona leo Gachagua akiwa Nyeri. Hiyo jambo nilichekesha sana. Jamaa ana haya watu hadi kwake. Imagine Nyeri is home county. Jamaa amebeba. In fact, hao Wakikuyu ndio wanachukua recording, venye wanacheka. Unaona wakicheka ati wanasema ona wameshukisha wale. Watu wanaletwa na lori. Surely. Na hiyo Mount Kenya ndio wana claim to be their stronghold. Alafu ingine Kiambu tumeona kuna shida sana. Juu kama wanasema William Kabogo walikuwa na yeye Wajango pia ako hapo. Sasa leo kwa ile debate yao ya Kiambu tunaona kila mtu anasimamia tu peke yake. Wajango anasema yeye kitu anatafuta ni yake tu. Hiyo story ya watu wengine ajui. Kabogo was claiming to be in Kenya kwanza and now is denying his support for William Ruto. And Kabogo is a strong, I can say Kabogo is a great politician in Kiambu. Mtu kama Kabogo, you cannot, that's why they are trying hard to undo the effect of Kabogo. But this time wamepata Kabogo ako wise kabisa. Wanatumia Kuria kudirel Kabogo. Na Kabogo amekuwa mjanja sana, akajanjaruka. Jana ndio tulisikia tukisema wale watapiga Raila kura, pia wampigie kura. Hebu ona kitu kama hiyo. That means Kiambu is not speaking one language the UDA minions used to claim. And in turn, let me tell you one thing. It's only Wamatangi who is supporting Ruto. The other aspirants, they just don't want to expose it. And I'm sure, being from a jungle, the jungle amfanyia kitu mbaya sana. Ile ya kumdeny ticket ya nomination after the preferred candidate for Ruto was Wamatangi. That's why he did all the possible things so that Wamatangi could succeed that gubernatorial hiyo aspirant kuwa aspirant wa UDA. Wajango pia akulegeza kamba, amerudi kama independent. Wafuasi wa Wajango ni wale wa Raila, kama sijaongea uongo. Wafuasi wa Kabogo ni wa Raila. Kabogo kuna watu. Wafuasi wa James Nyoro ni wa Raila. Hebu niambie Wamatangi, anaweza shinda hawa majamaa wote wakiwa combined? Anaweza kweli? Hawezi. Alafu ingine Ruto sahi, kusema tu kweli mi baba sijaiona kwa hizo enzi zote baba akikampeni na ile sura ya amani sana, ya furaha. Baba siku hizi hata akienda campaign unaona tu kuna furaha, ana stress kama vile kitambo. Jamaa kuna hasira ni Ruto. Kila pahali tutaibiwa kura. Sasa jana tunaonoka grounds. Zile ni kura za kuibia mtu kweli? Unaiba uwanja bure. TV, national television ndio inasema that they had to wait for 1 hour
for people to come to the gathering surely. Na unatoka inji na claim ati utaibiwa kura. Utaibiwa nini? Jamaa ameshindwa, ndio maana ile anatembea na hasira. Kila pahali anaenda na hasira, kila pahali hasira. Mimi kitu nasema hii kitu baba this time ameichukua asubuhi na mapema. Baba sijawahi ona akikampeni na ile sura ya furaha sana. Unajua mtu akiwa opposition unaonanga tu. Na ile hata sina doubt sana. If numbers baba akona numbers. The system which we don't want to say, we have the system. Yeah? So how will this Sugoi thief? How will this Sugoi thief win this thing? Hakuna. Sasa mimi acha niwachie hapo, tutaongea tukiendelea. Asante sana. Okay, before I hand back to Bernard, nilikuwa nataka kuongeza hivi. Unajua Ruto akiwa kwa mlima Mount Kenya, yeye alileta wheelbarrow. Akasahau kuwa since 1997 Raila yeye anaitwa Tinga. So at least angejiita katapila ama bulldozer, angeupgrade kidogo. Sasa unaona wheelbarrow haiwezi kupanda mlima. So venye tu Uhuru alisema Tinga ndo hiyo inapanda sasa. Inapanda na namba 2 inaenda, wheelbarrow imeteleza. So sometimes when you want to come up with some slogans, angalia history pia kidogo. Wewe unasema wewe uko kwa mlima na wheelbarrow. Huyu ni Tinga wa kitambo. So ni ipi itapanda? I think Tinga itapanda mbele zaidi. Asante. Ben, karibu. Ben Adrudi.
Thank you. Na shukuru kila mmoja na washukuru kwa kushikilia. Ni kama I'm under attack, but I think I'm safe. I'm now shielded. The other time, there are 2 VPN that wants to control my machine. So they are fighting each other. Huku kwa comments kuna mtu analia Alex. Sasa sijui ni anasema sio Alex halisi. Kama Alex wewe sio halisi, basi njoo tuambie kama we ni fake ama ni original. But all in all, let's keep it right. I was going to say that William Ruto is insincere in saying that the cost of living has gone up because of Raila Odinga. He's the only one man that is the deputy president and is the only one that sits in cabinet. He's the one that supported the VAT wherever bill so that every item can be placed under that, led by Chungwa and team. He understands why the cost of living is high and he knows it's not Raila Odinga. Using Raila Odinga as a scapegoat for him to woodwing Kenyans is a tired record. He needs to come up with something better, something solid, something that is believable. And then when somebody is always crying with another person, it is evidence that he is the main problem. You cannot have everybody to blame except yourself. Tell me one thing that William Ruto has ever owned up, whether it was the rigging of the elections, whether it was the tear gassing of the children, whether it was Muteshi's land. When did he ever own up and apologized for anything in this country? That, in my opinion, makes him unfit as a leader for this great country. And until he grows up to be mature and be able to take responsibility for the wrongs in the land, as well as the good of the land, then, in my opinion, he remains unfit for the leadership of this country. And then there is one person who was complaining on the comment section that I preach in the Bible in the morning and preach hatred all night. I don't preach hatred. I only state facts as they are. If you want to help this country, you vote for right leadership. You don't push for one's ego, one's ambition, or one's dream. That cannot be the reason for us to stay awake every night to do this show. We need something better than that. And that something better is called a better Kenya. For a better Kenya, we can do anything. And that better Kenya secures everybody, from the atheist to the Din Musambwa people, to the Muslims, to the Christian, and every other person. That better Kenya is what we are here for. So if you call that hatred, so be it. But if you think everything opposed to William Ruto is motivated by hatred, you are all mistaken. The problem for Kenya is a problem for every Kenyan, especially when it comes from bad leadership. We will not be crying of a high cost of living if Kulalo project worked, if Kamorer and Aror worked, if all the projects that were undertaken by the Jubilee government in terms of establishing food security worked, if corruption gave room for those projects to work, then we will not be talking about high cost of living. And if somebody has been in the kitchen, he's the one who cooked everything. Remember, he's on record to say there is nothing that Jubilee government has undertook but what was decided on his desk, where in Karen, he has said that he's the one who has been behind everything that has been happening in Jubilee government, not Raila Odinga. And so how come now he changes tune and now it says Raila Odinga this, Raila Odinga that? For that alone sells him badly, and he needs to own up, or else he should get ready to pack and go. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele, tunarudi kwa Wangira. Alafu tukishia bwana, hey, standing orders. Brian Adero, you cannot be off the camera while on the screen. That spoils the quality of the video for the people who watch after the show is over. So your camera has to remain on, and if you have to leave, we will put you off until you are able to come back. It is that way for the purpose of ensuring that the people who view the video after the show is over it can be followed without problem. Thank you. Bwana Wangira, karibu.
You know, there's one fact that we cannot dispute in regard to William Samoei Ruto, that he's a gifted and talented politician. That's true that he is gifted and is talented. Yes. But you know, this gift and talent in him seems to have blinded him, that he became arrogant, you know, over the last 3 years, especially after 2000, let us say 2009, 2019, 2020, 2021, we saw a very arrogant William Samoei Ruto, because, you know, because he felt he was gifted, he felt that he was a very talented guy, and, you know, this made him a very arrogant person. And, you know, at the end, you know, he lost what could have been his vision as far as his presidential candidacy was concerned. And over the time, William Ruto has been picking what I'll call thorns and thinking that he was picking flowers. And, you know, today, 43 days to the general election, you know, now the chickens are just coming home to roost. And, you know, he's discovering that, you know, what I thought were in my hand, what I thought that I had picked were flowers, but I'm now discovering that they are only thorns. And, you know, that's the scenario that is all over the country. Because if you look at every person that he picked, starting with even a person like Kingi today, who was missing out of his meeting in Kilifi, you know, that's a person I'll call a thorn. It's not a flower, because it's not a flower because it does not add any value in William Samoei Ruto's campaign. If you go to Kambani, people like Wakina Alfred Mutua, these are thorns. They are not flowers because they add no value in his particular presidential campaign. And, you know, at the way things are, and given the way now Kenyans are knowledgeable, you know, an average Kenyan today is not the Kenyan of 5 years, 2017. You know, an average Kenyan today is a very enlightened person, because this Facebook, especially Facebook thing, you know, has enlightened many people. You move into a Kenyoti and you find a person that you thought doesn't know anything, knows more than perhaps what you know. So, William Samoei Ruto thinking that it's going to take Kenyans for fools, it will not work this time. It is not going to work this time because, for example, if you talk about the cost of fuel, for example, you cannot blame Raila Odinga for the cost of fuel when every Kenyan knows that that cost of fuel has something in relation to the war that is going on between Ukraine and Russia. That is what every average Kenyan knows that the reason why they are now paying more for oil is because of the war between Ukraine and Russia. And the Kenyan, an average Kenyan also knows that there's that force of demand and supply. For example, Bernard, you remember in 2020, immediately after COVID was declared as a pandemic all over the world, the cost of fuel went very, very low. In fact, we were buying a liter of petrol, I cannot remember, but almost less than 100 shillings here in this country. That's how low it went, because those are the forces of demand and supply, and they affect the globe all over the world. So he'll not play around with the minds of Kenyans. It is not going to work for him. Trying to play around with the minds of Kenyans, it is not going to work for him. It's not going to work for him. And I want to agree with Professor Makao Mutua today. I was reading his piece, and he said one of the big mistakes, William Samoei Ruto did was to write off people like Wakina Uhuru Kenyatta, to write off the elders of Mount Kenya, thinking that he could penetrate Mount Kenya without them. And now things are turning out to be different. What he thought it could work is not now working out. And that's what I am telling you, that is about a person who is gifted and talented in politics, but a person who just lacks vision. Ruto, in this particular time when he was planning to become president of the Republic of Kenya, he lacked in vision. And because he lacked in vision, then, the Bible says that where there's no vision, people perish. And because he lacked in vision, we are seeing him perishing come the 9th of August 2022. And that's the reality, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else also to contribute.
Okay, sawa bwana Wangira. Like if you know William Ruto's script, his relationship with Kingi and Mutua, Wetangula, and Mudavadi has nothing to do with adding value to Kenya Kwanza. It has everything with creating a perception that can be used to deceive Kenyan that UDA is a national party. Now I know that is going to be a big issue today. He's trying to explain that UDA is a Kenyan, wherever a national party, it has everybody in. When all those people are just there for posing with the camera, and then that is all. Their imagination is not invited. Their thought is not invited. Their suggestion is not invited. There's only one person who thinks and executes what he thinks in Kenya Kwanza, and that is one William Ruto. If you don't agree with him, you go elsewhere. You can't stay there. And so with that in view, you notice that all those people only help in the posing. You can even take it like, for example, when there is a press conference, who answers the questions? When there is the road show, who handles the microphone? Who controls who says what where? So with that in view, you will notice that they are helping in giving him a national outlook, but in the real sense, they are not anything as far as he is concerned, and as far as his campaign is concerned. When somebody needs another in a relationship, it becomes very clear. There is that depending on them. There is that valuing them. There is that building them. So if we will pose questions, How much has Mudavadi been built since he joined William Ruto? How much has Wetangula been built since he joined William Ruto? How much cloud has Mutua gathered since he joined William Ruto? How much acceptance has Kingi gained since he joined William Ruto? That's what defines a healthy relationship. A healthy relationship multiplies you, increases you, makes you get more results. Now, if you join and become zero, you join, become zero, you join, become zero, it means relationship with UDA is like multiplying yourself with zero. The answer will always be constant, zero. So it's about time we began to see things for what they are and be able to call them for what they are. The really loss here is not the people that joined UDA, is that joining UDA or joining Kenya Kwanza does not add value to you. Forget about the value you want to add there. It doesn't add on you. And just look at all the political careers that have gone to Tanga. How many of them are looking hopeful? Jijo Pevu was something before he went fully fledged with the Kenya Kwanza. Even Wamatangi has been a brain on national TV every morning, speaking his mind freely. Look at what he has become now. Look at Ababu Namwamba. When Ababu Namwamba was in ODM Fresh, it was a vibrant fire that was looking hopeful to take this country by storm. What has it become now? So let us look at things critically and be able to call them for what they are. There is something amiss with the associating with the UDA, and that it does not build political careers. It tears them down. And look at their approach of their campaign. It has nothing to do with portraying themselves as better. They are always talking on how bad the other side is. They don't tell us how good they are. They don't tell us how much they are offering. They don't tell us how well they can make this country. They tell us how bad the other side is, how bad Uhuru is, how bad Raila is, how bad Kuzimia is. Now, how can you be looking to marry a girl and every time you meet, you tell him how bad the other guy is, how bad the other guy is? Siku gani utamwambia mistari ya kwako kwamba wewe ndio unafaa kwa sababu wewe ni mrefu na wewe mtanashati, alafu una hekima, umesoma mpaka ng'ambo ukarudi? Patie sera zako, hata kumwambia vile yule mwingine ni mbaya. Acha niachie hapo, sitaki kupigwa mawe, lakini mshaanza. Ndio hivyo hivyo. Naomba sasa nani huyu is add some people. Millie is here. Okay, I hope that connection works. Nani huyu anaitwa Godfrey vipi? Bwana Kiplangat, I am not biased. I am a Kenyan, okay? And being a Kenyan, I have a right to say what I see in Kenya and what becomes of Kenya if is given in wrong leadership. This debate is not about balancing between UDA and Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. This debate is about analyzing Kenyan politics, the pros and the cons of who becomes a leader. So if it was about balancing the two, we will have had UDA guys on this side, Azimio guys on this side, and then they debate exchanging. This is just having a normal conversation where we are looking critically at our politics and be able to chart the way forward. So if you analyze what you're doing from the angle of your primary school debate of a man is better than a woman, that is not what we are doing here. We are having a conversation, looking critically at our politics, and then giving the counsel we think that is good for this country. And if you think what we are giving is not fair for you, the person you support, come here and tell us the good side of the person you support. I am just stating the fact. William Ruto has been campaigning on how bad Raila is, how bad Uhuru is, how bad the other side is. He has not told us how good he is. He has not told us what he offers us. He tells us things like bottom up, which he himself cannot explain. His senior counsel cannot explain. His economic advisor cannot explain. So how do you offer something like that? In 2013, he gave us something. I played that video here yesterday. That is one thing that by that time I was in COD, yes, but when William Ruto gave that speech of information and technological driven economy, it gave me some benefit of doubt. I say, these young guys seem to have something. If they are talking about information age and technologically driven economy, this called people seem to be analog. For the first time, I developed some liking that these people are progressive. They have a vision for this country. When they talked about having what internet in every in every ward, and then people begin to do online business. I say, this is seriously digital. Now, when he came back with wheelbarrow, that one finished me completely. Hata mkinihubiria injili gani, mtu atutoe kwa information age, aturudishe kwa stone age, na mnasema bado iko sawa. Hayuko sawa, kuna shida mahali. You cannot come to from I have said here, we are talking about artificial intelligence, and then you want to bring us back to wheelbarrow of 16th century. That's not going to work, and that's the mindset that UDA wants to share with Kenyans. We don't have that. We don't have time for that one. So sio story inakuwa biased, ni story ya kuanalyze mambo yalivyo. Kama umeleta machungwa sokoni, tutazungumzia kuhusu machungwa. Kama umeleta maembe, tutazungumzia kuhusu maembe. Kama umeleta avocado, tunazungumza kuhusu avocado. Hatuwezi zungumza kuhusu njugu wakati wewe umeleta omena kwa soko. Mambo ni kama hiyo. Asante lakini. Okay, no, Millie, your connection is not right. It's buffering. I don't know why. You check your internet connection. Kuna huyu anaitwa Livingston Kobilo. Livingston Kobilo, we cannot add you to the screen as long as you're hiding behind the curtain. That we canceled that long time ago. So if you can't stay on camera, you can participate in the show on the comment section. Hamisi, your gadget is not well configured, so it cannot be added to the screen. Even if we do, you will not be able to communicate. So get out, configure your gadget rightly so that it will be able to function rightly. And the secret is, if you're using phone, restart the phone from the beginning. Just boot the phone. And then after that, when you click on the link for StreamYard, allow it to control your camera and your audio. Don't lead it. Let it configure for itself what it wants to configure so that you are able to be added on the screen and you'll be able to participate. Steven, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Tangu juzi kulikuwa na report ilitolewa na Standard but we have not highlighted it here. I don't know why but I think if Wajir, I think is privy to that information. There was a report by Standard that Ruto has been to Mount Kenya 144 times the last 6 months, and Raila has been there for 74 times, if I'm not wrong. So I wanted to ask this question to Wajir because Wajir is good in kuchambua hizo maneno. My question, Wajir, is what is making Ruto go to the mountains despite him calling himself the kingpin of the mountain? What has changed? And is there any possibility that the people who he brought on board from Central, like Kiunjuri, Kabogo, Kuria, are these people Molo were there? Wamewekwa kurock your boat from inside? If you go by what Kiunjuri is saying now, what Kabogo is coming out saying, you see, is what is not adding up. Karibu Wangira.
Let me just try to answer. You know, William Ruto, in the last few months, I think 3 to 4 months, you know, he came to discover that, he had banked on Mount Kenya so much, and, he was guaranteed that he was going to get the over 90% Uhuru Kenyatta got in 2017. But over the last 4 or 5 months, he has come to discover that the mountain was slipping away. And that's the reason why he has been trooping in and out of Mount Kenya. In fact, if there's any other area that William Ruto has visited, is Mount Kenya. For example, Northern Kenya, William Ruto has hardly been in Northern Kenya. So, I think it's some way of trying to salvage what he believes belongs to him. But again, William Ruto seemed never to have studied the psychology of the people of Mount Kenya. The people of Mount Kenya are all about their interest, and even at the last minute, if they discover that their interests do not belong in you, then they can just dump you and go to somebody else. Look at the way people like Wakina Kabogo are now behaving. Just look at the way they are behaving. That just tells you the nature of the people of Mount Kenya. Where is Anne Waiguru? I've been asking, where is Anne Waiguru? I've never seen her as part of William Samoei Ruto's campaign for now a very long time, which means it has now become a game of survival for everybody looking for his own personal survival. And this is really becoming challenging for William Samoei Ruto. I'll just answer you in one word, that the mountain has become slippery, and that's why you'll see William Ruto even before we reach 9th of August 2022 trooping in and out of Mount Kenya more than he'll troop into any other place.
Okay, thank you. Edwin, you wanted to answer my question before Bernard takes back, please.
When Edwin, you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute first so that when you speak, we can hear. Okay, he kicked himself out. Sorry. Sorry about that. I think you're now back. Go ahead.
Mnanisikia?
Yes, unasikika, endelea.
Yeah, asante kwa nafasi ya leo. Nimekuwa nikipotea kidogo, lakini nimekuwa pia nikifuatilia online juu sometimes network inaletanga shida. So kwanza ningependa kujibu Mr. Steven kwamba in Mount Kenya Ruto saa hii ile siasa anafanya, ukimwangalia vizuri, wale watu wanatembea na wao ni wale mavijana ambao alikuwa amerigi in 2017. Amewatumia from 2017. Hiyo ndio strategy alikuwa anatumia kupiga Uhuru. So ameutumia mpaka imefika mahali wale wanasiasa ambao wamekomaa akili, wale wanaweza ongea in public kitu inaweza make sense, wote wamemtoroka juu alikuwa amewaligi alikuwa amewaipia in 2017. You know what happened in Mount Kenya. So za ile kitu imefanyika ni kwamba hao vijana amewatumia akina Nyoro, akina Ishungwa, uangalia hata design wanaongea in public within Mount Kenya ni matusi tu. So long as unatusi Uhuru na uko pande yake, everything is okay kwa pande ya Ruto. Lakini amefika mahali ameanza kuwa na wasiwasi, kwa sababu wale wananchi wengi sasa wameanza kusifti. Wameona kwamba huyo Ruto alikuwa anatumia watoto wao ili kufanya nini? Kuwapaka matope ama kupaka viongozi wao matope. Of which sasa imeanza kuwa revealed, imejulikana na ameonekana ni mtu wa aina gani. Example nzuri ni wakati amechagua Gachagua kama running mate wake. Angalia vile anaongea in public. Huyu ni kiongozi anaweza defend community ama anaweza ongea on behalf of his community. Hata ukiangalia matamshi anaongea. Juzi nilisikia jana Sijui kama kuna hiyo clip alikuwa anaongea akiwa Rift Valley. In fact nilikuwa nacheka. Ati Wakalenjin nimefika mahali ati waache kuipa mifugo, kila mtu akae na mifugo yake. Sijui Mr. Bernard kama uliona kitu clip kama hiyo. Niliona ni kucheka, nilikuwa nacheka nikashindwa. Which kind of a DP anaweza kuwa mtu kama huyu? Ni kutengeneza anatafutia Ruto kura ama ni kufukuza anafukuza ama ni kuharibu. Huyo mtu ni kuchoma. Zile kura Ruto ameishi kutengeneza since 2017. Huyo jamaa anaharibu within a day. Anaharibu almost 1,000 votes. Akishika tu microphone, unasikia kura zake kupotea. Within Mount Kenya saa hii mambo imeanza kuwa slippery. Ani Waigoro saa hii ameenda kwa kichaka. Anaona mambo imeanza kubadilika. Very soon ukiangalia candidate wa governor wa Kirinyaga pande ya Jubilee na Naki Kenya watakaa wasikizane nani atasimama. Pande ingine Grace naye anampeleka mbio, hata ana nafasi ya kufanyia Ruto campaign. Mambo imekuwa very slippery. Angalia campaign Martha Karua anafanya within Kirinyaga wakiwa na Kevicho. Is not easy my friend. Jamaa ameona sasa mahali amefika. Wale watu walikuwa wanategemea wamemwacha. Kila mtu ameenda kufanya kampeni ya kutafuta kiti yake personally. Na ukumbuke pia, unajua Wakikuyu ni wachanja. Tumekaa na wao sana. Hao watu ni wachanja na sio wajinga vile unafikiria. Vijana wanaweza pewa pombe, walipwe pesa, wafanye vile wanataka. Lakini wale watu ambao wamekomaa akili, let me tell you, I'm very honest and I'm speaking from Sagana in Kirinyaga. Kwamba watu they are very clever. Na watakuacha siku moja, ile siku unawa expect watakuacha kwa mataa. Kwa sababu gani? Right now, ukiangalia for example kama Murang'a. Idongo Kang'ata umewahi muona akifanya kampeni ya UDA within Murang'a? Yule mtu anasunguka na yeye within Murang'a saa hii ni Ndindi Nyoro. Anasunguka wanakimbia na yeye kila mahali. Wale wanasiasa ambao wamekomaa saa hii hawaonekani within Mount Kenya. Angalia rudi uende Embu Meru. Meru angalia huyo jamaa yule anaitwa nani? Yule senator wa Meru. Umewahi muona in public akifanya campaign? What happened? Saa hii Meru imeshift yote. Angalia viongozi wote wako huko. Wako mlengo gani? Haya, rudi uende Kiambu saa hii. Kiambu ndio magavana wengi wanamsupport. Lakini generally ni Mount Kenya mambo imekuwa slippery. Na Ruto ameona saa hii hana bahati, siasa imechange, na ndio maana unaona anarudi Rift Valley anakuja Mount Kenya. Akitoka Mount Kenya sasa ametengeneza rafiki Coast nayo mambo imekuwa slippery. Alikuwa anafikiri Kingi atamsupport. Kingi ako na mtu wake pale Coast ambaye ni Aisha Juma, naye ground nayo haimtaki. So Kingi naye ameenda kucharibu na huyu candidate wake anaitwa Kiti vile unaongea. Huyo namsikizanga vile anaongea, is a very good guy. Wewe ukakombea na Aisha Chuma, lakini pia ground haimpendi. So ile kitu ningependa kuambia watu wa Ruto. Zile siasa ameizi kufanya za uchafu, kuwalipiana China, kuchafuana China na propaganda. This time round asitawaka. Na sitawaka against him. So wacha awe prepared. Mambo sio mazuri kwake. Na tuna uhakika in Mount Kenya kama 9 August ataona kifumbi. Raila naona atapata kitu kama 60% within Mount Kenya. Na huku kwingine kwote ni wapi Raila hatashinda. It's only within Rift Valley ndio hatapata ati more than 50%. Ndio hapo watashindana. Of course yako na kura zake. Lakini the majority within Kenya najua wako na support. And that's a fact. Pia kitu kingine ningependa kuongezea papa ile campaign anafanya leo. Alikuwa saidi ya Wajir. Amefanya campaign safi, anakaribishwa vizuri. Campaign ya papa iko sawa kila mahali. Na saa hii sina wasiwasi wowote. Ni Nyanza naona kuko solid. Ile kitu ningependa kuambia watu wa kutoka Nyamira juu kwetu ni Nyamira. Awe careful sana. Akacheza vibaya mambo ya zoning Nyamira, anaweza poteza hiyo kiti. So awe careful, na najua ako na support kubwa, lakini acheze careful. Juu siasa za huko zinaweza change anytime. But Kisii naona iko imara. Kisii iko imara. Mtu kama anaitwa Simba Arati, ile vita alikuwa amerudi nayo kutoka Nairobi, huyo jamaa mnamjua vizuri. Sisemi ni mbaya, lakini ni Kisii wanataka siasa safi. I think alikalishwa chini na mambo imeanza kuchange. Mambo ya hooliganism huko haita drive, sio kama town. So aende polepole, wale ni watu wangwana, hawana mambo mengi. So far, so now, mambo ni mazuri kwa Azimio, tuko imara, tuendelee kuhubiri hiyo injili hadi dakika ya mwisho. Na sasa hivi Bwana Bernard, mimi ningependa kupongesha kwamba ile kazi unafanya ni mzuri, unatuletea live videos mahali popote mikutano ya Azimio iko, endelea kufanya hiyo kazi mzuri, na ninaomba kwamba Mungu aendelee kukuweka. Come 9 August, I think hautakosa kuwa recognized kwa wale watu ambao wamedrive hii kampeni ya Azimio mpaka dakika ya mwisho. We need good leadership yenye inaweza saidia nchi yetu, yenye inaweza tusaidia in future, na pia yenye itatengenezea watoto wetu future, sio kudestroy future ya watoto wetu. So for now, mimi ningependa kuachia hapo, na tuko pamoja, tutaendelea mpaka mwisho. So God bless you, we are together.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwin. We appreciate that, and we thank God for the opportunity we have to participate into the shaping the future of this country and ensuring that bad leaders don't get a chance to get into leadership position. That is our duty, and we will do it to the last drop of our blood, regardless of what comes along. Probably if I will say something about Mount Kenya, I will use the illustration. I think somebody noted this earlier on. Ukikutana na binti fulani mkapendana, alafu akakujulisha kwa ndugu zake na dada zake, na wewe vile umeblona yeye, ukaamua kupeleka ndugu zake, ukawanywesha vizuri, ukawanunulia masuti, ukawapeleka outing, take them to the trips around the world. Lakini ikifika siku ya kuoa, ukienda kuchukua msichana, hautakutana ndugu zake, hautakutana na dada zake, unakutana na wazee. Makosa ya William Ruto, alienda Mount Kenya, akapenda Mount Kenya. Yeye badala aongee na wazee, akachukua Ndindi Nyoro, Ichungwa na Kashagwa. Wakaenda wakakunywa, wakapembelezana miaka 4. Sasa siku ya kuchukua msichana imefika. Wenye msichana si ndugu ya msichana, wenye msichana ni wazee. Wazee wasema kuja tuongee. Sasa yeye alitusi wazee, akadharau wazee. Sasa msichana nani atampatia? Ndugu ya msichana hawezi kupatia, lazima kuwe na wazee. So hiyo hesabu ni William Ruto alipoteza mwenyewe, ni kwa kutotilia maanani. Mama Selina hiyo ametuambia kila mara, yeye alisahau kusikiliza wazee. Wazee wangemwambia ukitaka Mount Kenya unaenda hivi. Naona vile baba wako wana haraka. Yeye amekimbia huko 2018, 2019, 2020, ako huko kila mara kwa makanisa nini, ananywesha ndugu zake, anawanunulia nguo, ananunulia suti kila mara. So all the brothers and the sisters are rejoicing, they have a good son-in-law. But siku ya kuchukua msichana ndio yeye imefika. Ndugu zote wamechana mbuka, wamepotea. Lazima ukutane na wazee face to face. Utawaambia nini? Hiyo ndio shida ya William Ruto. Na kama hata rudi nyuma, I recognize kwamba we are in an African setting and our traditions affect us at all levels, including national leadership. Unataka kuiba msichana wenyewe uende naye bure tu hivyo kwa sababu ulikuja kujenga makanisa? Haiendi hivyo. hata kanisani sisi hatufungishi ndoa kama wewe hujatuletea barua ya wazee kusema wazee wamekubali. Hamwezi kuja kusema tumepandana tu sisi namna hiyo na sisi tunatosha. Hapana, baraka za wazee ni muhimu. So tunakwambia baba amesemaje? Baba ya msichana amesemaje? Mlienda kuona nini? Mndoko na witness, tupatie barua ya kusema kwamba ulipewa msichana. So William Ruto alienda mlimani kuiba mlima umekataa kuibwa. So mambo ni kama hayo, but all in all thank you very much. Naomba simulete our own sister Eliza. Vipi Eliza, are you able to get us?
Mambo
Salama, namna gani?
habari ya saizi? Poa sana. Watoto wa paneli za habari zenu?
Tuko fit, karibu.
Okay, mimi nashukuru Mungu niko salama kwa siku ya leo. Nimekaa sana bila kuingia hapo, network imekuwa ikinisumbua. So wewe umekuwa ukiongea unasema msichana. Mama Selina alikuwa akisema baba mkate. Wewe unaenda kwa nyumba wenyewe unafikiria mzee hiyo nyumba ya yuko. Sasa unapeleka mkate. Sasa mwenye nyumba amerudi. Sasa Ruto alikuwa anapeleka mkate akifikiria yeye ndio ameshikilia nyumba, lakini hakuna, mwenye nyumba amerudi. So maneno ya Ruto wacha mimi niliwaambia juzi asikambenie upresident. Ruto yeye akambenie ma MP, MCA, women rep na governor. Story ya president awachane naye, hiyo kazi ishaisha. Imagine nyinyi mmekuwa mkisema Wajakoya atakuwa namba 2. Imagine Wajakoya atakuwa namba 2, Ruto atakuwa namba 3, because kati ya Wajakoya na Ruto hakuna mtu ashaienda kwa ballot akajua yeye ako na kura kiasi hii. Raila yeye ashaenda kwa ballot anajua anafikishanga hii. Sasa hii anataka tu kutop up. So Ruto anapambana na Wajakoya na ule mwingine mwenye simjui. So kwa mjadala ya leo mimi nimeonelea Ruto wakitembea Mombasa wakifanya kampeni zao, wako na uongo mingi. Kazi yao ni kusimama kwa jukwaa na kuanza kublame watu wengine. They don't even talk about their manifesto. Hata tu vitu yenye wanaongea si vitu ambaye inafurahisha. So kama Chijopefu anasimama na karatasi anaanza sema amepata evidence amepata evidence. So hii evidence amepata evidence wapi? Unaenda kugoogle vitu alafu unakuja kusema umepata evidence ya choo na Uhuru na sijui na nani. Hiyo ndio kazi yao, wanaenda kufanya kampeni Mombasa. Hawausi sera zao, hawaambii watu tukishika uongozi tutafanya hii, hawaambii watu nini. Hao ni kukejeli tu watu na kublame watu. Hiyo ndio agenda yao. So hata siku hizi mimi sipendangi kuona hiyo kampeni zao. Nikiona tu wakianza kuongea maneno ya mtu mimi natoka because they don't talk anything yenye inasaidia. Every day huyo mzee wa kitandawili na Martha Karua au ni watu wa kutushinda na tayari wameshawashinda, hata waoni. They are confused, wako na stress. Let Ruto kampenia MCA akampenia, asijikampenie yeye upresident asahau. Hiyo ni kitu yenye mimi nimesema. Kozi hata huko Eldoret kimeshindikana. Eldoret Independent ndio wanawaka moto huko, ameshindikana na huko yeye anaona tu wako sawa So yeye awachana na maneno ya Azimio. Azimio walishatoa manifesto yao tayari, wanatangaza manifesto yao vile itakuwa. Hao hawajatoa manifesto yao hatujui ni nini. Sijui manifesto yao itakuwa ni kitu msee wa kitendawili, ama sijui itakuwa ni maneno ya Wakalenjini, vijana mwache kuiba ng'ombe. Hiyo sasa ndio agenda yao, ama ni kitu gani iko kwa manifesto? Because nimeona kilipu ingine Gachagua akiongea story ya nyinyi wa vijana wa Kalenjini mwache kuiba ng'ombe. Sasa hiyo anaharibu kura za Ruto kabisa, hata kabisa. Hiyo ni maneno gani mtu anaenda kusema? Wewe ndio unatakana ukuwe deputy, unaenda kuongea vitu ya nyinyi wacheni kuiba mang'ombe za watu. Hiyo ndio kitu unaweza kuenda kuongea. Hao watu mimi nimechoka na hao, sitaki kusikia hata story zao nowadays. Mimi tu ninafuatilianga story za baba Azimio. Mambo iko sawa. Azimio wanaendelea kufanya consensus yao, wamalize, watoe mtu mmoja, tuongoje tarehe 9 asubuhi. Saa kama saa hii tuko tunaanza kuhesabu hapa kwa Mtembei, tukiangalia baba amefikia wapi. I think ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay. Asante Liza kwa uchambuzi wako, tunashukuru, na kila mmoja amakinike, lakini
Bernard unanisikia?
siasa ya kulaumiana sioni. Yeah. Thank you very much Liza for that contribution. We look forward to interacting further. There seems to have some technical hiccups, but I think we are managing. Where is this? Edwin, your mic is the one that is on. You should not. When you're on the screen, please keep your mic off until it's your turn to speak, because it creates feedback and creates noise. Especially the people who have their earphones. It's very irritating. So please, let's safeguard everybody. We don't want anybody to develop issues by being part of this. If you have something you want to add or you want to interject, you lift your hand. I will pick on you and then you submit. You don't unmute and begin to shout or call my name. That way itakuwa shida. Utapelekwa, kuna section hapa tunaita quarantine. Huko ukiwa hata ukishout hakuna mtu anasikia. Nurses huko wasikiangi watu. So it's good to guard yourself on the same. And thank you, those of you on the comment section. Please, let's ensure that we keep it clean. Let's respect one another. We are not against the UDI ideologies. We only want them substantiated. If you want to give us whatever you want to give us, you're free to do that, but substantiate it and tell us how it is helping Kenya and how it will make Kenya better. But telling us how Raila is bad, you are not the one introducing us to Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga has been the pivot of Kenyan politics for as long as I've been alive. You cannot come and tell us how bad he is when we know how good he is. Just tell us how good you are compared to him. Unakuja unatuambia hapa utaki historia. Historia inawarudisha nyuma. Sisi tubonge maneno ya kuendelea mbele. Kuanzia sasa kuendelea mbele. Kwa nini? Hata ukiendesha gari, there is a reason why there is a windscreen and there is side mirror. Side mirror inakuonyesha kule unatoka, unafuatwa na nini kinachokufuata. So kama historia ulifanya madhambi zinakufuata, lazima tuangalie kwa side mirror, hata kama tumeangalia kwa windscreen. It is that important. So let's not, get into the aspect of, instead of building our political ideology, we begin to look for excuses. Excuses are the crutches for the non-committed. Any person who is not willing to shoulder the 15 million Kenyans on his shoulder, on his heart, on his mind, is not fit to be the president of this country. If all you are caught up with is you promised yourself, you had set goals that by 2022 you will be president. We are not interested in that. We are interested in who can carry Kenya to the next level, who is concerned about the Kenyans who are going to bed without food, not the one who is telling us who is causing the cost of living to go high. We don't want an explanation of the problem. We want a solution to the problem. And that solution is only available with a person willing to take responsibility. Yule anaamua anachukua jembe, ataenda kulima shamba, apande mbegu, tuvute mahindi ambayo itatosha kulisha kila Mkenya. Huyo ndiye anafaa. Lakini yule anasema, oh, hiyo jembe ni mbaya, huyo mkulima ni mbaya, hizo mbegu ni mbaya, serikali ni mbaya, kila kitu ni mbaya. We already know that, we are feeling that, we are living in that. We want a way out. And that is what Kenya Kwanza and team are failing to do. Sasa badala watupatie manifesto, anasema hiyo ingine ni mbaya. Tunangoja 30th. Walisema ni 30th, eh? So we are waiting on 30th to see what Kenya Kwanza will offer us, or UDA will offer us as a manifesto. But it will not be anything new. I think it will be what was at Kasarani. I think it was, yes, at Kasarani, state capture, all that, corruption, witch hunting, that is the much we can expect from that end. So tumsikilize Eric, alafu tusonge mbele. Bwana Eric, vipi? Unmute, your mic is beside your name on the screen. You just unmute once, yes.
Nashukuru. Ayopu mko salama. Najua mnaendelea vizuri.
Tuko poa.
Tunaendelea kuchapa kazi hapa si tunaendelea kuchapa kazi hapa Mount Kenya. Mimi niko Embakasi East. Kwa babu tunachapa kazi kabisa. Na sisi tunajua hii mlima baba alikuwa anaambiwa hata panda, akona tinka saa hii. Nimesikia Benandi ukisema jamaa alienda mlima kutafuta mchichano wa mlima. Na unajua huko kuna Wameru, Wakikuyu, tuko na Kimira. Mchichana akona wazee. Sasa ukienda huko kwa vichorochoro uone vijana huko wanulia pombe, siku ya kupewa mchichana hawatakuwa. Na huyo mchichana anawindwa na watu wengi. Sasa the one who will use the right channel ndiye atapata mchichana. Na Raila alikuja akaona wazee wenye mlima, wenye wanatusaidia huku mlima. Ukiangalia wale watu walikuwa naitwa Mikola, the Mount Kenya Foundation, hakuna mtu Kenya hii hajui ile kazi kina Mongo wanafanya, kina Mwangi wanafanya, Equity Foundation. Ruto mwenyewe ukiangalia kwa vilingi yake hakuwezi kota mtu mmoja anashomeshwa free secondary education. Na hao watu kina Equity, hao watu ndio waliitwa wakora. Sasa ile kitu iko saa hii, Ruto anapaswa ang'ang'ane kutafuta MPs, at least aweke strong opposition kwa serikali ya baba. Ndio mambo ya presidency nayo hiyo nayo hawezi pata. Unasikia saa hii Raila ana target 15 million strong. Ruto hata hajawahi pigwa kura na mtu mmoja at win one time. Na tunajua kuna wakati alikuwa amejituma wakati wa katiba akiwa peke yake akipingana na baba. Aliona ile, I think alijipima akaona how much he can go far, how far he can go. Kwa hivyo kwa saa hii ndio sasa kamewaka moto. Unaona hata ni kama hata ameama huko Mount Kenya. Saa hii anatuma huko Gachagua. Jana Gachagua alikuwa Kieni. Alikuwa anafeli watu huko. Anafeli watu huko na malori. Ili wasionekane. Alikuwa anafikiria kama fringe atatumia watu atatumia mabashi ya shule. Akatafuta hizi malori hizi FLR. Hizi zimefunikwa. Watu wanafungiwa huko kama mangunia. Inaenda inawekwa kwa kichaka, wanandilopiwa, wanaenda kwa mkutano. Lakini wajui sasa. Watu siku hizi huwezi jificha mahali. Sasa wale kule wenye sasa wameanza kuita kwenye wale watu wanawasupport wanaanza kuwaita waizi wa ng'ombe mifugo. Yenye huyo nani anasema. Sasa huyo mtu sasa tumemalizana naye kabisa. Ataona moto, atajua Uhuru ilikuwa ni simba ni simba imenyeshewa. Si ati ilikuwa ni paka. Acha tungoje. Ndio nimeingia saa hii, acha nisikie vile mnasema nisikie agenda yenye mko nayo. Nitacontribute tena baadaye.
Okay, asante bwana Mwiti, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Simba amenyeshewa, usidhani ni paka. Kuna picha moja ilitumiwa na mtu fulani. Simba imelala alafu babuni, okay, ama mangi inaenda kuichapa. Hivi kasema this is how Kenyans look when they have been listening to motivational speakers. You hear motivational speakers and you think you can do anything.
Siasa inatengenezwa
Mount Kenya.
Sasa inatengenezwa Mount Kenya. Na iko wenyewe experience. Sio wao wamekuja juzi. Mtu amekula mshahara ya MP miaka 5 anafikiria yeye. Anajua kitu hakuna. Ati njoo alikuwa anapewa tu contract kutengeneza tumita hapo, kafikiria yeye atafika. Kina Ndidinyoro na Kimani Ichung'wah ndio alipewa tu contract na Ruto kutengeneza tumita za Kenya Power fake, na tutenda hapo, akafikiria sasa wamefika, wakamwata kusabotage Uhuru. Uhuru, nakumbuka Uhuru akiwa mkutano wa Wakolino last year alisema atawachomoa kwenye wako, na sasa hata nyinyi mnaona haya. Hebu nisikize mnasema hata nyinyi nipate rais.
Sawa, tunashukuru bwana Mwiti. Let's move forward. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi there's something I need to do here. Anaitwa nani huyo? Ulikuwa bana Mohamed, you are, if you hide behind the curtain, we will not add you to the screen. That is our standing order, because we want to have quality video for our viewers who come to watch the show when it is over. So please, let's all adhere to that. If you must not appear on camera, then you contribute on the comment sections. That is as good as also debating here. Just give your views so that we are all flowing in the same direction. I want also to appreciate the viewers who keep on inviting.
Bernard, Mohammed has to come. He's a nomad. He's a nomad. He has to come. He's a nomad. Mwambie aoneshe sura.
Okay. Yes, I want him to show his face before we add him. Ni kama ameenda kusafisha kamera narudi. Kwa hivyo yuko hapa. Saleh, kama unanisikiza tafadhali put on your camera. It is important for the quality of the broadcast. We are no longer admitting people who are hiding behind the curtains. Please do, let's do that on a serious note. And then I want to appreciate those of you who are inviting more people to join into the viewing of the broadcast. Please, let's keep up, keep sharing in all your WhatsApp groups. Share the link with your Facebook friends. Invite individuals, invite groups, invite families, invite diaspora, invite local. Let everybody be in this, and then we all, do what is required to ensure that Kenya moves forward on right information, not propaganda. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Christine tukisonga mbele. Christine, vipi leo?
Hi everyone.
Hello to you. How are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you so much, Bernard. It's been a while. We are busy. But I always do listen to you while I'm driving around. And just to show that you're doing a good job today, I managed to subscribe to monthly support the program. I was paying attention yesterday when Selena was saying that we need to support the program so that on election day, we get all the juicy information happening in all polling stations. So I know us over here, we are very busy, but if you include me in your list of contribution, as I always say, I'm always willing and ready to support. You are doing a good job. I get to learn a lot from your program, whether I'm in the studio or not. I still get to learn a lot, no politics. And that is commendable. Keep it up. So today I don't have much to say, but I was impressed. Something I want to say, I was impressed with the Coast people for not attending Ruto's rally yesterday. We've all witnessed what has been happening to Raila in those sides of North. Is it Northeastern? So I think if we all follow the trend of the Coast people, we don't need to go to rallies, start yelling, shouting people down, throwing stones. It was just commendable. That was so good. I was very happy about that. And I think maybe it's majority of Coast people have realized that Ruto is one person who double speaks. You don't know what he'll wake up with tomorrow. He says one thing today, he says a different thing the next day. He was promising to buy them land, forgetting that currently he's earning money, salary that is not working for, and it's good money. He has never even offered to buy one or two people land. And I was wondering why, as Kenyans, Ruto has to buy us land, yet that is our country, all we need are just resources. We need to work and we can get things for ourselves. First of all, we need him to fulfill the promise of laptop to our children that has not been fulfilled up to now. A lot of promises that they made, and right now he has not fulfilled them. 1 minute he will talk about the country borrowing loan, not using them. The next minute saying that all the money that we borrow are well accounted for. And we can see the first time he was running the government, he was running Uhuru's government, nothing was done. It was scandal after scandal, scandal after scandal. But right now that Uhuru made handshake with Baba, to be honest, if we just speak from what is happening, we've seen roads, we've seen there's a dam in those sides of Central. Personally, I witnessed tons of roads being made when I came, and I was going all the way to Nanyuki, Chakarant. The roads, like Uhuru has really done a lot to the Kikuyu people, as much as they were saying that Gachagua at some point mentioned that all the projects are going to Luo Nyanza. But I think the Kikuyus that do insult Uhuru, should just see what they have that other people don't have. And I'm very glad that all those that have been insulting Uhuru, calling him names, it seems like they'll all be going home during this electioneering period. Like Moses Kuri, I'm not seeing him coming back. In Nakuru, things are not good with Mujiri Wambugu. Yeah, so that is great, and it's commendable job. Finally, what did I want to say? Finally, I was glad about the Chebukati saying that we'll all have biometric and the register at the same time, simply because not all people, things have been happening in IBC that nobody understands. You remember Ruto quoting that most of his stronghold, people have been removed from the register. But I want to just say that for Ruto, it's very wrong for him to incite people by saying that in his stronghold, because Ruto has never been a president. He doesn't know how much votes he even have in Rift Valley. Having lived in Rift Valley, which is a tea plucking zone, I think that when they talk about Rift Valley, they only mention about the Kalenjin, but they are forgetting the Luos that pluck tea, the Luyas that pluck tea, the Kisis that pluck tea. And because all the time we've been complaining about election not being fair, credible, and verifiable, I'm sure on 9th or on 10th, when we get those results, even from Rift Valley, it will be a shocker to even Ruto himself. So for now, I don't have much to say. Keep it up, guys. I want to listen from what the other people are saying too. Thank you.
Adika, Rift Valley is not in Kenya. You need a passport to come to Rift Valley.
But I stayed in Rift Valley. I know Rift Valley is in Kenya.
No, you need a passport. I think Luyas and Luos needed a passport to come to Rift Valley. You're ni mali ya Ruto peke yake and Ruto alone.
Okay, I didn't know that today. I didn't know. Thank you for the information.
Okay, asante Christine. Wachana na keep ndio chairman wa kukata miti kuhakikisha mtoto wetu hata jinyonga tarehe 10. Kwa hivyo na nafanya kazi nzuri sana, na naomba tumsupport kuhakikisha kwamba miti yote imekatwa na ingine imepandwa, ili baada ya miaka 50 hivi kijana atakuwa amekuwa sasa amekomaa, tunaweza mfanya rais after like 50 years, but was that now he has a lot of growing to do, and we need to encourage him to grow and mature. I want us to move faster. Kuna huyu Jilo Koshe amekaa gizani, sielewi kwa nini, mpaka naulizwa huko kwa comments na Father Darius. Iko nini? Stima ya last mile ikufika kwenu? Tumejenga barabara, tumeweka stima, haijafika huko? Jilo, upo haupo? Okay, when you resurface you will know. Thank you very much. Now naomba tusonge mbele, tumsikilize Kip kwanza, alafu tuendelee. We are trying hard to kuna mtu anaitisha video ya Martha Karua na baba kwa with Diaspora. Hiyo sina, so kama uko nayo unilete.
Haya, tunaendelea kukata miti na Madam Adika, nyinyi hamkubalishi kukuja Rift Valley unless you're coming to work according to Ruto. You're foreigners. I will want to say something. Even hata hiyo Trans Nzoia ni yetu, hiyo sio Waluya. We own Rift Valley. Anyway, jokes aside, what Rigathi Gachagua is saying is actually true. Cattle rustling is a serious thing, and it always happens during election time. Anytime there's an election, inatumianga na politicians to to either get some campaign money or to get some support. This is also a multi-million Kenya shilling business, actually. Easy kitu hivi. Like a single dairy cow is about, on the low spectrum, is about 160,000 shillings. We're talking about a fully grown cow, between 160 and 190. Now think about a village having about 200 cows or 100 cows. So we're talking about 18 million Kenya shillings for just 100 cows. So utanisaidia hapo MVV if you disagree with me. Cattle wrestling is something that you'd find that it's also a mafia thing. It's kind of a mafia thing that is also being used for, say, by some businessmen to ask the youth to steal this cattle for them, and then, you know, sell them at a lower price. And then, you know, it's a big business. Like I've just told you the cost of cows. I mean, I haven't been in Kenya for a long time, but you can see that one cow is not cheap, you know, it's not very cheap. So for me, the question is, hata kama hii watoto wetu wanafanya hivi, and it's not only the Kalenjin community, several communities in Rift Valley and some of Northeastern, because watu wafugaji wanakuanga hivi. If it's a big problem, him as a former DO, DC, whatever he was, why is he talking? He's just similar like his boss. Why is he talking on the podium about these issues? Why didn't he deal with it? Or didn't he come up with solutions about this problem that we've been having in Kenya? Why is he coming here to tell us on the podium? Why didn't he have solutions back in the day? He's been a DO, I don't know how many years. Hii ndio mambo angekaa na provincial commissioner wake wa discuss on how we're going to solve these issues. I've never heard about a solution about this. Mkiniambia mambo ya drone, that's a big joke. You're going to be flying drones for the rest of your life to show cattle rustling. Kenya is big. It's 800 by 800 kilometers, square kilometers. Are you going to drive drones across it? And Rift Valley is the largest province. So mimi nasema huyu mtu anaweza kuja aseme hivyo, and also to castigate a whole community like that. We know we have those problems, but how are you going to talk to our youth like that? And shame on you, Rigathi. But anyway, keep giving this guy the microphone. He can utter stupidity like that and say it at a sensitive time as elections right now. You know, Ruto does not talk to the Kalenjin community because he knows he has us on his back. But then hata kama Rigathi anakuja kualienate, he's coming to alienate our community. He needs to keep doing that, and I think he needs to say more things about the Kalenjins. I'm enjoying that. Mpatie mtu microphone, aendelee kuongea, aendelee kutuambia how he thinks about the Kalenjins. He already abused the Kikuyus in Molo. It's a beautiful thing when this guy holds the microphone. Kama injo mambo anaweza kusema, it's fine. We know we have problems. There are problems in every single county and each community. But you don't come and separate us like that and kutuanika hivyo. It's a shame. We know we have problems, but why would you say it like that? And why would you say that about our youth? Honestly speaking, it's not their fault. Wametumwa. See hao ndio wanafanya hivyo, and some of it is revenge, you know. So that's why I've not mentioned the other communities. You've noticed that. I've not said any other community. But there are other communities that are in this practice in Kenya. So Rigathi, endelea kupatiwa microphone. Mimi nitafurahi sana, na mimi bado nitakata hiyo miti. Hata inaonekana nimeambiwa nikuje Central kukata hizo mamiti, kwa sababu inaonekana hata huyu Rigathi atajinyonga. Huyu mtu wa kuiba sijui 12 billion Kenya shillings. Yani, you're voting for somebody who stole 12 billion from your hands, and you're talking of starvation in Kenya. Food basket of Africa. We cannot feed our own people marsabit. It's so embarrassing. You know, I sometimes I just wonder. You see this new huyu Kingi huyu na Mutua na watu wote wenye tumewaachia nyinyi watu Kenya kuisha. Anybody who's got corruption problems ndio tunawaachia huko. Mtu wa kuiba makaburi huko Lang'ata, mwingine ameiba embassy. You know, these are your leaders in Kenya kuisha. Oh, UDA, sorry. UDA. Because Kenya kuisha is kuisha. The Sosa boy and Ruto's other wife, Mudavadi, Madividi na yeah, Bernard. Are these your leaders? Honestly speaking, and those are your representatives for Luya.
Don't associate us with people who have been rejected.
Mimi nataka kusikia mambo ya
Our
Atoli,
current
Oparanya.
bona fide Luya leaders are one, Mzee Atwoli ambaye anatuchagulianga leader, and then as at now the anointed leader and the spokesman for the Luya community is the incoming Minister for Finance. Kikapu cha pesa kitakuwa kapo Kakamega. Sisi tukitaka hela hatutaki kusumbuana. Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya.
Oparanya himself.
Yeye anaweka pesa vizuri. Alikuwa minister wa planning, so tunaweka planning na treasury pamoja ili Kenya ikiamka hakuna kulala tena. Na wewe kama mama vile amesema wezi wote wanaenda kamiti.
Na Bernard, na hiyo video yako hiyo fake yenye ulituonesha, hiyo video yako ya Malala akidance kwa Oparanya, hiyo mlifanya Photoshop, si ndio? I don't believe.
Hapana. Wewe ukienda sherehe ya watu tuna dance ile wimbo inachezwa. Kwani unaenda kuchagua wimbo?
Malala is gone, tawe. All the way. Asante sana. I'll be going in a short while. I want to hear what MVV wants to say. Asante sana, Bernard.
Hello. I hope unanisikia.
MVV, what is it?
Sorry. Unanisikia? Keep.
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Yeah, Keep alikuwa anasema bei ya ng'ombe ni very expensive, lakini unajua pale Pokot kabla hizo ng'ombe zitoke zidisappear, haziwezi kuwa hizi ng'ombe za grade, zinachukuliwa ng'ombe za kawaida. Kwa hivyo punguza hiyo bei umeweka. Yeah. Alafu the biggest
ni ngapi?
The biggest buyer ni just hiyo bei yako punguza maybe by half. Umeiweka too expensive.
Basi tuseme 90,000, si ndio? 90,000 times 100.
Sasa hiyo ni ng'ombe ya grade. Unaona? Hiyo pia bado punguza na half bana. Yeah.
Sawa.
Because ng'ombe kitembea siku 3. Itembea siku 3. Ina depend na ng'ombe, lakini tusiongee story ya ng'ombe. Mimi hata usinikate kidogo. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea kesho, kuna hii Musheru judgment yake inakuja ama final prosecution. Kwa hivyo hapa tukiongea juu ya Ruto, mimi nataka kusikia watu wengine wanafikiriaje venye sasa tunaongea Ruto. Hii kesi ikiendelea mbele, jamaa itwe ICC. Hizi elections zetu zitendaje? Naona hiyo ndio kitu sasa inanipatia wasiwasi. Yeah, only that. Siko na kitu kingine ya kuongezea. Alafu asanteni sana.
Okay, MVV, asante sana kwa swali zuri kweli, lakini mtu akitwa ICC, kitwa ICC anaitwa individually, sio inchi imeitwa. Sisi tunaendelea na programu zetu. Ukiwa na kesi, unaona vile Songo anaenda kwa bunge, sisi interfere na campaign zetu, yeye anaenda kotini kujibu maswali yake. So kama hana maswali ya kujibu Hague, ataenda. Kama hana fare, tutamchangia hapa, tuweke yeye ndani ya ndege, tusafirishe, tufikishe yeye huko. Ombea huyu ndio mnataka, chukueni. Sisi tuko na uchaguzi ya maana tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Kwa hivyo hiyo haina shida. Na yule ambaye anataka kufanya fujo kwa sababu mtu ameenda kujibu mashtaka, huyo Matiang'i tuko na yeye hapa kwa hapa. Tutadili tu na yeye. Ukweli ni kwamba kama umefanya makosa, you do them individually, you don't do them on behalf of the community. And if there is any question to answer, you go and answer it individually, the way you have been mentioned individually. So as Kenyans, let us watch out and ensure that we stick on the right side of history. We will not be able to be used again to safeguard an individual at the expense of the country. This country has suffered a lot, and we must ensure that we salvage it for us, for our children, and our children's children. Yes, Stephen.
Okay, I want to respond to what Mveve is saying.
Stephen,
Nasema, I want to respond to what to the question Mveve is bringing. You know, this situation happened in Congo. The guy Pierre Bemba, it happened the same. He was a vice president in Congo. He was arrested in Belgium. There was a sealed warrant of arrest against him. We didn't know, but he was arrested in Belgium. So, you know what Mveve is saying? It's concerning because as it is now, Gicheru is taking a plea bargain. So 50% chances are there that there is a sealed warrant of arrest against this guy. And if he's summoned to the ICC, you know, last time there was a lot of difficulties because he was in the government. But now the same government has been abusing, the same government has been castigating. It's the same government that is going to cooperate and take him there. But my question again is, what are the consequences going forward? If he goes there and he's indicted, what will happen? Because according to the IBC laws, if somebody, I don't know if when the ballot have been printed and somebody, let's say, I know about death, but I don't know about arrest or withdrawal, the election is cancelled. So I think it's a valid question that we need to come up with valid answers so that we can clear the air. Thank you.
Sorry, Stephen. I think your network refused. But I don't think the law envisages this.
Bernard, network yako ndo imekataa, yangu iko sawa. Alex, say something please. Endelea, Bernard ndo amekwama.
I don't know, huyu kijana anasema ng'ombe ni 90,000. Amai ununua ng'ombe kweli? No, I want you to be honest. No, unmute my friend.
Nimesema hivi.
Umai nunua ng'ombe?
Nimesema hizi ng'ombe za unakimbiza siku 5 uzipeleke mpaka Turkana. Ikifika Turkana ni pesa ngapi?
No, nimekuuliza umai nunua ng'ombe?
Sijanunua ng'ombe. Najua ng'ombe ikiwa kwa zizi ni maybe 80,000-90,000, lakini by the time imefika pale tunapeleka.
That is long time ago. That's long time ago. Unajua umenishtua sana kusema ati ng'ombe ya grade. Ng'ombe ya grade, my friend, ukienda CDC Kiambu, a heifer. Buddha boss. It is free. No, wait.
Huko hakuna castle rustling. Tunaambia castle rustling area.
No. You gave a blank statement that we needed to correct.
Sikiliza kwanza ndio ujibu. Sikiliza kwanza.
Okay. Sawa.
Wacha internet yako ikusikilize kwanza.
So Alex, make your point. We didn't get you clearly.
No, what I was trying to tell my brother Kua, a heifer is just small heifer that can give you less than 20 liters a day. Less than chupa is a treat-up, because we still, and that is what we were saying, the way we sell our products in Kenya is very unprofessional. Bado tunauza mahindi gorogoro, tunauza maziwa kwa treat-up, I mean, it's not a world standard. And that is why we are not even making any profit. But I will guarantee you, ng'ombe hii yenye unafikiria ya cattle rustling inapoingia katika market ya Kenya Meat Commission, lean meat that is almost Wahoo. The best cattle in the world is called Wahoo from Japan, which goes up to $270,000 US, my friend. We are sitting on mild gold. And I want you right now to Google the best beef in the world. Those are the ones that are almost like the ones that we have in Turkana, we have in Samburu, we have in these cattle rustling areas. That kind of beef in the world market. You know, when I said what I said two days ago, Makiadi ended up to go and research on it. Long haul, he realized that one cattle recently sold for $380,000 US. That is why I'm insisting, let us not belittle what we are sitting on. Hakuna njia ng'ombe ya kienyeji that is organic can go to less than $1,000. Na GMOs hapa hii ambao tunakula hapa kwa McDonald's, Burger King, they go for more than $10,000. Let us stop that fallacy. Let us equip our people to understand that somebody in Turkana, somebody in Samburu, somebody in Baragoi can take 10 cattle and become a millionaire in Kenya, build a house, waache hii mchezo wanafanya. We want to empower those people. The prices, the world prices for those cattle is way beyond what they have been lied to. The politicians are the one lying to them. But we will educate our people. One cattle cannot go for 90,000. My friend, that is a meal we sit in Villarosa Kempiski tunakula. That's a meal that we sit in Villarosa Kempiski unapewa Fingyong steak. Go look at the price of Fingyong steak in Villarosa Kempiski, 60,000. So let us re-educate our people and stop this undervaluing of products by our people so that our people become impoverished. There is no way a cow can be 90,000, my friend, in the world we are living, unless it's GMO, unless it's a goat, not a cow. Thank you.
He's talking about the Zebu cows. The Zebu is quite different from what Alex is talking about. I think I agree with Mvevi. I think what Alex is trying to say that hiyo Zebu ikichukulia outside the country, the price goes up. But then while we're doing it locally, I think Mvevi is right to underrate our cattle. That should be sold quite a lot. So naona sija kupigia kelele Mvevi because it's true. But honestly speaking, this thing is used politically, and it always happens just before elections, whether you are UDA or whether you are Azimio person. This thing always happens when elections are there, and sometimes it's even like sibling. When I say sibling rivalry, it's watu kama huko Northeastern, hiyo sasa cattle wrestling itakuwa inafanyika huko sasa, kwa sababu kutakuwa na watu wanataka kuleta vichochoro hapo around the community so that they say niliwasaidia na hii kitu. So politicians are also using this very badly. Na sisi watu wafugaji, because Kalenjins are we're both highland people, and also we're also what do you call it? We also grow cash crops. So some of our communities like the Pokot are yes Mveve.
Kwa hiyo point Alex anasema, nitaka tu aniambie tu pale amesema hivi, kama sisi Kenya unasikia mwanam ama familia inasema tuliuza ng'ombe moja, mtoto wetu akasoma kutoka form 1 mpaka form 4. Unaona, hapo tutasikiza naye. Hapa hivi watu wanauza ng'ombe moja, mtoto anaenda tu form 1, next year wanauza ng'ombe nyingine. So that is the value. Unaona, hiyo ndio market value. You can't argue with that.
No, Mfeve, that is the problem. It's a problem that
Yes.
we are undervaluing our products. What the Pokot, Turkana, and people in Baringo have, they're sitting on gold mine. That's what Alex is trying to say. Hizi vitu tunasema kienyeji, hizi zebu. When we take them to the US, they go to $10,000. That's what Alex is saying. Hii kitu tunaona hapa tunauza very slow. Tukichukua US, they don't want to see the Ganzi, the Scottish breeds. They want to see our breeds here. Alex was mentioning a very expensive restaurant. That is what they want to go eat there, because the Japanese also came with the Wagyu meat. They came with their own natural meat in a masajiwa, whatever they do to eat, in a lishongo bale na beer. But then there's also ours, which is also quite, I think it might be a delicacy to them. Kwa sababu unajua sasa, yesterday Alex talked about the kind of chicken that we have. Kuna hii wanaitanga hard chicken in the US, kwa sababu kuna hii grade yenye tunaonanga hii, I don't know, a rainbow chicken, because I learned a lot from Alex yesterday. It's a rainbow chicken that grows very fast within 4 months. Ni mzuri.
On my behalf, jana nilisikiza Alex, you can skip the point. Nilisikiza Alex jana vizuri sana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now that's what he was trying to say with the cattle. We are sitting on gold mines here. One county, one product, and that is something that Pokot could export for us. Turkana could export for us. Asante sana. Ben, nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you.
Finished my
Please
rant.
let us adhere to the standing orders. You don't speak without obtaining permission from the chair or the person moderating. It's that important. Thank you. For the conversation to make sense, it's not what we are imagining or what we are thinking. It has to be literally spoken, communicated. So Mveve is what you have in the mind, the viewer don't have it. So when you're conversing and say you had it yesterday, and there is somebody viewing this show who was not here yesterday. So we have kept that information from that person and we are referring to the same. So we are creating confusion other than making conversation that is helping every Kenyan understand what's happening. So let us understand that the conversation is not just between the two of you. It's the two of you plus the 600 people who are viewing right now. And some of them are viewing this show for the first becomes more appealing, and not just that way. There is, I think, some attacks on my internet right now. My VPN keeps shifting, so that's why I'm on and off. So Stephen Kangari hapo, kama natupwa nje basi utaendelea na kuchea mpaka to settle down. Bwana Wangira, iko nini?
Thank you, Bernard. I listen to my thank you, Bernard. At times I listen to my brother Alex, and I wonder whether he lives in some illusions. And the reason why I say that he lives in some illusions, I tend to agree with my brother Bebe here, because my mother in the village keeps some cows, and I know how much a cow, for example, in Busia goes at. Goes at it does not go at more than 30,000 shillings a cow. So if he's talking of 300,000 shillings a cow, I don't know. If he's talking about 300,000 shillings a cow, I don't know in which world he lives. Because me, I live in Africa, I live in Kenya, and I know what a cow, this ng'ombe ya Mwafrika in Kenya here costs. Not more than 30,000 shillings. And that's the reality.
Okay, Bwana Wangira. what you're saying is true, okay? The only thing that you are not getting is talking about the international market for the kind of animals we are selling at a throwaway price. So compared to the international market, and probably the reason behind cattle rustling right now, it could be these people have gotten an international market where they get these animals, then they are able to sell them at that exorbitant price, okay? Get them for free, or rather buy them from the boys who have stolen them at a throwaway price, that 30,000, 30,000, 30,000, then they are able to sell it at 300,000 on the international market. So that makes the business lucrative at the disadvantage of the people who are rearing that animal. Because before the calf grows into a mature animal, it takes years, okay? And the farmer has worked hard, walked around with the animals trying to grow them. Then somebody steals, and then the people who have stolen sell it at a throwaway price of 30,000. But the person buying, okay, he takes it to the international market, it makes him a billionaire within that short span. So like if you have 1,000 of those animals, then you sell them each at 300,000. How much is that? Wangira, you are the minister for mathematics.
You know, I see a lot of assumptions, and you know, I don't want to work with assumptions here, because all that I see here is assumptions.
What do you mean assumption, Bwana Wangira? We're just talking about, okay, I cannot confirm that the international market is 300,000, but from the information that he has given, that's all I'm analyzing. If that animal costs 300,000 on the international market, the shrewd business people who want to trade in that will fall for that market. Yes, Stephen.
Okay, I want to say this. I had a friend who used to do the cow business, and this guy was taking the cows to Mauritius, and it's true. The cows were going to 240,000 to 300,000 when they are exported to Mauritius. But bear in mind, there's the cost of transportation and all that logistics. It happens. I'm witness to that, and I've experienced it. So it's true. Sometimes international, like Mauritius, a cow that can go that can cost 80,000 in Kenya can go at 200 and in Mauritius. That is information that I know. I am privy to that.
Okay, Not Nice says, can't you tell us the cost of exporting a cow for international market? By the time the costs come in, you won't be making any profit. I don't think so. If you bought it at 30,000 or 15,000, especially the people who have stolen it, they will want to get rid of it as fast as possible. So they will sell it at a throwaway price. And then the transportation of cows from one location to another, it will not cost more than 100K, in my opinion. That is now on the higher side. So even if you bought it at you bought it at 30K, transported it at 100K, okay, you're selling it at 300K, you're still making 100K. That's more than more. That's still good money to make. But as Wangira puts it, is an assumption until it is proven otherwise. But all in all, let's not turn this one into cattle wrestling and cattle whatever buying and selling issue. All in all is that our resources, when they are put to good use, the economy will recover within a short time. That's the takeaway that I would want us to have. That if we put our resources to good use, get for them good market, our economy will recover within the shortest time possible. The only problem we have is sabotaging the economy by funny by shrewd business people who want to take advantage of the country. Okay, like somebody who gets that kind of market, instead of giving it to the government or giving it to the farmers, he keeps it for himself. He exploits the farmers and makes the money for himself. That is bad news. So let us be patriot enough to see to it that we safeguard the country. If the country is safe, every Kenyan is safe. But if only one person is profiting from the sweat of the rest of Kenyans, that is a big mess that will keep this country lame for life. So if there is that kind of market, let the Ministry of Trade and International Relations make sure that the farmers in Marsabit, the farmers in West Pokot, the farmers in Baringo get access to that kind of market, so that we will be able to recover from what we are suffering from. Because hao watu wanatoka na ng'ombe wanazunguka msimu wa kiangazi, wanazunguka nazo. We went to Kajiado the other day for a wedding, and the wedding was full of mamas and children. Tuweza wababa walienda wapi? Sasa walienda na ng'ombe, na wakienda hivyo wanarudi lini? Ambia after 6 months. Okay, so the young men and the fathers have left home states. They have gone to look after their cattle until the rains come back, is when you will see them back home. Now, after all that, somebody wants to come and buy your cow at a throwaway price. It is about time we placed value on what we have and be able to use it for right purposes. Let the farmer who is waiting to do his crops and to do his animals be able to enjoy the sweat, the labor, his labor, not for somebody else to come in between, take the products and give the farmer peanut. At the end of the day, the country suffers because the tax that will come from this is not equivalent to the tax that will come from that international market. Thank you very much. Veve, ulikuwa unasemaje? Naomba tusoge kwa Bernard kama
sina point.
Okay.
Endelea kusikiza mjadala.
Okay, asante sana. Mohammed Ege said that Makede researched to confirm the world price. So this has already been confirmed. It's not an assumption like Wajir is putting it. It is the international market price. So what we need is to safeguard our animals, put them on the right market, let the farmers enjoy the fruit of their labor, tutoe our middlemen. Okay, na Kenya Meat Commission pia inunue ng'ombe zetu kwa bei poa. Isiseme sisi ni local buyers, we will buy at local price. Let them also upgrade. Kama ng'ombe inauzwa 300,000 on the international market, na unataka kununua na 30k, alafu unasema unajenga Kenya. Hiyo sio kujenga Kenya, ni kubomoa Kenya.
Bernard, ujaona currency hapo? Hebu angalia currency kwa hiyo picha. Si Kenya shillings wewe.
Where did I see it? Where's the picture?
Nimekutumia sahi.
You're inviting me to say picture I can't see. Where is it?
I've sent it to you. Nimekutumia kwa WhatsApp.
Okay, I'll get it. Okay, I'll get it and then
380,000 US dollars.
Holy Ghost fire.
What we have as long
okay. One moment. It will soon be here. Okay, let me just bring it. One moment, it will soon be here. Okay, here we go. Mambo ni kama haya. Tushafika.
It is.
If you can zoom or enlarge your screen, you'll be able to see that. It's 300. Oh my God.
380,000.
Yes. Longhorn. 380,000 US dollars. Okay, you can now multiply that by 100 bob. then you can tell us that Kenya is poor. Kenya is not poor.
At 38 million Kenya shillings, 38 million, over 38 million Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
You tell me now, Mr. Wangira, uko na ng'ombe ngapi kwa compound yako? Tukuje cattle wrestling leo usiku.
You know, I need to understand that pricing better.
It is international market. So kuna mtu anatucheza. Na lazima hizi vitu zitoke in public domain so that everybody understands that we are not.
So nikiingia kwa hoteli kukula kipande cha nyama cha hiyo ng'ombe ni pesa ngapi huko?
Si ndio unaambiwa Kempiski is 60k.
Hebu ingiza Alex anangoja kwa background atuambie. Alex is in the back.
Okay. Alex is here.
Let's explain your base.
Bernard.
Yes.
You know, we need to understand how the meat market. It looks like I'm saying things in the preempting that people understand how the meat market works. And first of all, I want to give a clear warning to Wangira not to speak on things that are beyond his pay grade. Because there are some things we may think we know, yet we are being taken advantage of just because we do not understand how lucrative these things are in the world market. And I'll be very precise with you. Wangira, wakati, if you go somewhere here called Amarillo, Texas, where is the biggest butcher in the world, you know, Texas is a ranch area. That's why, you know, people think that the cowboys and the cowgirls is all about country music. It's not about that. It is about cattle, real cattle. These are people who have cattle and cattle ranches. When you travel on Highway 35, going through a place called Kansas City, on your right and your left, you go 200 miles, somebody has cattle only. It is only in Kenya whereby a farmer is not appreciated. A farmer is totally not appreciated. You hear people say, when you want to grow up in other countries, what do you want to be? I want to be a farmer. But in Kenya, if you are a farmer, you're not appreciated. Now, when it comes to the world market for meat, Mr. Wangira, it is done professionally, not in the way that we do it in Kenya. Ng'ombe inapokatwa, huwezi peleka ng'ombe mzima, steak mzima unaiweka hapo na you hang it. No, that is not how they do it in the, to add value on it, you must take the chuck roast kando. You take the brisket on the other side. You take the rump on the other side. You take the flukes from the other side. There is the tender sirloins. There is the New York sirloins. There is the ribeye steak. There is also the T-bone steak. There is the New York strip. There is the fignon steak. You must categorize it. And when you take one cow that has been slaughtered, and you take those parts different, and you do the cut. You know, recently, you don't even see it. Recently, Ruto is not a fool, as you said. Ruto ametoka Kenya, akaenda Dubai, kuona mtu vile anakata nyama. Na tukachekea yeye. We did not understand that the guy is looking at the meat market from Baragoi. That's what they are doing. The biggest meat beneficiary are those. And ask yourself, why are politicians involved in those things all the time in cattle wrestling? Why? Why was Ruto just to go sit there in Dubai and see somebody take a knife and cut meat? Is he that foolish? Did he not have anything to do? It's because how the world market for meat works is not how we have been trained in our mind. So when you start comparing your grandmother here and me, no, what we are saying is simply that your grandmother is being taken advantage. We can no longer keep quiet. We will not keep quiet because it is not right that a cow, of course, Veve was right. At some point, utapata mtu anadanganywa, anauza ng'ombe iko even 1,000 kgs for 40,000. That is not right. It should not be, because akifikisha Kenya Meat Commission, remember we were slaughtering after 3-4 days. We have that heaven, Choma heaven, Kenya Meat Commission. That's how we call it. By the way, it has upgraded. I've been there now. I've been there, and I'll tell you that they are now going for 1,000 slaughters in a day. They were going 2-3 days without slaughtering. Why are they going for 1,000 slaughters in a day? Because there is market. Now they are targeting 5,000 slaughters in a day. Wangira, if you go back, when we used to have these military shops, some of us were beneficiaries, and I think maybe you said your father was a police person. Maybe you are a beneficiary. This half course. Kitambo, we used to go there and buy very cheap miced meat for military, which was really, really sweet. And Kenya was #1 seller for military meat all over the world. Do you know that, Wangira? We used to be #1. If you are old enough like me, you will know that we were #1 military meat seller in the world. Even Argentina could not compete with us. Go see today Argentina, the ranches that they have. Argentina literally feeds Britain and United Kingdom because of the ranches they have. What we are saying is that we have a problem with cattle rustling. Before we can promise that we can give those people education, before we can promise that we can give these people the 6,000, they are already sitting on a mild gold. And what we are saying is this: the government should not take advantage of these people. If sure somebody has like 5,000 cows or 200, before the farmer in season comes, we must go buy and take that stock half or 3/4, put it in the fridges and in the freezers, buy it, sell it to the world market, instead of us leaving it. Ng'ombe zinakufa, watu wanaanza kuuza ng'ombe at a price of nothing. Wangira, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am only upgrading my mind to the world standard. We have let the politicians play with us. It is too much. It can't be done any longer. Your grandmother is not going to be lied to. Veva is not going to be lied to. I am not going to be lied to. Today, when Corona came, the only business that was making money in the world was food and toilet paper. The rest was subsidized by the government. And we are saying we must do everything in our capacity to protect the indigenous beef cattle that we have that may fetch for us money that we need in that country. And the politicians know that. They've been beneficiaries, and we are educating you, Wangira, that, okay, this is what we must do. Baba government and Mama government must know that we know now, and this is what must happen. Even if it's to be given a job at Kenya Meat Commission, I will accept that job so that we can put that place right, because it is high time that our people must benefit. The most taken advantage person in Kenya today is the farmer. Unapata people are rearing kuku, wanadanganywa kuku inafanya vizuri sana. Kuku zikisha kuwa, there is no market, because these people do not have freezers and they do not have a place to take their chicken. They don't have a place to take their eggs. But we have somebody buying so many eggs from Uganda, bringing them and flooding them in Kenya. Wangira, it is because of the market problems. That is why all these issues. Why is the US having their prices? Well, their markets are right. So the same way we did to the textile industry, Today, through the export processing zone, we are having our products, textile products, being bought here in Walmart, in Walgreens, in Sam's Club, in Costco. We can negotiate a trade deal with our food. If we can export macadamia, okay, if we can export our tea, then they should trust us. Lastly, China has been banned by the World Health Organization, and they have agreed. China does not rear any birds or any pigs because of bird flu and because of swine flu. Okay? One of their greatest markets is the US. But we can make that also a market in Kenya, a poultry market. And that is why I insisted yesterday by telling Kip that chicken is a $1 billion industry. Olusegun Obasanjo has done it. They are exporting chicken to China. We must also negotiate that trade deal with China, because China is billion people, and they are not allowed because of the swine flu and the bird flu. So, Wangira, we have a potential. And that is the conversation we must have, because the conversation about politics must now start ending, because baba and mama wanachukua serikali. There is no place unless a miracle happens. The question is, what narrative should we direct so that these people can know that we voted for you and we will give you the narrative? You are not going to give us the narrative. I think that's the next conversation we must be having. Thank you very much.
Yes, Kip.
I'm gonna add on what Alex said, and Alex will agree with me. And anybody who's in the Rift Valley would notice this. Na Kikwetu, you're wrong. You know, hii boom ya avocado from California and everywhere, where Mexico, the drug lords are moving from moving coca plants to avocado trees, is because I don't know how much is in the US. Nasikia avocado ni kama $2 or something like that, just one avocado, na hapa tunauza hapa 50 bob ama 20 shillings or something even. It must be very expensive. Alafu unaona Ruto has several farms growing avocado. Why is he doing that? Then Bernard, Alex mentioned macadamia, and there's this other plant. There are two nuts, macadamia and there's the other nut. There are two nuts that are very expensive. Macadamia and almonds, yeah, macadamia and almonds, because almond milk is becoming very popular and it's killing the dairy. Yeah, and it's killing the dairy industry, actually, the almonds. Sasa unaona Ruto has been planting those things. Why is a politician taking advantage of these world inflated markets, and then he's not telling his people to do that? Why is Ruto planting avocado? Why is Ruto planting macadamia? Why is that's why akonayo nini? Because macadamia does very well in hot and on hot areas like the coastal region. That's why he took that land in Taita Taveta. So what Alex is saying is very true. The marketplace for the foods that we have in Kenya, or what we have potentially of growing, is quite lucrative for our people. So it's not that somebody is saying in the comments, do not compare Kenyan market to the US. Alex is right. We need to sell our goods there. You cannot tell Alex not to compare that. Why shouldn't we compare the goods that we have here ready for us to sell in the outside there? Asante.
Okay, thank you, Kip. With this information, I don't see why Baba is not sweating. I thought we will end up building an industry first, and then fueling it and beginning to grind the cotton before we recover. But it appears to me we already have ready products. All we need is find market for the same, and we will make enough money. Hata kabla tuanze kutumia hiyo kitu ya chagoya. kabla market ya hiyo kitu ya Wajakoya ipatikane, we have enough animals to sell and make enough money to be able to recover from where we are. The people who have been taking advantage of farmers, hao ndio wanapaswa kutangulia kamiti. Mama, weke hiyo list. Kama kuna mtu amekuja kuchukua ng'ombe kwa shilingi 15,000 na anaenda kuuza hizo mamilioni, alafu anakuja hapa kusema yeye ndo anakuja kusaidia kutatua matatizo yetu, hao watu watangulie kamiti, wafagie kwanza kabla wengine wakuje. It is important that we safeguard our resources. We cannot take this anymore. Nobody should take advantage of the ignorance of the farmers again. Let the government take care of its people. And one way of taking care of its people is protecting what we have on behalf of the people. Hatuwezi ruhusu mtu alinde ng'ombe, apambane na ng'ombe miaka mitatu, alafu unakuja kuchukua at a throwaway price only for you to go and make millions. That is not even smartness. That's wickedness, in my opinion. Alex, tafadhali, malizia tumsikize Bernard.
Yeah, wacha nimalizie. Wangira, I was surprised, and I tell you, I even took a picture of it. It is long since I saw Kimbo and Cowboy. I swear to you, it's long since I saw Kimbo and Cowboy. I was in a food store, African food store, by a Gambian guy who is a Muslim. And on one shelf, I saw written Kenyan products. There was Kimbo, there was Cowboy, there was Royco, and I was shocked that even as we have products
in Kenya here costs not more than 30,000 shillings, and that's the reality.
I'm sorry, I was listening to two things at the same time. So I was shocked. Then I asked the owner of the store, a very good, devout Muslim. I asked him, where do you get these products from? He said, no, they come from Kenya to West Africa, and we can't get them directly from Kenya because you people do not have a trade deal with the US. Can you imagine, Wangira, that Royco, Bidco group of companies, Cowboy, they export to Ghana, to Liberia, and these people, they import them to the US, then they are found on the shelves. So what we are saying is that the government must sit down and stop only negotiating about the Dadaab refugee camp. We start negotiating about military camps. When it comes to negotiation, even Kalonzo has taught us that you stick your feet to the cement and bring hardliners like Mutua and Mutula. Now that we know we have a school of hardliners, we can train our people on how to negotiate on trade deals. There is a philosophy that those who have been negotiating for our trade deals pocket a lot of money and let lose our country not to have a trade deal. Muhisa Kitui, when he was on his seat about a few years ago, was able to constantly criticize the government for being unable to get trade deals. So I think the next place that we must sit down and have an honest conversation is, okay, you want to set up industries, where is the market? So before we set up industries, we need to start negotiating on the world markets, because we cannot only depend on the domestic markets, because, you know, our domestic markets, we can't overcharge our people. As I said, you are not going to find Villa Rosa Tempiski everywhere, where the steak is about 60,000 for a Fingyon steak. No, you will find Mteremuko Hotel huko kwetu Kisii, and Mteremuko Hotel utapata steak imeandikwa kule is only 100 bob. So I mean, we need to understand that. But for us to create employment, world standard employment, where Wangira as a panelist here has a living wage. In Nairobi, you are paying your house, you are paying your tolls, you are paying for your school fees for your kids. We must have a world market that perpetuates this kind of our scales of living. So Wangira, it's not unachievable. It is achievable. Kigali has done it. So why should we shiver away from that? We must put our government into task. 2002, we failed because we did not put Kibaki into task. Liberation is coming. And while it's coming, we are more wiser than 2002. We are not just coming to the government. We are coming to the government so that it will work for once and for all, for us and our generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that settles it. Can we now listen to Bernard? Ikokonyi.
Yes. Good evening.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Okay. I'm fine. Thank you very much, Bernard. Nataka nizungumzie about this same issue yenye iko kwa floor about cattle wrestling. Bernard, that issue is a very serious issue. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu kwamba saizi Kenya tunalia matatizo mingi kuhusu maisha, ugumu wa maisha. Kenyans are complaining on the burdens of life. Kwa sababu mkulima anang'ang'ana kufanya part yake, analima, anavuna, lakini anapopata mavuno hapati soko yenye inafurahisha, yenye ina motivate mtu, inampa mtu kukuwa na matumaini ya kuendelea na kazi yake. Now this issue like hii tunazungumzia ya cattle wrestling, it is a very serious issue. You see, this thing, it is the government, the buck stops with the government. It's the government to intervene and help Kenyans to solve this issue by making sure that all wafugaji wote wa ng'ombe kama wewe ni mfugaji, the government should organize for us a good market so that tunauza ng'ombe zetu, tunaleta kwa serikali inanunua, inazipeleka kule iuze kwa bei mzuri, na pia sisi serikali imenunua kwetu kwa bei mzuri. So mimi kitu nasema haitawezekana kwa kuzungumza tu, lazima sisi kama wa Kenya sasa, we must look for a government that has that political goodwill ya when they are in power, they will ensure that such an issue is catered for. Isiwe tu ni kwamba tutazungumza na when going forward we go to another government tena tuanze kulia the way we are crying now. And that's why I'm very much happy to hear fellow Kenyans talking about this issue. And we want not just to talk, but we talk, and at least our voices should be heard somewhere, and something to be done about it in future. Hata si kwa ng'ombe peke yake, ukienda hata kwa chakula, uende kuna matunda mingi, kuna majani, kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tunatoka kwa ukulima, lakini zikienda out of our hands, kuna wachache wana benefit, na ni political class, especially wale wana benefit sana ni political class. Unapata like this issue yenye tunazungumzia ya cattle wrestling, ni kitu imekuwa Kenya tangu zamani, imekuwa ni kitu inaendelea, it is just continuous, hakuna solution. Inamaanisha kwamba kuna watu ambao wananufaika kwa hili jambo. Kuna watu wachache, not many, just a few people who are benefiting out of this. That's why we are insisting that we must push the government to help us solve this issue. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka nizungumzie ni kuhusu maneno ya okay, nimeona tumedwell sana kwa hiyo topic ya cattle wrestling. I wanted us now maybe to focus on other things also. Kuna issue ya huyu our candidates wale wako saizi kwa hii race yetu ya election. I was trying to bring a comparison between Martha Karua and Gachagua. Unajua, nikifuatilia news every day. Naona Martha Karua is receiving endorsements all over the country. Kila mahali anaenda, mara ameitwa leo, amekuwa na clergy wanampea baraka, ameitwa na wazee sehemu fulani amepewa baraka, ameitwa na kikundi ya vijana, ameitwa na professionals, ameitwa na vikundi. Inanipatia motisha, it gives me hope, it gives me pride, it gives me encouragement kwamba when kuna kitu hivi vikundi vyote vimeona kwa huyu mtu, this person must be the right person in leadership. So ukicompare sasa na mwenzake yule wa ule upande mwingine, is just politicking and not, hata sijaona popote mahali ako endorsed. Endorsement yenye ako nayo tu ni ile ya hiyo kikundi chao ambao tunawajua, they are just same, all of them. Record yao ni ile moja, karakta yao ni kama moja. Even when the messages they are giving Kenyans is the same message. They are just talking ill of the government, using abusive languages, cheating Kenyans in day broad light, promising things that will never be realized. So me, I'm very much encouraged with the way Martha Karua has been received. And another thing I wanted just to emphasize is on the issue of Baba and Martha Karua having joint rallies. Okay, yesterday I was privileged to join other friends wale walikuweko live jana. Kulikuweko na observation kwamba Martha Karua afanye a separate rallies na Baba pia afanye separate rallies, but ni mzuri, it was a good idea, but ukiona kama vile leo nimeangalia wamekuwa, I like the way the whole thing was. Okay, mimi kitu nataka niseme, it should not be that at Martha Karua akuwe akifanya kivyake. No, wakuwe siku zingine pamoja na wakuwe siku zingine separate, kwa sababu kuna places wakienda pamoja it really brings that solidarity, your picture ya solidarity, alafu it also brings inaleta hiyo picha ya campaign kwamba women and men are all given opportunity, same opportunity in the leadership, na hiyo ni picha mzuri. But pia kuna places tunaweza sema mmoja anaweza enda, it depends, lakini si kwamba ati wakuwe separated wakifanya campaigns zao. Alafu kuna issue ingine tena tulikuwa tumezungumzia na nimeona tena that issue ikificha tena leo. Kama kuna mtu amesikia about Jirongo ameongea mambo fulani kule side za Western concerning governorship yake, amesema is not going to step down for another person, na akaongea mpaka hata akasema ODM iende Nyanza, ODM iende Nyanza. Sasa inamaanisha kwamba yeye akona agenda fulani is trying to push. From the way from his sentiments niliona it's like he has some hidden agenda, because this is a very very man hapo nyuma alikuwa ana push agenda za Mr. Honorable Raila Odinga, but sasa imekuja mahali naona now is somehow not with them. Mpaka anasema Raila cannot tell him to step down on behalf of another person. He has his party, and we understand that Jirongo has been in leadership for quite long. Hiyo regime ya Moi, hizo miaka zote Moi alikuwa kwa power. Those were the big names we heard of, and I don't know Kenyans tunatumia kriteria gani kuchagua viongozi, kwa sababu mtu kama huyu tumejua amekuwa kwa uongozi for very long time na hatujaona matunda yake kwa uongozi. Lakini leo hii kuna watu vijana ambao sasa wamekuja with the mind whom we are seeing the potential of leadership in them. Sasa mtu kama huyo anarudi leo, anakuja anaanza kutaka kung'ang'ana na huyo kijana, na utapata Wakenya kuna wale wenye wataenda nyuma ya huyo mtu wabaye hizo propaganda zake na wampigie kura. Tafadhali wa Kenya, let's reason and view things in the right way. Tukumbuke yote ya nyuma ili tusiyarudie tukienda mbele. Lazima tuwakumbuke ndio tufanye uamuzi mzuri. Alafu la mwisho ni jambo tu la ni kuhusu mambo na okay, I wanted to say kuna issue juzi ilitokezea kuhusu okay Bernard, I'm sorry, unajua kuna points zangu nimeandika, but I'll come back later. Let me just go through them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bernard for that your contribution, and I'm sorry my internet is not stable today. Probably I hope that it is settles down there, although my time is almost over. I want to maybe make a comment about Jirongo and team. I don't think Jirongo has a capacity to tilt the Kakamega governorship race. He can't play the spoiler, number one. Number two, he can't even come number 2 in the race. So he's not a factor to consider. He ran for senatorship of Kakamega, lost in 2013, in 2017. The governorship, I don't think he will get. So probably he's on payroll to try and see whether he can be added to the free to Luyas. We contributed to Kenya Kwanza, Mudavadi and Weta. So if you want to follow them, no problem. Everybody's welcome in Sugoi. Only that when you go, you may not come back as far as your political career is concerned. So Baraza, I think Baraza has a good lead. Malala is not that challenged. Any association with UDA makes you an electable in Kakamega. Generally, you will not be elected on UDA ticket, or any smell of UDA around you will make you not able to be elected. So any warming up to UDA, either from Jirongo, and you who can tell you tell Raila to go to Nyanza. Where is Nyanza? Western Province was part of Nyanza. I mean, it was one thing during the colonial time. So there is nowhere he's going. It's part and parcel of the same place. And anybody advocating for a regional party, or making a party for a particular region, it would have worked if they had one party. Jirongo has his own party, Weta has his own party, Mudavadi has his own party. So what is the difference between their party and ODM? Is it because they are lawyers and these others are not non-lawyers? That doesn't score anything. In my opinion, hiyo imeanguka, at arrive haina kokote kule inaenda, and it will change nothing. Well, thank you. Bwana Veve, you have something to say?
Eric Mwiti.
Unmute. You are mute. You're mute. Yeah.
Maybe Eric should say something.
Okay, sawa. Bwana Eric.
Hello. Unanisikia?
Eric, you are not your gadget has refused to unmute. All the same, I would also want to weigh on there was something that was spoken about.
I was giving my chance to Eric.
Bungoma will come around.
He's been here a while.
Just hold on, Bwana Veve. Don't unmute until you are given permission to do that.
I cannot contribute.
Eric, unasemaje?
Let me say something about what you. Let me say something about what you are saying about cattle rustling and the market. Acha niwaambie, we should not always blame our politicians due our failures. The moment we elect wanaitwa demagogue, wakati tutachagua watu wenye kinasudi as leaders, kina sijui nani, kina wetu wa Tharaka-Nithi, Kareke Mbiuki, watu hawajui kwenye wako. Is the time sisi wenyewe tunajimaliza, alafu tunaanza kuwalaumu. Unaona? So lazima sisi wenyewe kwanza tuchague watu wenye wanaweza tusaidia, watu wanaelewa nini wanafanya, watu wanaweza enda parliament watunge sheria ikitungwa wasome waone kama inawafeva ama iwafevi. Watu wenye at least mtu mwenye at least hata anaweza nunua gazeti ya system asome ajue nini inaendelea. Lakini tukichagua watu juu unatusi Raila sana, ama tuchague mtu ati juu unatusi Ruto sana, ama utusi mtu juu unajua matusi sana, ndio maana tutajimaliza, tutaishi kufanya kazi ngumu. Na kitu ingine, hakuna inchi hata moja inaweza grow economy bila kumanufacture. We must do manufacturing, tuuze vitu nje. I think even our market for now is big, ni kubwa sana. Tukiangalia East Africa, sasa ndio hizo nchi zingine zinaangilo. Kenya tuko na capacity ya kufungua industrial area, tufungue industrial area, iache kuwa market ya kuuza vitu za China. Hiyo ndio kitu itatusaidia hapa Kenya. Lazima tuseme no to imports. Hata sisi tu export tusikie mzuri, si dola ikikuja hapa ati kazi yetu ni kupeleka pesa yetu nje. Unaletewa kitu inamaliza mwaka moja inaisha, unatafuta ingine hivi hivi. Lazima tufanye manufacturing, tuseme no to imports. Kama ni reli, ati sisi tunaunda 1 trillion railway line, ya kubeba watu wa kwenda kuswim Mombasa. How will you grow our economy? How? Na kuleta imports from China. Tutangiro namna gani? So lazima tuconsider, tujue the priorities zenye zitatupeleka mbele kama nchi. Kuna mtu mmoja nilisikia akiuliza siku ingine, one thermos inatumia less than 10 minutes kutengeneza, ina cost 3,000, na ngunia ya mahindi ina cost 3,000. Angalia the kind of energy used to kuunda hiyo ngunia moja ya mahindi. Ama simu moja, kutengeneza simu na less than 20 minutes ina kucost, unauza 30,000. Unafuga ng'ombe for the whole year, unauza 30,000. Alafu tuambie tutagrow economy na kuuza ng'ombe. You cannot. In fact wale watu wataona sisi ni wajinga. Hizo ng'ombe zetu watakuwa wanakuja wanatuibia na hakuna kitu watakuwa wanatupea. So njoo hatuwezi jiprotect. Kuna jamaa hapo alikuwa anaongea, alikuwa anaitwa sijui ni LX something media, aliongea vizuri sana, lakini shida sasa ni vyenye Yesu ameongea, hiyo ndiko kwa akili yake, lakini wenye wanaambia ni kila nani? Hakuna. So sasa lazima tu prioritize na zile vitu zinaweza grow our economy, tufanye manufacturing, tufungue industrial area. Hizo vitu za nje acha zikuje, lakini tuziwekee tax kubwa ili tuweze kucompete. Example, saa hii nini sasa tunajua tunatengenezanga hapa, tuseme hizi cables za East African. Ukiangalia cable yenye imetengenezewa hapa hainunuliki, iko quality mzuri lakini hainunuliki. Lakini zile zinatoka nje juu hazilipiwi tax na ziangaliwi sana, they are very cheap. Sasa tutangiliwa namna gani? So lazima tujue, hata sisi tujipange, tugeuze. Tulijanganywa na mkoloni akatwambia Kenya is agricultural country. Kenya is agricultural country. Kwani sisi tunaweza kuwa tunalima kushinda what Americans? Americans wako na mashamba kubwa lakini hatujawahi ambiwa ati vyenye the level na agriculture. Hata agriculture ndio even hatuwezi fika hata 10% ya yenye wanaangio, lakini hatujawahi ambiwa ati US ni nchi ya agriculture. Lakini sisi hakuna kitu tunaangilo tu mahindi ya kukula hapa, hata itoshi, lakini tunaambiwa Kenya is an agricultural country. So lazima tufanye manufacturing leaders, tuchague leaders wenye wanaelewa, sio wenye wako pale tu kutudanganya na kuibia watu wengine. Lakini sasa ukichagua mwizi kama saa hii nisikia Matiang'i akisema siku ingine ati hii parliament inaweza kuwa ya waizi tupu. Sasa tunataka tuweke waizi parliament, alafu sasa wakuja wafanye nini? Ukiweka kuku kwenye umeweka mahindi, alafu anze kupiga kelele ati kuku zinakula mahindi. Sasa nani mjinga? Ni kuku ama nani mbaya? Ni kuku ama ni wewe umeiweka hapa pamoja na mahindi? So hata sisi wenyewe lazima hata kama tunasema kama saa hii 2013 tulikuja tukaambiwa tunaweka the digital government ya vijana. Raila ni mzee. Sasa the same people wenye walisema hivyo ndio wanalia. So wana blame Raila. Raila is nowhere in government. Sasa lazima tuweke hii Kenya sijui inataka aje. Wenye wanakuja wageni wakina Njakoya wanakuja na mambo zao, sijui mambo ya banki. Sasa banki, sasa mtu kama huyo, hata kama tunasema ati tutakuwa na change. Sasa change kama mtu wa Njakoya anakuja anatuambia mambo ya banki na nyoka. Hata atuambii is part of the, atuambii mtu wa kahawa naye ataenda wapi, mtu wa majani chai ataenda wapi, mtu wa mahindi ataenda wapi. Atuambii sasa. Alafu unaniambia hii nchi itachange. Wenye wako hao wako ndio wako na hao ndio sasa tutajaribu kuchagua ule mzuri kushinda mwingine. Ndio unaona hata wenye wanakuja even the way they are thinking, thinking yao iko upside down. Sasa sijui kutakuwa namna gani, lakini acha tuone, acha at least Karua na Raila tumeambiwa naweza, acha tu hope atakuja, lakini Raila ni engineer. Mimi najua akikuja industrial area atafungua economy yetu, itaangilia hapo industrial area, kuna mahali ingine tu manufacture vitu tuuze nje tupate pesa ya nje, at least tujue namna gani. That's the only way. Hii ingine yote lakini tukiambiwa sijui nini sasa lazima hata sisi wenyewe leaders wetu tuangalie. Kama huko Rift Valley ni wakulima, unaona mahindi yao walilima ikakuliwa na watu wao tu wenye saa hii ndio wanaingia, wakapewa pesa ya ndamu wakakula. The same people wenye wana worship ni kama wao ndio Mungu wao. Yani their people is their own problem. Sisi Kenya lakini bwana, hata kama tuko better, tuko kule mtu anajaribu kung'ang'ana, huyo ndio anapigwa mbomu. Ati juu yeye anazuilia watu kuiba, anapigwa mbomu. Kwa wale watu ndio wanajua wenye wanapigwa mbomu hawaelewi. Na wanajua ukweli. Shida Raila kuchukiwa juu yeye, ukifuata Raila utakuwa tajiri, utakula mshahara yako. Sasa ndio maana unaonanga anachukiwa sana. Na mimi niko na hope na yeye akiingia kiti ya kwanza manufacturing atapromote, asipopondo ataona moto, hii nchi bado itamsukuma juu. Kwani atatoa pesa wapi? Atatoa pesa wapi? Atatoa pesa na kwenda kununua vitu za China? Kuna mahindi hatuwezi lima, hata sisi wenyewe hapa hatushibi, so hatuwezi export agricultural product ndio hata kwetu hapa hatushibi. Kama sisi wenyewe kama saa hii mahindi itabindi wa import, na tuko na mashamba. Juzi walitumia for the last 10 years wametumia more than 20 billion mambo na ukulima. In fact hata hiyo 20 billion wange import na mahindi hiyo waliweka kwa mchanga wakachukua vitu. Sasa itabindi hii nchi tufanye manufacturing. Kuna kitu ingine hata hiyo ng'ombe lazima process hiyo ng'ombe. Ukisema wewe mkulima,
Okay.
process uuze hiyo ng'ombe ikiwa kwa mkebe. Haya, naweza sema vile unasema Bernard. Kama
Okay, thank you.
tufanye value addition kwa vitu.
I love your observation and your givings. Okay.
Value.
Well, I want us to carry on. Let's move to. Hey, let's have a conversation, please. Not a monologue. Thank you for your submission, Bwana Eric. Let's change gear. Yes, what's it, Mveve?
Unajua Eric ameongea vizuri, anataka industries. Industries ndio venye tunataka oil industries, plastic industries, paper industries. Yani we want a lot of forest industry, fertilizer industry. Lakini Wajakoya akisema sasa, hapa ndo tofauti watu wanafaa kuelewa. Unajua usipoelewa, yani jua, yani wewe uko nje ya class. Wajakoya akisema, so there's hemp and there's cannabis. These are not hemp and marijuana. These are two totally different kind of. They are the same plant but different cousins. You understand? If you don't understand, unafikiria Wajakoya anaongelea tu ile bangi ya kuvuta, lakini hemp is a totally different kind of tree.
But baby, why is it banned?
We're talking about, unaona?
Why is
wewe
it
ndo uko
banned
na shida, Wajakoya ana shida akisema
countries?
Yeah, because unajua ile Africanization ile, because petroleum industry ndio iliangusha the hemp industry. If you come to look at the whole history of it, it was when the petroleum started picking up, the hemp disappeared. Na tobacco industry, hizo ndo ziliangusha hemp industry. Actually, those are the original industries. Alafu, they are very environmental friendly. Just enda kwa Google yako, andika hemp, usiandike marijuana. Hata ukianza kuandika hemp, hautapata kitu yote inakwambia ati hemp. Hata hemp ukipanda uvute gunia mzima, you don't get high. Lakini ukiangalia inafanana na bangi. Seriously. Hii bangi vijana wanavutanga. By the way, here I am professional in this. Hii bangi vijana wanavutanga iko na mbegu. Ndio unaona wamekuzi.
Ngoja. Unaenda mbio
No,
sana.
I have to explain to you. Hii unaona iko na mbegu inafanya watoto wanakuzi.
Ngoja. Are you listening to me? You're going too fast. I want you to make me understand. Okay? Is that hemp? Is it hemp or hemp? Banned in Kenya or not?
Hemp.
Yes.
Hemp is not banned. Marijuana is banned.
Okay.
Confirm.
So hemp is legal. Where is it?
So polisi wakikupata na hemp wanadhani uko na marijuana. Hiyo ndio jinga ya polisi wa Kenya pia.
So hii hemp mnavuta alafu you don't get high, but marijuana
hata ukivuta
you get high.
haikusaidii. Marijuana ukivuta you get hizo highness. They're like two cousins.
So kama haikusaidii, mnataka ipandwe ifanye nini? Sorry?
Anyway, that is it. Just Google it if you're on a time. Check over it, because hemp.
No, let's not spend time on that one. Thank you anyway. This platform is becoming very interesting. You run into different things and different people. So hemp is good and marijuana is bad. Alex, what are you saying?
No, but it's only that he doesn't know how to explain it, but he's very right. Hemp oil is one of the most expensive oil and most sought after oil. And more especially you see, bila kuna many types of species za ng'ombe, kuku, nini, bangi kuna very different types of species. And the one they say that grows in Kenya produces medicinal hemp, but that is not one thing. I don't want to be dragged into the marijuana bangi conversation. I think there are ad hoc issues in Kenya that we need to tackle first. Kenya is so much disrupted by the nature of our politics that we can't start talking about bangi and without putting proper structures for employment and economic recovery. Eventually, I think that will be a conversation that we will do. But there are things like food security. Marsabit right now, we are having much problem. Even the Iswambuze who recently came here on the panel, I said, pa Marsabit tuko vizuri, but ukame na njaa. So, I mean, it will be unfair as a Kenyan to start speaking and perpetuating bangi and na unajua ukivuta bangi unasikia njaa. Kijana unajua hivi, hata hiyo hemp oil ukikunywa kidogo unasikia njaa. So, unahitaji chakula kwanza. So, I think we should put our priorities right. If we don't, I think we are going to have a sort of, even if you look at something like Sport Pesa, it became a problem, and we thank God that Matiang'i was in government and he went head collision with the sponsors of Sport Pesa, and we didn't know if he will win or not. We thought he will never win, but thank God that gambling has become a past tense, not as bad as it was. We don't know if it's going to creep up in the future, but you saw what it made a society look like, an addiction, what it can make a country look like. If you want to know what bank can bring us into, if it's legalized or we continue this conversation, we should go back again and see what Sport Pesa did. People are selling their land, people are leaving their jobs, people are waking up very early in the morning to go to places so that they can know how to bet, people are borrowing money. I mean, it became a menace. So I don't think it's right for us to invite another menace before even doing an economic recovery. So I think Wajakoya is wrong. And as one of the people in the comment section said, there are people propelling that man to speak like that. There are people, big money, who wants to do the business of banking throughout the world. And probably Wajakoya won't be speaking like that and go scot-free. If I and you will be speaking like that without the backup of some people, we'll be in jail. So the way Wajakoya is being handled by the media and by IBC, I think Wajakoya is more of a criminal than, and I said here yesterday, for me, Wajakoya has transformed from what he was the other time, from a lawyer to a porn star, and that's what I see him, because the things he's speaking about are not normal for me. When we are talking about corruption, when we are talking about infrastructures, when we are talking about the green culture, entrepreneur, incubation, so on, fintech, when we are getting away from traditional way of investment that wewe ukipata pesa unachukua ununue land ujenge, people are talking about the stock exchange, the money market, you see. But Wajakoya, he's seriously talking about bangi peke yake. I saw him in a certain clip dancing seriously on a nightclub, and when the song was finished, Wajakoya was doing, and yet the same Wajakoya is on the record saying, I am a vegetarian, I have never smoked this thing. You wonder. And he has pulled us into a conversation that is myopic. I mean, for anybody who has relatives suffering, anybody who has kids who are finishing high school or college, who he knows they are not going to get a job if we do not have a serious conversation, should not even speak about Wajakoya. Wajakoya is on the record saying he has a big farm in Oklahoma, USA, for bangi. He's already sought out. This is a man who has money, but he doesn't take the bank. He's a vegetarian. Why? Because he knows it's harmful to him. So I think let's not even talk about the benefit of bangi right now. Let us talk about the benefit of economic recovery.
I'm saying hemp. Nimekwambia hemp. Wewe unaongea marijuana.
But you can't talk hemp without talking about you can't talk about hemp without talking about bangi, my friend.
You guys are hitting him hard, Bana. Mveve is right. And the problem is that the messenger number one, Wajakoya is number one. Number two, we've always looked at the negativity of marijuana. Always. We always look at it. And it's the same as alcohol and any other drug that is legal. Alcohol was illegal in the US. Yet most of the people that are watching this partake into this thing. Alcohol, So I'm just saying that there are health benefits towards marijuana. Hata mambo ya hemp. Marijuana, there is some health benefits that is associated with marijuana itself. But the problem is the one that is being used for what do you call it? For fun, recreational reasons. Enye imewekwa so much THC that is causing some mental health problems when it's being exposed to the younger generation, like children. Children under 20 or people who are not artists should not partake into this particular drug. And I'm also very conservative. I believe that adults should do whatever they need to do. But for me, I believe, yes, we can argue till Monday morning, till at the next year, Mabaka, the next election about this marijuana thing. Africans are not ready for it. There are other cash crops that we can actually start taking advantage of, and we've talked about it in this panel. So Wajakoya might be coming, and I know even Mveve, you're right about this thing. I mean, marijuana, hemp, whatever, however you're going to say about it, we're not ready for it. But we can slowly start introducing the African community to this if it's beneficial to us. But until we can sort out our own house and feed the nation first, let us perfect what we know already. Let us go within our laws, within our traditions, and sell our cows, sell our chicken, sell our meat, sell our sugar. Sell all these things for the last 10 years that politicians have exploited and imported. Why don't we? You see, the problem that we have as Kenyans is not the fact that we do not have these goods for export. Is the fact what Alex had said previously is our negotiation skills for our trade deals are awful. It's really bad. In Europe, why Europe is the greatest economic bloc in the world is because they protect the internal market before they can discuss the international market. So before we can even think of importing any meat from outside Europe, we have to make sure that the prices for the farmers in Europe are fair, that farmers can make a living within Europe. Then when we need extra meat, like let's say we cannot rear goats in Europe, we can then import the goats, because our region is not well accustomed to that. I don't think we're accustomed to growing lobsters in Kenya. Yes, we are. Sorry, apologies for that. There are certain things we do not have in Kenya, and if we need that, we can import that. But first, before we can import, before KFC can decide. This is why I loved Moi back then. Alisema before McDonald's comes in Kenya, they have to use the meat that we have in Kenya. Otherwise, what McDonald's used to do is they would bring the industry to Kenya, and then McDonald's will import their own beef and bring their own beef to Kenya. How is that possible? And I think that is what is happening with KFC. The KFC, we had problems with potato. How can we have problems in potato and KFC in Kenya? Tunakuwa na shida ya potato aje kwa KFC? We have our own because they're importing potatoes from outside. If KFC was told by the Kenyan government or the trade deals in Kenya that first utilize the potatoes we have in Kenya before you can bring others outside. If Coca-Cola can be told do not import sugar from outside and get the sugar from Mumias, then I'll be happy. Before chicken, I don't know, Nando's can be told to bring beef from everything. Once we can protect our internal market, county by county trade, protect the inter-county trade, then we can talk about international trade. That's when we can start exporting our excess. Why do we keep importing crap? Why do we keep importing mitumba? Why do we keep importing sugar, white sugar, while we've got brown sugar? While in the US, in the Europe, brown sugar is the most expensive. Yet white sugar is made from beetroot. Do we have beetroot in Kenya, if I may ask you? And that is where white sugar is from. We are people of brown sugar, and that is from sugarcane. It's just recently, I was very surprised I'm seeing Kenyans have white sugar. How? How do we have white sugar? Yet me, I grew up with brown sugar. I grew up with cane sugar. And then I come to Kenya, I see white. Why are we importing barley? Well, Narok, Kajiado has land that is good enough to grow barley for KBL is importing barley from outside. EPBL, East African breweries. We can plant these things ourselves. Alafu huyu mtu kama Ruto anaenda kuweka mahindi kwa container inakaa hapo for many months, alafu anakuja anakula store, literally eating our stores. So hemp, marijuana, whatever it is, once we can deal with what we already have, as Alex has mentioned, that there's Kenyeji chicken we can sell out there. There's the Zebu cow. We've seen the prices there. They're very ridiculous. Once we can deal to sell that in our export deals, that is why our trade negotiators are crap, allowing this garbage to come to Kenya. And then the white man insists that we have to, excuse my racial slur there, insist that we have to import their things, otherwise they'll not trade with us, or otherwise they're not going to give us aid. Why do we need trade? I mean, why do we need aid in Kenya? It really annoys me. But I understand where you're coming, Veve, but we are not ready for that yet. Unfortunately, we're not ready from cannabis in Kenya. Let us deal with the goods we have right now, and when we're ready, no, we're not ready. Thailand has jumped into that economy. We tried to jump into the avocado economy. Why aren't we rich off avocado? We're gonna do the same with cannabis, while other countries will jump into cannabis. We have other things to trade. Then the market becomes saturated. Then tutakuwa tu inchi ya bangi peke yake. Avocado is oversaturated. Mexico does it. Colombia does it. Everyone is doing avocado now. Now you want to say that all other we want to follow. Tunafuata watu kama mbuzi ati now we are going to do what Wajackoya has the right mindset, but we cannot focus on that alone. unfortunately, is a selling point peke yake. I know the cost of it. I know there's medicinal values, there's cancer treatment, pain treatments for this stuff. There's the hemp plant is good for very good material for producing very strong material. I understand that, but pole hata si tuna vitu yetu kama miraa has some hemp material, by the way, my friend. Tunaweza tengeneza fibers with that. So let us deal with what we have first. Finish what is in our plate. That's what I'm trying to say. Maliza yenye kwa sahani yako, ndio tutakuja hizo vitu zingine, tunaweza explore other things. Do you know Kenya is the #1 service? We are the London of Africa, by the East Africa, sorry. We're the London of East Africa. Financial services are centralized in Kenya. Why don't we exploit that? Why don't we help banks around East Africa? Why don't we have the equities, the diamond trusts, and all these fintechs expand to the rest of East Africa? Why don't we expand our railway network and then compete with Tanzania on our ports, so that we are the guys who are sending things from outside Africa to the rest of Africa, or import things coming out of Africa to the rest of the world? We become the main conduit for that because our ports are very beautiful. We've expanded it. We've got very many ports that Uhuru has built for us. Let's exploit that before we can start talking about cannabis, honestly speaking. Asante.
Okay, let me take it from there. If Wajakoya was serious, Wajakoya will be going to hospitals and campaigning in hospitals on the need for medicinal value of that bangi thing. If Jakoya was serious on the medicine importance of whatever we are calling it, I call it bangi, Wajakoya will be in University of Nairobi with researchers coming up with updates of 1, 2, 3. If Jakoya was serious, we could see him doing research-based campaign. What we are seeing Jakoya doing is in clubs. What is that? That's the question. Who is his market? Who is he targeting? Who is he campaigning for? Who is he with? Is he with the patients? Is he with the researchers? Is he with industry-based, investors? Angekuwa anatuletea investors who are saying, oh, we will do this and this and this and this, and then we see the economic value of it, it is okay. But what you are seeing, Wajakoya, he has transformed from a lawyer to a Rastaman. Who is his target? Let us not come here and lie to ourselves that, oh, Wajakoya is looking beyond. Looking beyond where? In clubs? I'm not saying going club. Hata pia mimi naweza enda banjuka bana. Hata paka mzee ukunywa maziwa. But not hiyo hali bana. You know? Siwezi kuwa paka mzee kama Wajakoya vile anajifanya saa hizi. Unaweza fika. The guy is bitter. 5 years ago, the guy was a different guy. Today, Wajakoya is totally different. Wajakoya is targeting your son, Veve, so that your son may not have a better life. Wajakoya is not, if it's true Wajakoya, then we could be seeing Jakoya in company of doctors, in company of researchers, in company of, one of the best research institution in Africa is Cambridge. We like it or not. We could see the best researchers coming forth. There is a guy who gave one of the most convincing reasons why bangi is important. And that guy was an NTV or something. And he even said that his mother is from Luya and his father is from where? From Luoland. And he convinced me. He said, in our mother tongue, there is nothing called bangi. It's called yath. It is called medicine. Okay? And he said, for instance, measles, when you used to have measles, you were not taken to the hospital. Unachukua ile maganda, unaekea mtoto hivi 2-3 days, amepona. That's what he said. Then you can see a serious candidate in that person. But what is Wajakoya doing? Unamona, juzi Makiadi sent me a video of Wajakoya with very beautiful ladies. You know, when something is beautiful, it's beautiful. You can't denounce it. And Wajakoya na nani? Wajakoya na nani? Wajakoya. Is that how you campaign? You know, let's be serious. Anybody perpetuating Wajakoya here is a lost mind. That is garbagetry. Let us be serious. If we want to campaign for Bangi, let us campaign Bangi with a higher logic, okay? Not with an inferior logic. That is an inferior logic. Degenerated mind. If we really want to perpetuate Bangi and make it an industrial, the truth is that Smith Clan Beaches, which is one of the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, has some Bangi farms in Kenya. That's a fact, though we know it or not. The whole issue is, who is Wajakoya speaking for? And who is it going to hurt? It is going to hurt those ladies that were dancing with him. It's going to hurt our recreational young. You know, when we were young, we are not going to lie, my friend. Sisi hapa Ngara, tungeenda huyu nani King Lion Sounds. Tulikuwa tunaenda huko, unasikia, ukisikia ni tamu, shika kichwa na upige nduru. Sasa hiyo tutapiga tu nduru, na unajua tumevuta nini. Sio ati ilikuwa unavuta tu, unaenda tu huko hivyo. We knew those things. We are past that age. We know who is going to be taken advantage of. Unaambiwa, kama uko na kiuno mzuri, unapata mtu because you are under influence, you are doing such kind of things. That's recreational. That is what is perpetuating. There is nothing beyond that. There is no medicinal talk within Wajakoya's campaign. Look at him.
Who is he selling?
Wajakoya sits in a place where I was taken advantage by Papa Lefty. You know, Papa Lefty changed Kenya forever. If you remember that guy. Today, anything you hear about clubs in Nairobi, it was because of Papa Lefty. King Lion Sounds, Papa Lefty kuchapa hiyo kitu huko mbele.
Pana, you've taken us
Papa Lefty. Today Kenya, reggae inapendwa kuliko Jamaica. I've been to Jamaica 3 times.
Papa Lefty.
But reggae inapendwa Kenya kuliko hata Jamaica. Papa Lefty changed Kenya forever. You like it or not. But part of the thing Papa Lefty changed ni kuvuta shada. That's a fact. It's on the record. You can't lie. We know we were taken advantage of. Kenya is not going to be taken advantage again by Wajakoya. No, it was once we learned our lesson. Our children are going to be free. I'm asking those who are listening to Wajakoya to stop that nonsensical waffling, tupigie baba mama kura, tupate kazi. Baadaye kama kazi iko, then tunaweza vuta bangi. Ukivuta bangi unasikia njaa, ndugu yangu. Unaweza hata kula sabuni bwana. Unaona kuna mahali pengine mtu alikuwa anasema hata ng'ombe ikikula sabuni unasema ni wewe, kwa sababu hiyo ukisikia njaa hiyo kitu ni mbaya bwana. So we are saying here, Mr. Iko, kitu karibu bwana. We are having a good conversation. Watu wamekataa kuja kwa studio, so we must just have unscripted conversation. You're welcome to my friend.
Yeah, asante sana. Mimi, what I want to say is, what I can say about Wajakoya is, I love to agree with Kip, because you know there are some topics that we're not ready, for us Kenyans. For example, Wajakoya, we were all there at one point, when we were young, so we know what it does, and it doesn't help you with anything, in future anyway. Just like the conversation about same-sex marriage and all that, these are topics that we are not ready for, currently. So, Keep made a very good point. that tuko na miraa, you know, nyumbani tuko na miraa kwetu, things that are unique to Kenya that we can promote, that we don't have that much competition with out there. Unaona? And we can do a very good job at them. Unaona? It's the same guys you amenda happy. He was talking about infrastructure, about he believes that Baba is engineer, na Baba anaweza kaleta manufacturing na nini kila kitu. But I wanted to remind him, I wish angekuwa hapa. You know, if you follow Baba, Baba is like, you know, if you're a fan of Man U, see ati tukipoteza, so now you jump, you go somewhere else. You know, you have to have been following Baba as a reformist from way back then. Si sasa ndio unaona zile mazuri yenye alikuwa anataka kufanya, ndio sasa mtu anasema hapo hivyo, this is when now you're jumping the bandwagon. Unaona? So me, I think people like Wajakoya, these are just confused people that are trying to confuse the youth. Unaona? So we need, you know, people, we need to stick to the main agendas, you know, tuko na njaa, unaona, nyumbani. Yeah. Let us food security, tuangalie health, tuangalie at the same time, you know, job creation. But stories za Wajakoya jamani, mimi nisamee tu. You know, that guy has a lost cause. And to make matters worse, I didn't want to say this, but I've been forced to say here. I heard about Wajakoya. When I went and watched an interview about him, then he was talking about how he was washing dead people in England. He was a grave digger. Jamaa kiyake iko sawa. Tukubaliane tu hapo. So these young people, they don't have the information. Let them go and watch those clips. And then sasa ndo utajua why he's with pretty ladies and all that. And that's my submission. Asanteni sana.
You people. This is becoming very serious. Kumbe Alex ulikuwa mshirika au kutuambia nyinyi ndio watu mlikuwa mnatoka Pumwani High School?
Unajua, hata nikwambie ukweli, iko wakati hiyo kitu ilikuwa mbaya mpaka Moi akabana program moja ya Jeff Mwangemi, ilikuwa inaitwa Reggae Time. Ilikuwa inakuja Monday na Thursday. That kipindi kakuwa banned for 1 year. I remember one day tulikuwa tu kwa nyumba, my sisters, mimi, we were born and raised in Kisumu. Ilikuwa saa 8 Thursday. Saa kidogo tu hivi tunasikia ile wimbo ya Don Carlos. Ja Rastafa, tukashanga, Reggae Time imetoka wapi tena? We were so happy because Reggae Time was banned for 1 year. But when you look at the neighborhoods in the whole of Kisumu, that is when Old Nyanza Club had started. And the people who know Kisumu will tell you, we used to have Royale Club. We used to have many different clubs within Kisumu. But the truth was, there was one club that used to travel. It was mobile. It was inaitwa Omega.
Omega 1, 2 and 3.
Omega. Bernard, Omega ikikuja show Kakamega, hata kama unaishi Chavakali unaisikia. Bernard, hiyo watu wangepeleka bangi huko kuuza. Unafikiria ni watu ni wanakula? Watu wanakula tu kwa show usiku ati ninja wanasikia. Bernard, ilikuwa ni bangi. Watoto wanaenda wanakula usiku, na hiyo ilikuwa inaleta kweli biashara. Na we are past that. What we are saying is, si ati tulikuwa washirika wabaya. We graduated with honors. Yeah? Bernard, kuna ingine una graduate with honors. Sio kama hii ya Teams University.
Well, by then ni wrong. Ni Team University.
Team University. Yeah, hata una transcript. Bernard, we graduated with honors. Took on a transcript. So what we are saying is, hiyo kitu ni mbaya. We can't have that conversation again. Because it was allowed, it had destroyed a society. If you go today in some areas, within Nairobi. There was a time that thing was a culture. It destroyed livelihood, okay? Until people saw that, no, this is not the way to go. And for a while, Bernard, we came from that kind of, you know, cocoon of captive, okay? And kids started performing better. Kenya human capacity development, you know, was better. Kenya, in terms of many other things, we improved more than any other countries. When you see a person again introduce an idea that was tried before and it dismally failed, it brought us to a dark dismal. We must open up and say, we've been there before. We have been there. Nobody should lie to you. You know, the culture of Papa Lefty, Kwenda Mbele, you know, Papa Lefty was one person who made reggae to be loved in Kenya more than any other person. You know that. And he was a Luya guy. When he died, mukururo yake ilikuwa kutoka Kisumu Kondele mpaka kwao. You know, we were traveling on Sunday Kibuye and we saw magari nyingi eti ni DJ anaenda kuzikwa. We didn't know, okay? And the guy changed the culture. What you're not seeing, pop culture can be good or dangerous, extremely dangerous. The way our youths have come out defending Wajakoya. There was a young person who recently was in mainstream media, now minting t-shirts to Garissa, everywhere in Kenya. People wants to wear t-shirt ya nani, ya Wajakoya. Wajakoya should use that energy and tell people how to create jobs. You cannot campaign on one issue, bangi peke yake. There is something essentially wrong with you. And what we are saying is, Wajakoya is being listened to our young men. And we are not going to deny that. But who is going to step up and say this is wrong? Who is going to do that? Maybe it's a person who has passed through that. You know, I have gone through that. So I must speak up. That is destroying livelihood. Any person in this panel who has kids educate in college, he's looking for his kids to have jobs, not kukunywa bangi. Thank you very much.
Alex, umesema your age kabisa. Sasa unajua Papa Lefty na Omega 3 bana.
Sisi ni wazee. We can't deny our age here. Very soon we are becoming grandfathers.
Those are the days.
That's a fact. Labda Mwiti, you know, hata Mwiti looks
okay,
like
thank you.
Also...
You know, the young people can easily. No, let's make progress. I was saying that the young people will always fall for lower standard, not demand higher standard. So when you come and introduce something that is like what Mr. Kamau was saying, that the young people are now saying that at least Wajakoya has come and explained to them what is bottom up. They have been waiting for somebody to break that down for them in a simpler way that they would understand. But now Wajakoya has done it. They understand it very well. And now they have gone with him. All the same, it's important that we rescue generation and not hand it over to folly. It is wrong for elders to fold hands when things are getting out of hand. We must all rise up and call them for what they are and be able to sensitize people to watch out. As much as the plant is talking about may have medicinal benefits and other commercial benefits, its control is priority because of the life that are endangered by it being readily available. Right now, it is illegal, it's banned, but it's available and it's still destroying lives. What if it's planted everywhere like he's suggesting on the highway? It replaces the plants in Nairobi. Sorry? Oh, the link. So,
Yeah.
let me. All right. So let us watch out for suggestion of quick fix. Quick fixes are never are never free of danger. Okay, when somebody wants to solve a matters with one stroke of a pen, he may endanger so many things in the course of that, trying to fix everything by one stroke of a pen. So I think Wajakoya is in this race for that comedy and the other extremes that he wants to suggest. But he seems to be doing a good job in terms of frustrating one William Ruto, who had drawn out his roadmap very well and hoping to ride on the youth ticket, but it seems that ticket is gone, so he will need to work extra hard. Allow me to play some videos before my
Bernard,
time
before you
elapses,
play
and
that,
my internet is not good today. I don't understand why.
Bernard,
Yes.
before you play that,
Yes, Alex, go ahead.
there is a young person at the comment section who has made a very
ama kuna
good.
watu wamemutuma.
Gordon Ojuang has said Wajakoya was seen in a campaign rally in Bungoma yesterday at a bus station. And in that rally, there was raw bangi. And you could see how my Luya friends were having fun. Imagine, that is what is happening. That is dangerous. People having raw bangi in a bus station and they are smoking it. Bernard, let's say, for instance, that is Duke's word, for instance, if they overtake it, okay, who's going to be the casualty? It's the passenger. It is the passenger. And you know the mob mentality that mukivuta mukikuwa wengi, Bernard, anything can happen. So what I'm saying is, it's a danger. Now, Wajakoya anavuta bangi openly kwa bus station and people are having fun. Bernard, this is a criminal that we should not even be talking here. Nimeona watu wengine wameingia hapa, wacha tuwaachie. Mulikataa kuingia panel. We had to talk of what we had to talk ndio muingie. Thanks for coming.
So Alex, just to finish up on the point, I'll say that subiri kidogo, nilikuwa nasema any person who offers a lower standard will get the attention of the young people, and then people want to have their way without taking responsibility of the same. Like I've insisted here, the best leader for this country is the one who is willing to shoulder the responsibility, not look for an scapegoat or look for an excuse for not shouldering the responsibility. And so far, we seem to have a lot of jokers on this ticket, either those who want to use propaganda and lies, and others wants to introduce some things that they themselves will not even have the ability to control. It is wrong for us to look at life from the economic consideration only when life is holistic. Holistic in the sense that our children and our children's children need to be in the consideration of the decisions we make, and their future needs to be secured first. So the issue is not paying the debts and making all the money in the world within the shortest time possible. The issue is, how do we secure the future of this country in the hands of irresponsible children who have smoked things and are no longer able to hold a family, they are no longer able to hold a marriage, they are no longer able to raise another child. That's a matter that we cannot brush off. So let us not be naive and try to fall for something that we know for sure that it is a sentence for whatever extermination of a whole generation and a whole country for that matter. So when you see how the young people are responding to this and what kind of behavior, somebody sent me a video, I think it's Mama Selina, of a young man who was found pregnant with, he had wrapped that thing around his waist and putting on jacket. So he's arrested by police. And he said, this is what Wajackoyah has said. We are waiting for Wajackoyah to be sworn in, and this will be a business of the day. So no, if that is the mentality of what young people are doing, then tuko na shida mingi sana. Tusijaribu kujiongezea shida. Let's face the music. Let's do what is necessary to safeguard the country. Not hii kitu ya Wajackoyah hii.
Appointment wa Wajackoyah
hii.
Bernard ashapotea.
No, give him a moment. He's trying to play a video at Arudi. But I think he had disappeared for a second. Let him come in a bit. Unajua kuna kwanga na this is hackers. Imemsumbua leo. But yeah, Kosea, while we're waiting for Bernard to reappear.
Mwambie abadilishe jina. There is a reason why you see us, we are rotating. You have to be ahead of these fellows. How are you, Tawfiq? When Alex Alex yuko, Alex yuko.
Amerudi.
He's back. Let's watch his video first.
Yes, I'm here. I was playing video and my internet threw me out. I don't know who is Nane. Those enemies of progress are back on me, and leo many frustrate son. So let me see if I can play out these videos, and then niwachie hii wanasema propaganda. Muendelee nayo, mimi niking'atuka.
They tell you they are powerful people. So who is that? Not this facade. And when a political leader, a national leader tells people, I will put aside 150 billion for market women. I'll put aside 50 billion for boda boda. I'll put aside 100 billion for this. I know how much our budget is and the projected growth of our budget. That time you have not talked about the amount of money that you are taking to counties. You have not talked about transfers for the education sector and so on. Where are you going to get that money to provide that kind of service? You're just lying to those people because you are telling them things they want to hear. And because they won't ask you questions, you just get along with it. You know, when you keep saying this deep state, who is that? And the people are using that phrase and complaining are members of the National Security Council. They hold public offices. They tell you they are powerful people. So who is that? Not this facade and stories that are being coined and being bandied around. Just so that people create excuses and the camouflage around things that don't exist to survive. Or create excuses and pathways of lying and carrying the public along with them. I want to ask you as church ministers, I am your son, and as a public servant, we have a country to serve. Let us not be victims of some of these lies. that you keep hearing around, but things that just don't make sense even to a fool. How would you tell people? Yeah. How would you stand up? I'm asking you. How, Bishop, how would you stand up in public and tell me, who is that? And then actually you don't even have the courage enough to take a decision and say, okay, because I don't agree with the Attorney General and all these people, me, I'm not going to be party to you. In the morning, you speak like government. In the afternoon, you speak like opposition. The artists, the political artists, who want to avoid that conversation, they come up with all manner of excuses. Oh, there are people who hate me called deep state, and you sit with them daily. So when do they become deep? When they are with you or when they are not with you? This story of you must look for a way of creating some level of sympathy so that people can sympathize with you, that you are an underdog. So you create some phantom, some fictitious devils that are existent somewhere that are against you. And these devils are not described. So you use some communist type language and call them deep state. And say, you know, these people, they may be having the state, but we have God. God is for all of us. You can't have God yourself. People are running around here who have held public responsibilities. They are not accounting for what they did when they were holding those public responsibilities. You are the religious leaders. The story of talents in the New Testament. What did you do with the ones I gave you first before you come for more? What about these jokes? Finally,
Okay. One more, and I open the conversation.
Ya fertilizer na hii mambo yote imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais na ofisi yake. Mambo ya shida zetu mingi ya mahindi, ya fertilizer na hii mambo yote imeletwa na Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais na ofisi yake. Mambo ya mahindi, tusiingize siasa duni ya mashindano. Mambo ya kuongelea 2022 sisi hatutaki. Hiyo ni kuwa wazimu. Tunataka ofisi yake ichunguzwe, wale wote waliimport mahindi kutoka ng'ambo, watuambie mbona waliimport mahindi. Ile fertilizer ambayo mumeleta, mumefuruka bei. Tunajua mabroka ambao walilipwa. Badala ya mkulima kulipwa, wakalipa mabroka. Wale wanahusika na naibu wa rais. Na hii sisi hatufichi. Tunataka mtu achunguzwe, ofisi yake ichunguzwe, wahusika, wafanyabiashara ambao mara nyingi wanakuwa na naibu wa rais wachunguzwe, kwa sababu kuna taarifa kwamba wao ndio walileta fertilizer ambayo imetuletea hasara. 3,600 is not negotiable. Yes. That is the price that we want. Uchunguzi ifanywe, nyinyi mtuambie, saa hizi mumeelekea mpaka kule Kongo. Mnataka kupanda mahindi zaidi ya ekari 1,500. 500,000 acres mnalima ya mahindi. Alafu mnatuambia avocado. Trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is madness. The rumor has it that the deputy president interferes with the House Business Committee when it comes to the petitions that touches on the issues of the farmers. So we want him to come out clearly. Na kama vile Alfred amesungumzia, yeye majuzi alizuru nchi ya Congo Brazzaville. Tunataka wizara husika ya masuala ya nchi za kigeni itueleze ni makata gani alienda kusign ama ilitiwa sahihi, kwa sababu tuna taarifa ikisema kwamba yeye na wahusika wengine wameanza sasa usalishaji wa mahindi shamba nusu milioni eka. It is an idea whose time has come. If you think we are wrong, can you prove us wrong? Na mambo ya lifestyle audit iendelee, watu wafanyiwe, ili msikuja hapa mnatufanyia harambe. Wakulima wa hapa hawataki mambo ya harambe. Don't look for a scapegoat of an alternative cropping and introduce the issue of avocado. Lazima ukiambiwa badilisha, unabadilisha. kwa sababu it is only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Ni mtu tu kumbafu ndiye hawezi kubadilisha mawazo yake.
Mnatengeneza factory ya kutengeneza mambo ya avocado kule Botswana, na mnataka kuangaizia ama kukandamiza wakulima.
Kama ni kuonana macho kwa macho, kuulizana maswali, tuko tayari. We will ask you hard questions. Because before you ask for 2022, you must start telling us, for the last 5 years, what have you done? What is there for us to take home? What is the celebration? In fact, the worst county in the country in terms of development is the county where the deputy president is coming from.
Tuko na matatizo na mambo ya...
Na wewe unakwenda kule Kongo, unaenda kupanda mahindi. Ukijua kwamba hapa sisi tutakosa mahindi, wewe uagize mahindi.
Na mahindi haitoki huko Bomet, siku hizi hatupandi. Na nyinyi mnataka iwe 3,000. Na mimi nataka iendelee kuwa 1,000.
3,600 is not negotiable. Yes. That is the price that we want.
Governor sasa ndio wanatuambia kwamba wanataka kuweka milling ya kuzaka mahindi. Wamekuwa wapi miaka 4? Wamekuwa wapi miaka 5?
Wale watu wa China hawanunui mahindi, hawanunui miwa. Wanataka avocado.
Katika nyumba ya Azimio. Waje hapa tuwaweke kofia.
Karibuni wenzetu.
Maswali iulizwe.
Haraka.
Na hii nyumba ni kubwa, tunaomba muje kwa wingi.
Please stand on this side, Stella.
Muje kwa wingi, nyumba
stand on this side. Ukisalimia mama, utasema jina lako na atakupatia kofia. Si sawa sawa? Tuanze na huyu, sema jina lako.
Hiyo mic.
Yes, jina langu ni Ernest Edupolo Uchumi. Ni mzee akaunti wa finance of Turkana na Kipe County, na sisi tumehama, tumekuja katika Azimio. Na kabla kunipatia kofia sikika historia kidogo nchi. Ndio hiyo. Mimi nimefurahi sana kwa sababu mambo akina mama imefika kwetu. Ya kwanza ilikuwa Liberia, Ellen Johnson wa Liberia. Ya pili inakaribia hapa hasa Zulu ya Tanzania. Ya tatu ni yetu mama Roa. Wewe ndio makamu wa rais na rais ya kwanza mama katika Ethiopia. Sisi tumeingia katika Azimio, hata na watoto wetu na muda yetu yote tumeingia Azimio.
Makofi kwa hiyo mzee, makofi. Asante sana. Wanawekipia hoya. Habari zenu. Kwa majina ni Samuel Epokot. Nilikuwa upande hiyo wengine ya wheelbarrow, vikombe na nini. Lakini leo hii nimeamua kurudi kwa baba na mama, kwa sababu najua nikiwa hapo niko secure. Upande ile ingine nilikuwa ward leader yao, lakini sasa nawaambia kwaherini, nimehama. Asante. Karibu kwa baba na mama.
Asante.
Azimio hoya. Kwa majina naitwa John. Mimi pia nilikuwa kiongozi wa vijana Segera Ward. Mimi pia nilikuwa coordinator wa UDA, lakini sasa nimerudi Azimio.
Asante sana. Karibu sana kijana yangu.
Asante. Kwa majina Kuraru, formerly UDA, sasa Azimio. Inawezekana.
Asante sana, karibu.
Azimio wewe. Kwa majina naitwa Moses Espisho, nilikuwa upande ile nyingine. Tumesema sisi kama wafugaji, sisi na mifugo yetu hatuwezi toshea kwa wilibaro. Asante.
Kweli kabisa, karibu.
Azimio wewe. Mimi kwa majina ni Sekeno ile Ruma. Mimi ni youth leader wa Laikipia North. Nilikuwa UDA, nimekuja Azimio. Asante.
Karibu sana kijana yangu.
Kwa majina naitwa Moses Kijabe. Mimi nilikuwa pande ile ya wheelbarrow. Nikaona sasa hii wheelbarrow yuko sasa pamoja na mifugo yangu haiwezi nitosha, bali nirudi pande hii ya Azimio.
Asante, karibu.
Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Elgoi. Nilikuwa nimepotea nyumbani, lakini sasa nimeamua kurudi.
Rudi nyumbani kijana yangu, karibu.
Bwana zifiwe.
mama hapo, wacha nikuja hapo. Karibu sana, karibu. Azimio Azimio. Kwa majina sipo Aiza Galgalo, nilikuwa UDA na sasa nimehama Azimio. Asante, karibu sana mchana wangu.
Amjambo.
Asijambo.
Kwa majina naitwa Jane Amria. Nilikuwa upande hiyo nyingine lakini nimeenda kwa mama anajua ushungu ya mama na anajua ushungu ya watoto. Kashia.
Asante na karibu.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And it looks like all the crews are here. So they will let me disappear. Mr. Kamau drives the bus, Roba, Tofik, Mama Selina. At least Mama Selina made her submission. Akatiwa na umeme. I think we have had the same problem today with her. So tunaanzia kwa Jose, then Tofik, then Mr. Kamau, then Roba. Thank you, Richard and Njiru. Karibuni. Mungu awabariki. I think that is all. So let's listen from Jose. Tukisonga hivyo. You have now double crew. Muache mimi ni retire. Sawa sawa. Tuonane masaa yake.
Haya, shukran Bernard. Shukran sana. Pole kusumbuliwa na net.
That's okay. Thank you.
Inaonekana wateja wale wangu wameanza kunifuata. Nikienda US wananifuata. Nikienda Singapore sijui nitaenda sasa Pakistan. But all the same, thank you.
Jiru, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think.
Just carry on.
Go ahead.
I'll be on the side. I'll be on the side. Just go on. Jose, are you the next one?
I don't mind. I don't
go
mind.
Ahead. Go ahead, Jose. Go ahead.
Oh yes. Good evening to all of us. I think Njiru, you were there yesterday with you when you were saying that looks like the DP is headed for official opposition. And if I may just reinstate what I was saying is that I don't think there is anything like that. That would be wishing him too well. You see, the official opposition would have become a reality if we had gone ahead with the BBI, which they so much opposed, isn't it? So, Njiru, I think you went offside. There is nothing like that. Kateni tu miti, the DP is headed to Sugoi. Hiyo maneno ya official opposition, mimi sioni kama you will see the light of day. Now, that's just by the way. Now, there's this issue about Wajakoya, this Bangi thing. Now, yesterday with a light touch, we were saying that how did he get through to even IEBC to consider if he goes, he's marketing himself as that he's going to legalize this, and currently it is an illegality. How he went ahead and get everything so smooth flowing, nobody even questioned him. But I did, after upon some consultation, some of the people were saying that it is up to the public, those who are dissatisfied with that manifesto, whatever, to bring it up and see if the courts would stop him. But if it is the agenda being pursued, I think I think the IEBC ought to have questioned him thoroughly. Like somebody said, you see, like in the US, if you want to do anything, there is always the idea that are you registered and do you have a certification for what you say you want to do, especially if you are going to be making, call it business or a return from the public. So if, for example, you say that you want to be producing some animal products, it has to be known that in that sector or in that industry, you hold the licenses that authorizes you to be able to deliver that service. So that in the event that your customers are dissatisfied or they have issues with you, in most cases, all registered businesses have got some kind of insurance, so that those who are dissatisfied with you at least have got a way they can, there is a recourse in the event that you have not delivered what you said you would. So even in the case of Wajokoya, and maybe for all politicians, maybe it is time there is a thorough interviewing of what these people are promising, so that we don't allow people who are coming on with hot air to promise whatever they are promising, and yet it cannot work. In the process, we have gone too far away to go back. Now, take a good example of this bottom-up promise that the DP keeps bringing up. If you tell us, like I'm still at a loss. Yesterday, I was hoping I'd get some answers from our panelists, but I didn't get any. I was asking, just where is the register? Where is the database? Whereby, if you say that you have 100 billion, you want to go and rain on the mama bogas. So where is the database? Where is he going to get the database so that we know that, like now, how many mama bogas are in Kenya, so that they'll be benefiting from this 100 billion? Now that is a very, very difficult question. You all know that in terms of helping the economy, especially the small and micro businesses, in the past, the government has tried very many other funds. Those funds are still in place, a good number of them, I think. The youth fund, I think, is still in place. The women fund, I think, is still in place. But if you check the way these ones are structured and the way they are meant to reach the targets, it is very clear how, if you want to increase the youth fund to call it 200 billion, how it will reach the targets is very, very well clear. You don't need to go back to it. Now, when you go on a podium and say that you are going to, you tell that you mamambogas, you hustlers. Now, the database for the hustlers, I have no idea where it is. So if you target 100 billion for the hustlers after elections in August, where is the database? Where is the database for who are hustlers and who are you? There is a very big challenge in that. So it just leaves you, the promise just leaves you with so many questions that are left unanswered. Now, if I go to the, what's going on? I think the topics have all of a sudden increased in number. It was just one when we first joined. But I wanted to talk about the Baba's campaigns in the northeastern. I noticed that the Baba's 10-point agenda really covers basically almost at least each region is like they have half of their issues. The issues that came up in the northeastern visits, it was basically to do with security, and I think he really articulated how he's going to deal with that. So there's the issue of security, then there's this issue about call it bei ya maisha. Bei ya maisha imepanda, and Baba has really articulated how he's going to, within 90 days, he'll make sure that the bei ya maisha imekuja chini. The issue of roads also is quite a very big issue in northeastern. And of course, the issue of the border security and border trade, the issue of education, and then there's this issue about one product, one county, one county, one product. I saw a number. I've witnessed a lot of encouragement towards that. And Northeastern, you see, they are well poised to enhance their animal production. And I think if they were to have, let's say, factories that would have animal meat processing, for example, they'll really go a long way. What I was hoping is that possibly maybe Azimio would challenge each county to already come up with which products that they will do best for their region, so that they can be assisted, and in that way, takeoff would be very fast when you get this one product, one county. I think for now I'll stop at that, so that the other people can also contribute.
Jose, I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think I might want to question why you are a bit worried about the amount of money that the deputy president is promising wherever he goes, because from where I stand, the UDA party has not even produced their manifesto. So I've seen the deputy president going to Northeastern promising 50 billion. I've seen the deputy president going to the coast promising 100 billion. So which figures are you talking about when you talk about the 100 billion shillings? Is it the one that was pronounced at the coast? Is it the one that was pronounced in Rift Valley? Is it the one that was pronounced in Northeastern? Because as a person, I have a difficult time trying to consolidate the kind of funds that the deputy president is talking about.
Well, my response to that is that when it comes to this bottom-up thing, the DP seem to have is it a standard or a common script? And that's why I was telling you. You see. I do not know how different people comprehend different things. But for me, you see, this Huduma number thing, for those who would imagine the genesis of what was to be captured under that Huduma number, it was going to, first of all, give a lot of data, which was going to help basically in all sectors. Do you want to do trade? Do you want to do something about agriculture? You want to do something about this utilities, everything. That Huduma number initiative, I think, was one of the best things that happened to this country. How the courts could at all get convinced to stop it, I'm totally at a loss. I'm so serious at a loss. Now, you look, the DP goes everywhere with this bottom-up thing he keeps talking about. And he has that one script. You are saying that it was in Coast, Marao, it was in, I think in Nairobi, it was in part of Eastern, wherever he goes, it is that one script. Now, if that one script, I've been trying to tie it with the existing initiatives, like the youth funds I told you about, like the women fund, which are all targeting the small and micro businesses, the informal sector. Now, if you turn around and come up with an entirely 100 billion, I'm going to give it to the hustlers. Because according to him, the hustlers are the people down. So he's bringing money, I don't know from where, because he says, well, the money is coming from where? Probably from government budgets to the grassroots. So call it to the bottom up.
No, my question, Osea, is not about where the money is coming from. My question is it just one figure that he's talking about when he says 50 billion, or he's promising every region 50 billion shillings? That is where I don't understand.
No, from my own and the way I see it is that his target is this so-called bottom-up fellow. This bottom-up fellow, another name for them are hustlers. Now you do realize that these so-called hustlers or bottom-up, they are supposed to be according to his script everywhere. And that's why I was saying that when he goes to Coast, it's the same script he reads there. When he goes to Northeastern, it's the same script you'll read there. So basically, he's going to get this 100 billion. He target the different groups are the borders, the Mogambogas, I think the other group is, I think finally just calls them hustlers. Now, I was trying to imagine the practicality of implementing such a program. So assuming you manage to push treasury, they have allocated maybe in their budget, call it the 100 billion for the border fellows. So how are you going to rein it? Because where is the first question is, who is a border and who is a mboga, who is a hustler? So if you want 100 billion to reach your mama mbogas, just how you go about it is that is what I'm at a loss at. But just to answer you, I have no idea whether maybe the way you say it means the borders in cost 100 billion. He goes to Western. He talks about the same Mambogas 50 billion. Then he goes to Rift Valley. He goes to Northeastern. He goes all over the place. He goes, and that is the name he gives them. Now, if I go littering around the country, I'm wondering who, if you were to get a list of the Mbogambogas, where is it? Now, just to close up my issue on that, you see, this is not the first time the DP is promising this to Metenga. In the past 9 years, that is what he has been doing. So as to why people should believe him this time round, that's why I'm totally at a loss. Because the dams was the same thing, the stadiums were the same thing. Do you remember the Galana Kukulal one? You saw the same thing. All of them never saw the light of day. Laptops the same. Well, I don't know whether we are in the same congruent with what you are saying, but me that is what I don't really understand it. So
yeah, it's okay. Jose, I think I am also trying to do a disservice to you because you are trying to explain something that even the owners do not know how to comprehend and explain. So my issue was if at the coast, the deputy president promised 100 billion. When he goes to Western, is he still talking about the 100 billion that he promised to the coast people, or is that a different figure? That's always what I've tried to understand.
No, from his own the way he puts it, it is the same one, because when he says mboga mboga or mama mboga in Western, in coast, basically, unless he says coastal mama mbogas, Western mama mbogas, chances are that he believes that they are all over the country, and that is why I have a challenge in finding out where is the database. For example, Mamambogas in coast, Pangeni line upper, in fact, you are 100 billion, Western the same, on all these other places. Let's hope somebody else who has a better understanding of the same might put in.
Okay.
Something
Tofik.
Thank you, Richie, for the opportunity to speak. I really want to help add some few points about the question you had asked about the proclamations by the deputy president. So see, the deputy president has said that he is planning to have 100 billion for the youth. You know, number one, now we can't even hold the deputy president accountable because these are public pronouncements which you can't hold anyone accountable because they are not on paper. So we are also waiting to see whether all these promises he has made, he will put them in the manifesto, so that if anybody, in case this guy wins, you can hold him accountable based on the things he had placed on the manifesto. Because now it's so hard to hold him accountable on things he has just said on the campaign rallies. The problem I have with these proclamations is now, for example, he has promised 50 billion to Mama Mboga. Let's say now the 8 of us here, Mama Mbogas, we have been given 50 billion, or we are supposed to share some amount of money. So how is Mama Mboga supposed to use this money? Is she supposed to take this money, use it to pay fees? Is he supposed to take this money, open a big shop? Is he supposed to take this money? Like, you know, I don't know how this money is going even to be accounted for, because the nature of proclamations that they have been made is so contemptuous. That's the problem I have with these proclamations. And even this money is saying is promising border borders. So if we have a kitty for say 20 billion for border borders, so how are these border borders people going to access this money, and for what use are they going to use this money for? Because if you say if at the end of the day a border guy is going to get 20,000 from that kitty, now what purpose is this money supposed to do to this border guy? Is he supposed to use it to do shopping? Is he supposed to use it to do anything else? Because that's where the maths is not adding. Yani the how that money is going to uplift these guys is the disconnect the deputy president is having in his manifesto. And I think actually this camp of the deputy president, the agenda is becoming stale, because actually I listened to their campaign today in Mombasa. Was it in Kilifi? So they were actually not selling the manifesto. So they were talking about the cost of living. They were saying the handshake has cost is the reason why unga is 250 shillings. You see, like now, such a debate is just ridiculous. Now you can't even take such a person serious. Like, how is even the handshake related to unga being 250 shillings? And we all know these prices are the result of the global hike in prices. So I think the messaging is just propaganda. Yani the place wamefika, these people are only saying propaganda. Like, there's nothing tangible like you can say people are selling in this manifesto. Number two, I've also watched Baba's campaigns in northern Kenya, and I think Raila has really taken a lot of time in northern Kenya. Like, he has taken almost an entire week campaigning in northern Kenya, and I think there are good probability that he'll get a good number of votes from the northern Kenya. Considering comparing to last time, last time, like county like Mandera and Marsabit, these are counties that had voted largely to Jubilee. And even looking at now, even the people who are fighting over seats, the way we saw in Mandera, those are people who are around Azimio. So there's good chances Raila is going to get a lot of votes from those regions. And I think he should use the strategy he's using as he heads to the home stretch. He should now go region by region and spend a lot of time there and articulate his policies well as we head to the general elections. Another point I also noticed in the campaigns in Coast for the UDA guys, Amason Kingi was also missing. I don't know why he was missing, or he's taking a strategic retreat like Kabogo. I don't know what is happening. But there's a guy who talked about the same thing here earlier when the episode had started. He said the guy is frustrated because William has been unable to support his candidate for governor in Kilifi. So I think as me in terms of campaigns, they're doing so well. But I don't know why I've not been seeing Joho campaigning, especially the Coast campaigns. I've only been seeing Abdul Swamad campaigning. So I don't know why Joho is not campaigning like Oparanya is campaigning in Western. Oparanya is doing good campaigns in Western. So we also need these pointmen like Joho. They need to up their game. So as we head to the home stretch, they should be consolidating the votes in Coast. As Oparanya consolidates for Western, like Kalonzo has been doing in Ukambani. So that is the strategy they should all be using. And the other day I saw Mudavadi had given a presser of how Raila has messed lawyers. I think there's a script he wanted to use. But what is so interesting, I also noticed the opinion polls, especially in Vihiga County. Vihiga County NC is actually performing badly in Vihiga. I'm actually shocked that even in Sabatia, the Mudavadi constituency, the person who is leading on the polls is the UDA guy. So I don't know the strategy Mudavadi is which politics is playing now, but in Western ANC is doing extremely badly. And also looking in Western Kenya, Azimio is actually doing well on all those counties, except for Bungoma. I don't know what is happening in Bungoma, but from what I've seen, the kind of campaigns the likes of Didmas are doing, and Azimio needs to maybe look for a good strategy on how to do the campaigns in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. Also to wind up, I've been wondering as well. I saw IBC has been insisting on they want to use the electronic voting. I don't know the idea behind that. They're insisting that they're only going to use the electronic filing, and now they are actually banking on Safaricom, on the data, on the internet from Safaricom and the Kenya Power. So I'm wondering why really they're insisting on using electronic, and we know on the election day the internet might fail, and even we might have electricity issues. We don't know. So I don't know what if there's a strategy there, or I don't know what's something that is not adding up. And also maybe to comment on the story of Wajakoya, I've been seeing there a lot of discussions around that. But I think Wajakoya, there's a role Wajakoya is playing in these elections, and I'm equally convinced that Wajakoya might be a state candidate. And there was this issue of there was this hustler dynasty debate that had been raging on, and you see, since when Jakoya began campaigning, that debate fizzled out, because now Jakoya has introduced other topics. So I think it's a diversion. Just a diversionary guy. So we are only discussing other things instead of discussing the hustlers, nini things. So I think Jakoya is a state candidate, and I think his work is cut out. There are people he's targeting in this election, and even if you see him smoking elsewhere, if the government is not concerned on what he's doing, then you need to be convinced that he's a state candidate, and he has his intentions in these elections. So if anyone can clarify for me why there is this persistent need by IBC that they should use the electronic register, based on the fact that we know how elections in Kenya are. So if there's any, thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Tofik. In fact, we have a spokesperson of IBC who is Jose. We will give him a chance later to try to convince us why his client is insisting on using the electronic transmission, voter transmission, and whatever. But I wanted to ask you a question here. I like the way you talked about Wajakoya. My question to you is this: Wajakoya himself has confessed that somebody was trying to tell him to drop his presidential ambition and give him 200 million Kenyan shillings. Just out of curiosity, I would want to hear what you have to say about that.
Yes. I actually saw that. I also saw that story somewhere. I think I think that is part of the strategy of him being the center of discussion in these campaigns. But I think Wajakoya is, I kind of think is, even if you look at his campaigns, he's been campaigning in Central and a bit of and Bungoma and what. So I think he's kind of targeting the young people who are so undecided in this election. These people have been singing hustlers, these young guys who are so fascinated in new things, and that is his target. And I think if there's anyone who might try to bribe Wajakoya so that he doesn't run, I think it might be the deputy president. I will not be shocked.
Okay, that's according to you. I like that. I don't know who was next. Alex said you made your submission.
Actually, I didn't make my submission because panel haikukuwa na watu, so we were just speaking our own things to wait for you guys because mulitoroka.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel bad when I speak about this because I know Themba will come blessing, but you know, let him suck it and get used to it. We come and speak of issues that are important to us. Finally, the fire, the paraffin has been poured on the fire in Kisii. And today, Ongwae came out and he openly said that the one man called Timbarati is not his preferred candidate. And 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, Simbarati was in a school function with the Civil Servant Society of Kisii, whereby it's headed by Matiang'i. On that day, Simbarati revealed that after the closure or the official days for the county parliament to be closed, 2 days later, there was a meeting at somebody's house. And there was a mini budget that was passed in that house. And in that mini budget, 200 million was passed, and again, another 200 million on top of it. And I guess there was about 100 million that passed between hands on that day in cash. We're not talking about something that was in paper. So Ongwae came today, and it was funny when you hear him speak about it. He started saying, you see, we were given money by World Bank, and World Bank said that money has to be passed by the parliament, the county parliament. And we just realized that that money was not effectively passed, so we had to do it even if the parliament had been closed. You know, the session of the parliament had ended for this, you know, second MCA parliament for Kisii County or for the rest of Kenyans, because this is a second parliamentary MCA session we are having. And then he went on to now clarify what the money was meant for. Then he started saying this money was for Kitutu, so it means Simbarati does not like people from Kitutu. Why will you vote for a person who we have passed a budget of building a market, even if it was a day or 2 days after? This person doesn't want you to have a market. So he went on from clan to clan to clan, lying that that money was supposed to build a certain market in some place, and he ended up coming to his main point. And when Simbarati was speaking, he can't even speak English. We have two candidates who speak better English than him. Chris Obure, who has been ABCD, civil servants, and he paraded and catalogued his CV. Then he went again now to catalog the CV for one man, Ongeri. And later on, he went to catalog the CV of Manson, who is also a gubernatorial candidate. And I think it's Wekesa or one of the panelists here who said, you cannot chase a person from a party because it will look bad. The desperate situation of Ongwae to make sure that Simba Arati does not become a governor has come to a dead end. The session for 2017 to 2022 officially had ended, closed, the budget been passed and everything. People go and sit in somebody's house and they pass 200 million, and then they go pass another 200 million. Then I hear again there was a bribe of 100 million that they were given. And this money is supposed to go to the MCAs who are willing to refuse to support Simbarati so that they can campaign against him. And I'm glad when Simbarati said that, he did not just come out of blues. Actually, DCI heard that that was happening, and it was in Kisii to investigate. So when Simbarati said that in a school function, he was exonerating himself and saying, look, the magnitude of corruption that this man has, because the previous day, I think he was in Bungoma or in Migori, somewhere, I think he was in Migori, campaigning for Baba. So he goes somewhere to campaign for Baba during the day. During the night, when he's in Kisii, he's campaigning for UDA. And I mean, it has reached a point and time whereby we are saying, I mean, nobody should take somebody called Ongwae very seriously. On the national platform, I don't think we should be seeing him anymore, because the kind of votes he wants to deny Baba in Kisii should not be allowed. So I think some of us are being exonerated that Ongwae is overrated. Ongwae is the person that is working against. Ongwae is typically another Kingi, very greedy man, a typical Mutua who has many cases that he can't answer. But the truth is that the people of Kisii have decided, and I think such kind of scenarios only solidifies one man called Simbarati, his voter base. So we are thankful for such kind of events, because such kind of events show us exactly what kind of governor we have had for the past 10 years. Because some issues, whether we are told or not, I think sometimes it becomes a hearsay. But this one, Simbarati went on to name even the MCAs who are in that meeting and who are, party to that negotiation of a budget. And the session was already ended, because according to me, they are no longer MCAs, they are candidates. So they should not sit anywhere to discuss about a budget. So these are criminals who I think are colluding with another criminal who's speaking about 50 billion, 100 billion, how many billions. And we've been having somebody talk about 24-hour economy in Kisii, which is not there. 24-hour economy is not having 100 bars within a city opened 24 hours, then you say that's 24-hour economy. There's nothing called 24-hour economy in Kisii. From Daraja Moja to Daraja Mbili, 3 kilometers, there is a record of 100 functional bars in a night. That is what he's calling 24-hour economy. So I think it's a high time for us to solidify the base in Kisii, because the home stretch is coming. We have 1 month of serious campaign. And as I said before, having been part of many campaigns, 3 weeks to election is the most essential. That is when things turn around. Even the people who you thought they were going to win 100%, 3 weeks you can pour money and change totally demographics. 3 weeks. So we are in the last stretch whereby the oligarchs of Kisii, Obure, Ongeri, Ongwae, wants to pour their billions in 3 weeks. But I'm glad Ongwae is fearing. I heard him even in that press conference said, we don't know where this boy is getting his money. He seems to be having a lot of money. So we thank God we also have money. So we will go head to head. So sisi tutapea baba kura, but shida tu ni ile sasa pesa yetu itaisha tukishaanza governorship. Sasa sijui kama mutatukubalia tu slice kitu kidogo tukiingia ugavana kurudisha pesa yetu kidogo. Asante sana ndugu zangu.
My question to you, Alex, is this: why is it that Simbarati is working with Matiang'i all of a sudden? Is there something we don't know?
It is not all of a sudden. The game was, if we were to deny Simba Arati the ticket for ODM, he was going to run for the party of one Matiang'i. Remember the governor for Nyamira, he is running governorship using the party for Matiang'i. So the game plan was very simple. If we were to deny, but I think Simba Arati became larger than life. I think they've tried everything. Even that day last time when Baba went there, Simba Arati was told to tone down. But it's not about him anymore. It's about the people who support him. I'm on the record here not supporting him, and many of you know that. But in democracy, if you are in a party, you subscribe to this party, and somebody wins a nomination, you don't have to switch. You have to support your candidate because you subscribe. So it's not like all of a sudden. No, I think they have been working together. Even I think there was a part of a talk that was in Kisii that I think both of them alluded that they've been working together for the past 2 years. And I can guarantee that that might have been true because the contingency plan for Simba Arati was that he was not going to go to UDA or Kenya Kwanza no matter what. He was going to run within Azimio. So even within Azimio, he was not going to go to DAP. He was going to go to a party that they were to build within the Kisii community. But I think wisdom prevailed, convictional wisdom, and he was told that if we do that, I think we will fail to garner the votes that we should have. So he stuck on when it was even not necessary for him to stick on. Because as you remember, Janet Ongera was the director for election for a very long time within ODM. And we thought she was going to meddle within the nomination. But I think the only thing she got is her nomination. But we were given a deal. We were saying, let her be given the nomination for ODM, but you can vote for Toto. So we are going to vote for Toto, who is in Wiper, and Janet Ongera. They can go to the nearest hell and jump. Thank you.
So I'll give you a minute before we move on. Just a minute.
Yeah, I needed some clarification from Alex. Alex, it means that these approvals that took place way after, call it Parliament had closed, isn't it? Indefinitely. They'll have to use their ways to backdate all the whatever they had passed in that budget.
It was done in secrecy, total secrecy. And I think the plan was to backdate everything. What they were trying to do is to bribe, because I think Simba Arati had captured all the MCAs. You know, in any campaign, in any serious campaign, you must have your team. So it looks like Simba Arati had won a team that they can never win against. So for them to win over, because ODM, I think it's next week, 2nd or 7th of July, they're supposed to release money to give their candidates. ODM has not given none of their candidates money to campaign. So Ongwae was trying to take advantage of the last stretch and buy all these people before they are given money, because you're using a lot of money to campaign, I think, this time around. And it seems like 2013, an MCA needed only 3 million to take the seat. 2017, it was 10 million. My friend, now it's 50 million to take an MCA seat in Kisii. So they were promised that. So I think they were backdating.
Well, they don't need the legislators when they do that. Because if the legislators are not a part of it, what's going to happen? It can be contested by the DCI.
That is why I remember the DCI was in Kisii. Before Simba Arati said that, he said, do you know that DCI was in Kisii to investigate about 200 million, and some money that was put on top. So he was just saying of the ongoing investigation. And that is why Ongwae came back to explain and say what this money was for. But it's already an illegality. You hear that? Parliament session has ended. So he's trying to explain an illegality, which means he's already, incriminating himself.
Okay, let me move. Tofik, I'll give you a minute later. Let me move to I'm trying to hit the last guy, Roba, on the left. So let me see. Mama Selina now nako kwa simu. Mr. K.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy. Sometimes it's good to be here in the forum. I want to say hi to everybody. And sometimes it's important to listen to what is happening in Kisii because some of us don't know exactly what is happening. But even my concern is the candidature of the Azimio related or Azimio side governorship that can cost the Kisii, the Azimio group that seat. Is it possible, Alex? And if it is not, then I think where I sit, then we are happy because we have at least three governors from the same side of supporting Baba. Is it going to be an issue before I submit?
Not anymore. There was a time it was a contestation. But when we opened our eyes and realized that Ongwae is bankrolling the UDA candidate, I think that was the end of our love for Mr. Ongeri, Mr. Obure, and Manson Imwe. Before that, we wanted it to be a contestation so that the best candidate can win. But where it has gotten to, it's fidelity and loyalty to the party and to Baba. It's no longer merit.
Thank you. That was my only fear. Anyway, mine is to first of all talk on things that Tofik has spoken and of course Kusea Oze. Because 1 or 2 days to the election is a factor of Wajakoya. Now, as we speak, Wajakoya is the real hustler as an individual, and he is the owner of hustlers. And now hustlers have truth back to their father because Wajakoya was a chocolate. I don't think you can become any a bigger hustler than that. Being a street kid and rising up to have about 5 degrees and 7 degrees, that is a definition of bottom up. And to top it up, even to soup it up and to put the icing on the cake, Wajakoya now has defined what bottom up is. He has told the young people, there's no 50 billion and 100 billion coming to you. You're going to make money where you are. You can rear chicken, you can rear snakes, and you can also plant cannabis. And from that, we can pay our Kenyan debts. From that, we can get out of poverty, and no police will ever come and harass you because you're smoking bang. He's telling them, now this is the real definition of bottom up. And I will tell you for free, this guy, even if we are not very careful, we can even cause a runoff. But anyway, one thing I know is not eating on Baba's side. He's eating on the hustler side. And that is why the government is very careful. Haitaki kuingilia hiyo maneno sana. Very few people have condemned him. And of course, that tells you that he's telling what the government, because NIS report shows as young as class 8, young people are smoking this thing. And when you smoke this thing, and you people are, and then somebody comes and tells you, when I am in power, we can make it legal. In any case, you be free to sell and to buy without any problem. Then that excites a very big group of people. And that is why I'm not surprised that at one point he said that somebody approached him with 200 million because he has eaten almost half of his political base, which is the young people. And so Wanjako has done a good job. We should commend him for that. And let us not be worried about Bangi. I don't think it is going to be very easy to just suspend the constitution and start making it an institution or make it legal in Kenya. But his mandate is one: sell it to those hustlers. And once they buy the story, then we can now know that at the end of the day, hii kitu ni strategy. If you don't have a good strategy in politics, it's not how much you give, you speak, how much you say. It's about the strategy. So many young people, I am in Kiambu, I'll tell you, I was in 44 today, and the young people are very happy that they have now one of their own. In any case, he said what he said, I think it's yesterday, he said after he was offered the bribe, a last man do not take bribe. You know, that's a quote in Jamaica. When you say that, last man are very happy. People are very, very happy because he stood for them. And therefore, we are happy for what he's doing. And I know he's going to deliver 1.2 something million hustlers to nowhere. Having said that, I also want to say that now it is now clear that the only person or the only entity that can cause violence in this country is not Ruto, and it is not Raila Odinga supporters. It is IEBC. It seems after every 5 years, IEBC has a new experiment to carry on with Kenyans, because I have never understood why they keep on changing tact after every 5 years. Because I think if you want to grow and become better in whatever you do, you make sure that you build on what you have done before, you avoid the mistakes that you have done before, and bring something better that is improve. Because what IBC is telling us is that we shall lose, as Tawfiq was saying, electronic registrar, but they're not still telling us then what happens if there's a systematic failure, because we know in this country, and that is why some of us are complaining of being hacked. We have the best hackers in the world. Yeah, this is a country whereby, and particularly the UDA side, you find very specialized people who can hack the system, and there is a complete failure of a system. If, for example, the system fails, the electronic voter registers fails, then what happens? Because my other question will be to IEBC. They say that once you vote, then your name is archived. Archived where? To who? Because even the servers before, they didn't open. Because if you can archive people who didn't vote, how then do we know who voted and who didn't? There is so many gray areas in those sentiments. And I want to say this: we still have never got it right in Kenya. Ghana is an African country. They do a very good election, tamper-proof, simple, clear, verifiable, and everybody is confident. In any case, the last two elections in Ghana, the difference or the margin of difference from the two presidential candidates has been very minimal. But there has not been street battles. There have not been complaints. There have not been court cases. Why? Because the commission there is serious on its work, and they know what they are doing. In India, for example, there are 300 million voters with 3 commissioners, and they have never had issues. 3 commissioners. Here we have 9. Their greatest job is to perform and conduct an election after 5 years. And then if we have given you our taxpayer money to stay in that office for 5 years and then do a shoddy job only one day, then we really wonder what kind of a person or what kind of people they are. Because an institution is as good as the individuals. And if the individuals are going to mess this election up, then this country will have no point of return, because it will have messed so many people. We have campaigned a lot. Sometimes we spend here the whole night burning the overnight, the midnight oil, because we want the better for this country. And we know where better is. Better is not in UDA and Kenya Kwanza. That is a place whereby there is no go zone. And that is why Mr. Richie was asking Jose, is it the 50 billion we go for, or it is 100 billion we go for? Because it is whatever is in their mind at that moment. That is what I will not be surprised if he goes to a place and say, now it is no longer 100 billion, it is 500 billion, to make it sound better. So for me, I'm not surprised with the statements of Ruto, because Ruto speaks on both of his mouth. He can say this today. In coast, he has been struggling to say why the port operation was taken to Mombasa, to Naivasha. And when he goes to Naivasha, he tells them he's going to expand that port. In any case, he's going to build an industrial park around it. So you can tell he's conning his way to the presidency. Having said that, I want to say that people here in Mount Kenya, I want to give you one-on-one reporting that Baba is at 53. We are sure that he's going to even emerge victor. People have really changed. I think the gospel of Azimio now is a real thing, and majority of us now wants to see our children and the children of our children in a better nation than the issue than a country where there will be no systems, there will be no things. And then the issue that Kenya Kwanza is using a lot on cost of living. I want to say that I don't think thugs and the very corrupt people can even change the dynamic. Part of the things that has hiked the prices in Kenya is corruption. There is a percentage, a big factor that has been attributed to corruption. And therefore, if we deal with corruption, then we can at least manage the price of this thing. And the Kenya Kwanza, of course, UDA, has no plan for reducing the items because they are part and parcel of a problem. Some of the people in Kenya Kwanza, plus their presidential candidate, he has been accused of eating maize, planting maize in Congo, affecting the many people and farmers in Rift Valley. And even we saw that video here. So it is not a person, you cannot bewitch me and then come and treat me the condition that you have bewitched me. So for me, it's not an option. And I'm happy that in the next 42 days, we are going to make Raila the next president. In fact, one thing I'm happy about the Azimio team. Today I saw a very old photo of Maada Kome. I think they were in the same class with Martha Karua, and then Wakinagetobu Imanyara. These are very serious Kenyans. And all the senior councils have supported Azimio, except one Abdul Nasir, who is in Kenya Kwanza. But everybody else, I think now the equation to get to where it's supposed to be, it is just electing Baba and Martha Karua. These other people, Mother Koome and all these other people, will deal the final blow to corruption, and they will put Kenya in the map again. Asante sana bwana Richie Makiadi. Ama
Kama ulikuwa umekoma. Umemaliza sio?
Nasema nimemaliza, asante sana.
Roba ako na swali kwako nadhani. Roba.
Okay, Mr. K, Mr. Kamal. I just saw some news that the governor of Kiambu is stepping down for Kabogo, and the Baba will be there next week. Do you have any information about it?
Yeah. There are those rumors. I'm told that the meeting that was held yesterday at KICC, Baba chaired it. They have talked of the people who are going to really step down and solidify, because it is rather obvious that the Azimio side, which is now very popular, it might lose seats because of the many candidates that are going for governorship, for example, MPs, and that will cost the Baba even in parliament. So I'm told that there is a very big elaborate plan next week, this week coming, that is, I think, starting today, where many people are going to step down, and particularly in Kiambu. I'm also hearing even in Kajiado and many other places. So we are just it's a wait and see game, so that if he steps, it's better, because right now we are not even sure who become the governor of Kiambu. Kiambu is very confused. The opinion poll are giving different readings each and every week. Sometimes Nyoro is up, sometimes that guy of Kenya. We are not sure who exactly can become.
Kamau, can you hear us? Kamau, I have two questions for you. Number one is, I read somewhere that people are saying as if and when it happens, if the governor Nyoro steps down for Kabogo, then Kabogo's goose is cooked. That is what I've been reading on Twitter. That's just number one. Number two, I also heard that Moses Kuria is going to there's a likely possibility that Moses Kuria is going to step down for Wamatangi, and then Moses Kuria might be the UDA candidate for senator. I don't know what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I think the stakes are high, Mr. Richie. And Kabogo is, let me put it this way. If you have a history of Kiambu, and particularly Kiambu County, can you just imagine right now, it's only to the election, that is 2017. You can hear me?
Go ahead, try once more. We didn't get that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just try to proceed. Let's see if we can get you. I think Mr. Kamau has a problem. Mr. Kamau, try to restart your device and then we'll bring you back, because we really need to hear that. Mama Selina, uko hapo? I think
Niko hapo,
uli drop.
Sijui kama nasikika. Unajua leo tumelemewa.
Si tunakusikia.
Asante.
Mimi unanisikia?
Asante. Kama
Yeah,
wacha
Mr. Kamau,
tuachie Kamau kwanza.
Okay, sawa Mama Selina. Mr. Kamau.
No, dakika kidogo tu, ni network, I think iko na problem. Hivi
imekataa. Mr. Kamau, just restart your device. We'll bring you back. There's an issue with your connection. Just try to restart your device. We'll bring you back. Let me go to Mama Selina. Go ahead and make your submission.
Yeah, thank you so much. Panelist, nafikiria with 42 days to election, hii siku 42, most Kenyans, watu wengi wameamua mahali wanapopika kura. Lakini tukienda upande ya Azimio, ingawa watu naona kama watu wengi wanapapaika. Hata nimeona saa hii kwa KTN ama Citizen wakisema hao watu kama Kisii, kama Kajiado, wamesema Kiambu, wamesema some places yenye Azimio wako na candidate, especially viti ya governors. So but yes, baba atapata kura, lakini pia Kenyans this time round, of course, mmoja atakuwa number 1, mwingine number 2, the other one will be number 3, kwa sababu uwingi ya watu. Lakini kama wangewachiliana na baba, unajua nyumba ya baba iko na kasi mingi. Ningeshangaa Njeru ama Ricky ama Ose Alex ya kwamba kama mimi kama Selina tunapigana na Alex na baba ajaribu kutuongelesha na unakatalia, unasema lazima uende mpaka Kamba, and then after that unashindwa. How will you come back to baba kumwambia baba kwa serikali yake unataka upatiwe kazi? Kwa sababu I thought hii watu wangekuwa na akili ya kwamba of course wanajua, na hata kama wanatoshana, for the sake of that, mmoja ange withdraw na apate kazi kwa serikali ya baba kuliko nyinyi wawili muende muanguke. I don't know how will you go back to Azimio na kuambia baba, unajua nilikuwa number 2, nataka kazi. I think these people are not serious, kwa sababu baba kuunda serikali, kuna viti mingi sana inatakikana na watapata. So for me, kama Kitenye na Governor Olen Seku, one of them, waangalie na wapatiwe viti, kwa sababu nyumba ya baba iko na viti mingi na tunataka kutengeneza Kenya. Kama Kisii, vile tumeambiwa, na ninakubaliana na Alex alituambia mapema, na hata sasa unaona huyo Simba Arati Patu wako mbele. Hawa wawili wanataka kuharibia. Mtu kama Ongeri ni babu, ni baba, anatakikana kusimama. Heshima yenye ako naye na Raila, kwanza aone hiyo kijana, awachie kasi, akae chini na baba huko national, kama vile Ngilu aliona. Ngilu wakati aliona na mwenzake walikaa chini, na Ngilu akasema yeye anaenda national, na unaona Ukambani imetulia kwa sababu mmoja lazima awache. Ni nini hiyo watu wanakufania, wanataka kuwania kwa county? Nikiona mambo ya Kiambu, hata ukiona wakati walikuwa kwa leo, unaona Wamatangi, Kaboko, yes, Kaboko atachukua. Na ingawa Kaboko anasema ako independent, lakini alisimama akisema watu ya Azimio, watu ya Raila wampigie kura. Kwa hivyo na watu yake pia wapigie Raila. Nasikia mnasema Moses Kuria anawaachia Wamatangi. Ni nini anawacha na yeye, even is not in 1% or 2% yenye imepatikana huko. So unawacha, okay, unawacha ukiwa na watu gani? You know, kama unajua sasa Nyoro ako 15% ama ako nyuma ya Kaboko. So tukienda leo na kusema well, Nyoro wewe wacha Kaboko aingie na watu yako, kwa sababu yote Kaboko akichukua na ameingiza hiyo nini kwa Azimio, alafu ama already tumeona Jubilee wako namba 3 kwa hiyo race. So unaweza sema mtu mwenye ako na 35% ama 40% awachie mtu mwenye ako 15%? No. So saa zingine ni uoga tu tuko nayo, lakini mwenye kuanguka ataanguka. Mahali tunaweza fikiria kabisa, na hata nyinyi mnajua ya kwamba these 2 candidates or 3 candidates, tuseme mahali mtu ya UDA na mtu ya Azimio wanaenda pamba kwa pamba, ya kwamba ule mwingine UDA na Azimio tuseme wako 45, mwingine ako 41, alafu tuko na ule third ako na, hapo ndio tunaweza sema UDA anaweza pita katikati. Lakini how could you tell me kama watu wawili ya Azimio ndio wako mbele kabisa? One will be number 1, the other one will be number 2, and the UDA atakuja third last. But kwa sababu atutaki bora kura sababa inachungwa. So na ya ingine, wakati kulikuwa 2017 tukikombea, na kama tutafanya free and fair elections, mambo yataenda mzuri. Mambo ya Central tulisema mapema, na tukawaambia kura ya Central hata sasa wachaamua. The last week hii July, na ndio unasikia vile Martha Karua aliambia Central, wingi wetu tunataka kupiga kura upande moja. Tulikuwa tunasema tunataka 30%. Nasikia kama wanasema today they are in 53%. Tukiendelea kumaliza watapata hiyo 65% walituambia, because they know how to vote. Wakati walikuwa na Kibaki na Uhuru, walinyima Uhuru wakapatia Kibaki. Wakati walikuwa Kibaki na Matiba, walinyima Kibaki wakapatia Matiba. So this time round, nasikia watu wengi wanasema Central hawana candidate. Wako na 2 deputy presidents. Kuna Kashakwa na kuna Martha Karua. Na kwa hao wawili, Central are very clever. They cannot fight their votes. Kama wameamua wingi ya Central wanapatia kura Martha Karua, Kashakwa hawawezi kawanya kura. That is how clever Central votes score. Ya kwamba hakuna siku wamepiga kura wakaweka ati sawa. Kibaki na Matiba alichukua. Uhuru na Kibaki walinyima Uhuru wakapatia Kibaki. So this time round it is Martha Karua and Kashakwa watapatia kura mingi Martha Karua. Second, ile imeinua na nje watu ya Central kwanza wanataka mtu ya kuchunga rasilimali sao. Na wanaona Martha Karua as one of them kulingana na kasi alifanya before. Tangu 92 alisimama opposition, the late kina Wangari Maathai, naona munasema kama Itopu Imanyara, our group. Ukiangalia mtu kama Paul Mwite ndiye nimeshindwa amepotelea wapi, ama unajua hii Hussein naye inaleta maneno. Otherwise constituency hiyo. Alafu sasa tukikuja constituency ya wamama, munaona UDA wamejaribu sana kutengeneza kitu inaitwa 50-50. Aiusiki, wamejaribu kuweka wamama kina Alice Waome. Nani amesikia hiyo mama anaitwa Alice Waome akiongea of late? Nani amesikia mama anaitwa Chen Kiara akiongea of late? Susan Kiika, Han Waiguru, the ladies yenye walikuwa naimba na wakutusiana, they are not talking no more because Central imechange. Na Kenya msima, muangalie mkutano hiyo yote ilikuwa ya North Eastern. Muliona buibui wa mama na kufunika, unaona wingi ya watu walikuwa kwa kiwanja ni wa mama. So I want to thank the constituency of women. Na wasiangalie kiti ya deputy president peke yake. Mahali popote mama amesimama, tujaribu kuinua kina mama na tuwapigie kura. Still nakuja kuomba kina mama ya kwamba kwa hii 42 days kina mama ya Kenya tunaomba tuongee vizuri, mkaribishe baba nyumbani mapema. Najua wamama tunaongea na vijana yetu wanatusikia, na najua kura tutapata. Kirinyaga naona munaona vile imechange. Kiti ya Kirinyaga hata alikuwa naitwa nani huyu mama alikuwa women rep Ngerechi. Munaona sahi aongei kwa sababu kura ya Kirinyaga sahi itakuwa between hiyo mtu ya Jubilee na mtu ya na Kenya. Hawa ndio wako juu sahi kulingana. Sasa munaona mambo ili change. Niliona Kachakwa leo akiwa Nyeri akiongea kuhusu anaitwa nani huyu active member of parliament, amesaidia baba sana ya
Kanini Kega.
Kanini Kega, thank you so much. Anajaribu kuuliza swali na unaona watu walikuwa na cheka na unaona walikuwa na hesabu passes. Hiyo mkutano kidogo ilikuwa ni mkutano ya council, I think so. So ukiangalia mambo vile inaenda, you cannot imagine ile mkutano ya UDA vile ilikuwa inachaanga mpaka watu walikuwa wamechaa maji, lakini dunia imechange. Ukiangalia vile deputy president ameongea huko, anasema kura yake haipiwi. Nani anaipa kura yenye hata haichai kipapa? Hiyo kura ya wakati alikuwa na Aisha Chuma. Munaona hiyo mkutano. Sasa anauliza watu wataipa kura yake. Ni kura gani wataipa jameni? Kama amekuwa akinunua watu, sasa watu waendi mkutano kwa sababu unajua kuna kununuliwa mpaka watu sahi wamejua ni the last lap. Hakuna mtu anataka kutoka. Walikuwa naendanga aonekana ako na watu wengi. Lakini nafikiria hata sahi watu wakichukua pesa hawatoki kwa manyumba because hawataki kumdanganya tena. So Azimio wanakuja peke yao, na vile tulikuwa tunasema Alex alishindwa kutengeneza yellow t-shirt. Najua hiyo biashara, nafikiri hata Alex pia alifunga, kwa sababu tulikuwa tunamuuliza hii mkutano ya hii watu mbona iko yellow kidogo, na kweli tuliambiwa wanapepa watu. Kuna kitu moja tena nimeona Martha Karua na imeshikwa na watu wengi, hiyo ya kutembea kwa campaign. Nimeona Wanga ameshika hiyo, naona Mikori wametembea, naona Kaboko alikuwa anatembeanga sana na helicopter, lakini nimeona pia Kaboko ameanza hiyo walk. Hiyo kampeni ya kutembea, hiyo ndiyo inaenda kabisa. So naona Gladys Wanga wanasema Martha Karua, yani wameika kampeni hiyo. So at least tuko sawa. Nasikia mtu mwingine ameuliza Joe ajapatikana. Mnajua siasa saa zingine Mombasa walifanya kazi kubwa, wakapeleka mmoja akawachia Nasir. Tusikuwe na shida, kila kitu inaenda vizuri, but sisi tukase tu watu yetu. Na mnaona hata hapa wale watu walikuwa na kujanga wanatufamia, walikuwa wanajipika kifua. Hii 43 days na nikishangaa tukibaki watu wa Azimio, kwa sababu watu ya UDA nafikiri pia wameulizwa mliendanga huko na hii kufanyika. Nataka kushukuru kila mtu mwenye amesimama na Azimio. Nikimalizia ile mkutano leo ya Azimio Diaspora ilikuwa mzuri, but wanastahili kuambia watu wengi, kwa sababu wale watu walikuwa na watch online ilikuwa inastahili wakuwe wengi zaidi. Na sijui kama hata sisi nyinyi Mtembei TV mliweza ndiye mkakapcha hiyo mkutano, but for me I think wangefanya kitu mzuri sana kutangaza world. Walilete watu ya kuwakilisha, walikuwa nasema vizuri. I was happy to see even one of us alikuwa hapo, and I was happy that the Kalenjins hawajawachwa nyuma, na nikafurahia sana kuona Chelule kama amekuja kuwakilisha. I was so proud that we are not behind, sisi tuko na Wakenya. Otherwise watu walifanya mzuri, walileta watu ya kuwakilisha, but wale walikuwa wanaangalia observers wangekuwa wametuambia sisi wote watu wenye wako kwa diaspora, hata wanajua hii Mtembei TV wako officials ya hiyo group, wangekuja hapa watuambie, kwa sababu hii ni yetu ya Mtembei TV na najua wako na watu wengi. Wangekuwa wametuambia na tungekuwa tumewatangazia, and I know a lot of people could have attend, but kwa sababu ni ya kwanza na baba amesema na tusipojipanga, wale tuko diaspora, tusipojipanga tutakuta tumepangwa, because you guys are doing great job here in diaspora kwa Mtembei TV, but mambo yetu yako wapi? Hata sisi tutaenda kupigia watu wengine makofi, or are we in the menu, ama sisi tutakulwa? Because hii watu wenye wameongea leo wamechipanga. Kama kuna kitu itakuja diaspora, they will be there. But nyinyi watu ya Mtembei TV, wale tuko diaspora, you have done a great job. Mumeongelesha watu. Tumechange a lot of people. Na kweli, kwa serikali ya baba, will we have even 1 or 2 people that we will be happy to say, hawa ni watu tulikuwa na hawa Mtembei TV? Or kasi yetu tu ni kuropoka na kuongea, na end of the day I was so shocked. Si kwa nini hatukukuwa na mtu hata moja ya Mtembei TV, and I know we have a great leaders hapa Mtembei TV yenye walikuwa na stahili kukua kwa hiyo group. Anyway, we have to work hard. You guys, you have to wake up. Hata sisi atutengenezi serikali parallel, but kama Mtembei TV tunataka wajue kuna panelist, kuna viongozi. I know we have a lot of people hapa, mnaongeanga hapa wanaonanga ma-PIT imechaa. Wacha sisi wenye tunaotea chikoni hapo. I know we have great leaders, wanatupatia hata vile kura silienda, walitufungulia mpaka Safa. How can we lose these great people? I'm challenging you guys, please, tuone what we can do. Azimio, kuna hiyo kwanza, nyinyi muko grupu mbili, kuna grupu ingine sijui upande ile, na sasa hapa we have two teams that wanaongea mambo ya Azimio 8 hours a day, and then end of the day watu wengine wameenda wanachukua, alafu na sisi tutaulizwa where were you, tutasema nini? Please, I know I'm out of order, but I want you guys to see something. Ose, nyumba ni yenyu. You have these brothers following you. Where are you? Are you not closer to Baba? Nyinyi, amuna mtu hata moja ako karibu? We cannot afford to be out of this thing. By January watu wanatengeneza serikali. This Azimio group could be even a TV for Baba. Kwa sababu wamesema ana recognize diaspora. Now, as tuko na wa Kenya na tuko diasporans, what are we doing? Please, jameni, 45 days, 42 days. Can we wake up and make sure we know something? Can you invite those people wale wanajiita viongozi ya diaspora so that we can know what they are doing? Otherwise, I will not be happy to see that watu tutakuwa tunapigia watu makofi and hatuna mtu hata moja ya Alex, wacha hiyo mchezo. Kwani si ndiye tunakuwa watu wanaita Baba na hakuna mtu hata moja yetu anaonekana? Where are we? What are we doing? Please, diaspora, please. Let's wake up. Mimi ni shosho, mimi ni mama, but I see. Naona it is not right. Tuwaite hiyo watu watueleze. Wangekuja hapa waseme tuko na timu mbili ya diaspora. Can you spread this news that Baba atakuwa Moyale ama Marsabit ama Wajir na tukue na mkutano? It was so shameful that there were not even 500 people who were watching. Na walikuwa wameambia Baba there are 15,000 people watching online.
So Mama Selina, listen. Mama Selina, the person who organized that, I think, was part of it was KDTRV TV, who is Kabwato, who is my friend. The way they wanted to do it is, you see, and I said it here before, and I will continue to say, we in this diaspora have a problem. When we have visitors, we want to show who is the best. We don't work as a team. When Azimio came here, it was so disorganized that I think the UDA virtual group did 100 times better than us. For the record, go and see the UDA virtual meeting Ruto with the people here in Minnesota. That was classy. You can't compare. It is like day and night. Those who masquerade to be representing, when they see other people who are able to do it better, they feel that they should not even advertise for it. So you ask people, why didn't they come to Mtembe? And because we are one of the biggest online TV. Why didn't they do that? They know us. They come here at night. After they leave there, they come here. You know that. Stone PK come here. Name them. Why are you fearing? When they finish from Azimio, they come here. Why didn't they tell us? It can only be because they have insecurities. So don't worry about that. The government that is coming will not be part of what we are seeing now. If the diaspora wants to do anything feasible and sustainable, we have to be united to show that we have votes and we matter. But if you start having a virtual conference of 500 people for diaspora, that's an embarrassment. That is not diaspora. Thank you.
Can I add something there, please? Yeah, you know, those are some of the things which personally I never like. I think we are pushing as a unit, and even if we have 1 million TVs, and most of the TVs, they are Azimio inclined. There should be a concept of getting people involved. Sababu, hata hiyo KDR ile pande, they are not voting for our PG baba mwingine. I think baba ni mmoja. So this idea, I think we need to push for harmonization, and we need to push for recognition, especially when there is another virtual conference, whereby we can also have representation, or we can also have like 2 or 3 people who can take our issues there. Because I think some of us are burning a lot of midnight oil trying to market Azimio and trying to be where it is. And it is wrong for a certain group to take more credit than others. For instance, some of us, we are using a lot of our effort. I'm not saying that we want to be recognized. Some of us, we are using a lot of effort even to make sure that Azimio is having visibility in Mount Kenya. And we are some of the people who are trying to do the impossible. Even many people used to say that Baba cannot climb the mountain. And we are here doing that. Our efforts might look small, might look retro, but we have a lot of power we can do. We don't want to be recognized or to be given position. That's not what we are looking for here. What we want is, we want an inclusive government which can recognize the tiniest efforts which are being done. And if we start sidelining people now, I have to blame those people. There must have been a way to involve us. They know us, and it is wrong. And if they are hearing us, next time, let them involve any platform which is trying to make at least Baba get 1 or 2 votes. Because these efforts people are doing here, coming here 9 hours every day, trying to talk about an Azimio candidate, it should not be despised. Whatever we are doing here, it's extreme, and we need to be recognized. That's what I wanted to add, Richie. And I feel pain to see that maybe somebody could want to annex others for a selfish benefit. It's wrong. Baba needs to know that we are many for him, and people should not take others for a ride. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru. Mama Selina, just to add on what Njiru and Alex have said. Wakati tulikuwa tunakuwa tukiwa vijana wadogo, kuna ule kijana mmoja wa kwanza alikuwa anakimbia, anaenda town, amesoma wa kwanza, anapata kazi kubwa huko. Alafu kukitokea kitu nyumbani kama matanga, hakuna kitu inaendelea mpaka akuje. Unajua wale amekataa kusaidia wale ndugu zake wanamfuata kwa sababu hataki waonekane ni kama kitu kwa boma. So matanga ikitokea, yule jamaa inasemekana hakuna kitu itaendelea kwa hiyo nyumba mpaka hakuje. Wakati anakuja kwa boma sasa, ndio sasa wanaanza kupanga mambo ya mazishi itakuwa ni lini, vitu kama hizo. Budget ya matanga inatolewa sasa, yeye ndiye anaonekana anagharamia kitu kama hiyo. So we have that tendency. Hata hapa diaspora tumekuwa na hiyo shida, because even when people are planning even when they were planning the other time when Baba and Martha Karua are coming to the diaspora, I think there's a certain clique of individuals somewhere, I think in Washington, D.C., who have the monopoly of controlling the politics of Azimio in the diaspora without even involving other members. And like Alex said, when you try to involve yourself in these issues, utakosana na watu bure. So sometimes you stay on the sideline. Kama mtu ataona there's need ya kukuja kudiscuss na watu wengine ambao pia ni stakeholders, then we'll definitely have open hands so that we can work together moving forward. But sometimes you'll try to involve yourself in things ambazo unaingiza mikono ambapo utachomeka. And so we try to stay on the side. Most of us here, Alex can tell you, most of us here, we have friends out there that organize these things. But sometimes when you look at the kind of ile mtu anataka kujipigia debe ndiye akuwe recognize ya kwamba amefanya kazi, you just stay on the side. Hopefully moving forward vitu zita improve, but so far I don't think. I was even watching that diaspora yenye mama Selina unasema ilikuwa na only 200, only 200. We hit even 1,000 here. We go more than that. If you go to YouTube and watch the videos that we guys have made here as a panel here, people watch 18,000, 19,000, 20,000 views. People recognize Motembei TV. And so if the committee that organizes these kind of forums would actually come and talk to Motembei TV and tell them, we think we can work together on trying to sell the agenda of Baba and Mama in the diaspora, everyone here is open. We can always give our ideas and have somebody here, move there to represent us. But nobody has reached to anybody here unless Njiru kuna mtu alikutafuta, ama Banada alitafutwa, ama Ndemba, ama Alex, ama Roba Papa, ama Kuseo. Mimi hakuna mtu aliniambia kitu, ama Roba labda uliambiwa kitu. So mimi hakuna kitu niliambiwa, so hata mimi nimesikia tu kumekuwa na diaspora. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Richie, there is somebody saying Baba watches our program here. Let me address Baba directly. Baba, if you are listening to us, kindly know that there are a million platforms supporting you. And in the future, the people who are planning, kindly let them give you a big list of all the people who are in the diaspora and in Kenya who follow you online. Because it is unfair to have a program which is having less than 300 people and we can be able to even watch you live with close to 10,000 people. We feel aggrieved for not being involved. And I think now, in future, just make sure that the people who are close to you, they give you the right advice so that we can also get involved. We want to see your presidency, and we can see there is a people who want to block your presidency through their doing. It is very hard for us to start crashing now with some people who want to take advantage of these platforms. Thank you, and let's be involved. And if Mutembei can also write to Azimio campaign, because I know Mutembei might have that channel, Baba can even plan the next event through us, and then we invite those guys to also come and join with us. So we can also take that initiative of saying it can start from Mutembei. So I don't know, maybe if the people who manage Mutembei also, just I can support what Serena said here, we can also initiate the next conversation can start from Mutembei going outward, because like now I can see we are close to 350 people. If Mother Karua came here now to address us, already they could get a bigger audience than the one which they had. So I think Mutembei TV initiate the conversation. We can have it through us next time, and we invite those KDR, they also watch it through us. If people want competition, and I don't want to invite competition, I want us to have inclusivity, but we can also initiate it from Mutembei. So Richie, you can also add if you want to say anything.
I want first of all to give Robert a chance to give his submission, because let me allow Robert to speak. He's been here for quite a while before we move on. Robert, karibu.
Thank you, Makia. I tried to be a gentleman today, so that's why I just kept quiet. I can see you say you want to shut me down and say I can see you there. But anyway,
just wanted to add something on what Njiru has said, because the two are connected.
Okay, you get time to say. Okay,
the appeal Njiru, I support the appeal Njiru has made, especially. I do not know how busy Mama is, but if she could get time, I think we wouldn't mind sharing here one of these evenings together, so that she can hear just maybe a bit of the contributions that we make and some of the concerns that we have observed. Thank you.
Okay. Let me continue.
I think I will.
It's my time now. It's my time. I'm not going to allow anybody to shut me down. It's my time, please.
Okay, let's allow Roba first, and then I'll give you some time to make comments.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Let me just start by thanking everybody. So I've been away for a couple of days here, but you guys, we follow you. I see or say Roba Papa, but I'm the real Roba. Then Njiru, you are doing a nice job on the other side, and there's a girl right there. I just see sometimes. I mean, I've been watching you guys on the Kuyu side also. You are doing a very nice job for Raila, and what you are doing is amazing. And you know what? Everybody, even Kamawa, let me say this. I might get out of topic a little bit, but before that, somebody was asking me, or somebody asked about the FIPs, that's Ruto's promises. I mean, that's conmanship promises. First of all, the man he forgets we have a constitution. I see going to allocate all this money saying, first of all, I mean, that's a lot of money. He doesn't have no power to take money and put it like the way he wants it. If you don't see what he's trying to, Ruto is already running for a second term. That was his plan. So whatever you see here, Ruto was thinking, but he thought he's going to win an election. Then now he want to build another one, and I was thinking another 5 years ahead of him. But that's a dream which will never come true on him. And I hate to say it, when he thinks that everything's money. He's not talking other issues. He thinks he can buy the presidency. He thinks the Kenyan people are stupid. But somebody has to tell him he's the most stupid man ever run a country. When that man stands up, when people are suffering, and says, vitu meenda tu kwa sababu ya handshake ya Uhuru and Raila. It makes me mad. The guy could have resigned a long time ago. Maybe could have had somebody else who could have helped the president right now, at least to solve some of the problems we have in the country. And talking of problems, and that's where I want to pursue, and maybe you guys can allow me, and I'm not going to take a long time. There's something which has changed in our country of latest. I don't know whether some of you have realized that. There's too much killings going on. People are losing life. There's no security right now. I mean, when I see people being murdered, remember it was just a few months ago when people were being found dead in Rivayara. Now I see people being found on forests. Now, like in Nakuru, 5 women being killed. I mean, this killing has to stop. We are losing a lot of people in a very weird way. So that's what I'm just saying. Where's the government with security? Where's Matiang'i? We can't be we are talking about politics, but at the same time, I want you guys also, we are losing focus. People are being killed. There's no security in the country. And that one is, it's a concern some of us we have right now. I mean, it's just like those who have power, they are protected, yes. What about the ordinary people? Yes, when we see people are disappearing, young men, regardless of whatever's transpired, they are being killed. We should also just come up and say this one has to stop. Makia, that's all I have for now. I'm on to reason and I'll contribute later on. But this idea of, I mean, somebody has to say about it. People are losing lives. There's too much careless killings going in the country right now. I don't know whether people realize that, but we have to say it. And I'll just listen and thank you very much.
Okay, I'll do this. I'll give Mama Selina a minute and then consider a minute, then we move on to the next person.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nashukuru kwa sababu sisi yote tumechukua hiyo nafasi. Actually, tukiongea, I'm trying, nimejaribu, najua ni late, lakini najaribu kutext mama. Nimwambie the feelings of people, alafu kama anaweza kuwa na nafasi. Lakini there is one thing ningetaka kusema pia ya kwamba hatuwezi, mumesema kuna watu walichua, but hatushindani, lakini chenye tunataka ni kuuza sera za baba. But nilikuwa naona ni vibaya kama at least wangechukua, and then Mtembei TV again Njiru, kwa sababu tungetaka kuongea hii mambo maybe kama Alex Sako ama Temba, those people who work, wale wako karibu. Mtembei TV wanafanya mambo mingi sana ya baba. Hata tunaona hii mpunge la mwananchi na hii vijana wanatembea kuuliza maswali. So kama Mtembei TV really angeorganize hiyo mambo, kwa sababu kila mahali Mtembei TV iko na wanafuata, ingekuwa ni vyema sana. Na tuna request wale watu mnaongea na Mtembei TV aanze kupanga, kwa sababu yeye hako na programs mingi, na hata apate nafasi. Nitajaribu kwa njia yangu tu ile ya kusema tu, at least we feel so that ingekuwa kubwa zaidi. Lakini tukitumia hiyo nafasi ya Mtembei TV, and that day baba na mama wakikuwa, alafu wale vijana wale watu wanaongea everywhere, vile nilikuwa nimesema kwa hii election, tungetaka sisi kama diasporans, ninaona mother amefungua, kuna nini amefungua hiyo ya mama, tunaweza pia kuingia hiyo ya PayPal to support campaign yake. And leo nimefurahia akisema akiwa Wajir ya kwamba nyinyi watu ya diaspora, it is good kujiassociate na parties, hili at least kama unaongea na mama, you know you are a member. Kama tunaongea na baba, tunajua sisi hata ngawa tu kwa Azimio, lakini tuna manyumba zetu tunalala na kuamkia. So nitafanya hivyo mimi mwenyewe, nitajaribu niongee na yeye, nimwambie tu maoni yenye watu wamefeel ya kwamba ni mzuri walitengeneza, we are not fighting, lakini wangetujulisha. Na sasa kwa sababu Mtembei TV ako Kenya, ako kila mahali, na sisi nyinyi wenye mko diaspora, can you imagine yao ilikuwa tu inawekwa na hata hakuna watu wangeongea, kwa sababu kama sasa baba angekuja hii yetu live na apatiwe watu 3 wajibu maswali, anaona watu wanaona anaongea vile tunaongea saa hii. Unajua yao haikuwa na hiyo, ilikuwa tu wanaongea na ile watu wanatoa video ile wamesema. It was not just live the way we are live today. And I think Mtembei TV we can organize a better one, yenye mama anaongea na vile anapenda kuuliza maswali. Tunachakua watu 4 5 wanaingia, wanauliza maswali, after that wengine wanatoka. So I think Njeru na wale watu mnaongea na Mtembei TV, please atupangie one day. Na sisi hata hatujali, tunaweza ita hiyo watu wengine, mama akipata nafasi, baba akiwa na nafasi, tuone ya kwamba hawa watu diaspora pia wajue. Tunataka at least me I feel it. Nyinyi amulali, can you imagine? Watu wanaenda mpaka asubuhi. Nilikuwa naona leo silalangi, naona wase ingine walikuwa naimba asubuhi, kina Temba walikuwa naimba nyimbo ingine ya sijini ya Congolese. So imagine watu wanakamba. You guys imagine, mimi huwa nasikia silali, ni vile tu niko kasini, sitaki kuamuka ama kuongea kwa sababu ni wakati ya kasi na uwezi pata nafasi ya kuongea. But otherwise imagine, people wanakaa mpaka asubuhi, wanapiga story mpaka wanaimba, wanajifunza ile nyimbo sijui ilikuwa ya Kongo ama nini. So please tusaidiane. I will do that. Nimetext mama hata tukiongea na nyinyi, kwa sababu mimi nasikia iliniuma, sikufurahia. Na baba alisema I was told I'm coming to address 15,000 people. That time walikuwa 170 ama walikuwa 200. And again they were tired. Walikuwa wamechoka kwa hiyo msafara. So ninafikiri waliingia kwa room waka freshen up na wakatoka. So ulikuwa naona baba amechoka, mama, lakini wakaongea, hiyo ni mzuri. lakini program sao ile walituonyesha wangetaka, that was nice. But I think we are not challenging anybody. Can we do it? Vile tumekuwa tukipigana, can you imagine? Tunakucha hapa tunapigana mpaka tumetesa watu ya UDA. Hii Mtembei TV ilikuwa supposed kukua ya kila mtu, lakini tumetominate kwa sababu tumetoka watu wengi ya kupenda baba. Kama tumeweza kufanya hiyo kazi ngumu, please tuweke hiyo maneno. Mimi najua Pena tukimwambia anacheka. I want a serious person. Nyinyi mtafute Mtembei TV himself, tuulize maswali, afanye hiyo kazi. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mama Selina, sinikuongeza kakitu hapo tafadhali, dakika moja tu. Alafu sasa maybe now that I can see you are closer to mama, unajua maybe pengine hata Mtembei anaweza kuwa yuko closer kwake kama vile wewe uko. Maybe to make the story simpler and easier, is it possible for you to talk na mama umuulize itinerary yake iko namna gani? Which time is it favorable for her? Then we can work backward in the program. Na mimi mwenyewe naweza hata ongea na Bwana Mtembei nimuulize. I think it is better if we can be able to get program kutoka kwa wao, because uko close na wao. Get her time, then we can work backward. Sifikiri Mtembei atakosa time yake. We can
okay, ile kitu nataka kuomba, munitafutie namba ya Mtembei TV. I will send it to mama and tell her huyu ni mwenye Mtembei TV and this is what we feel kama panelist wale tuko diaspora na wale wako Kenya. So I will do that. Najaribu sana. Najua akiamuka sahi kwa sababu nime text Sam kumwambia vile actually saa ingine tunaongea kulingana na vile wameenda, saa ingine namwambia pongezi mumefanya hiyo yetu ya kawaida tu, lakini ya leo hapana. Na siku ile tulikuwa DC, mnakumbuka nilimupatia mkamsalamia, kuna watu walisalamiana naye, kwa hivyo mama anajua kuna Mtembei TV and she told me to continue. Wakati nilimwambia tuko akasema no, continue working, muendelee na kazi yenye mnafanya, which means anajua. Nilikuwa nimepatia Penat namba ya secretary general ya na Kenya executive officer ya Martha Karua, na anaitwa Tabu, na nitajaribu kuongea na Tabu pia nimwambie atupushie, kwa sababu I want to use all the time, kwa sababu nataka ile mtu anapanga program ya mama. So I will do it. Na nilimpatia Temba na nitataka tena kupatia sijui nani yako Kenya. Unajua sisi tuko diaspora. I wanted somebody who is in Kenya mwenye anaweza enda ofisi hiyo ya na Kenya, na tunaongea na Tabu na tunamwambia, you know, sometimes I know how mama works. Anaheshimu hiyo sana. So tafadhalini wacha tena kesho asubuhi tujaribu kuuliza what went wrong. Thank you. But I will try my best.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Bob Azimio, hold on. You are the next one to do your submission. So let me do one thing here.
How do your promises and pledges tie in with the presidential candidate or candidates that you are supporting?
Believe you me, I do not have a manifesto of any presidential candidate as we speak. So I will be dealing with my manifesto, which is just to improve the lives of the people of Kiambu and make it easy to survive. And this can only be done not by opening a bank. You know, to start a bank today, you need 2.5 billion shillings, a requirement of a fixed fund.
Okay.
Government will not be able to do those things, but you can enter into some cooperation with a bank like we did.
Yes. I'm sorry, your first statement has actually caught me off guard. I've seen you on Kenya Kwanza campaign trail. We do not have any sort of similarities with the manifesto
you must have seen me a while back. Things change. Things change, Wahiga.
Okay.
So
what's the current
right
status?
now I'm on my own and I'm doing quite fine. Thank you. So
okay. Thank you for that.
So as we move forward, the issues that are at the county level are not much different but what is happening in the national arena. But you will understand that we are limited to 14 functions within which we can change the lives of our people. And this is why I said, if we can get into some cooperation with some bank, we do a guarantee fund that will be used as part of the loan portfolio and also as a guarantee that the bank, like what we had with Coop Bank, we put in 400 million shillings, they put in 800 million shillings, and we allowed them to do what it is that they know how to do best, banking. I mean, it would be very difficult for me to think that we can start a bank and the employees of the county start running a bank. So indeed, the economy of Kiambu would be in our hands. All we need to do is become facilitators. But again, corruption is a key thing. And you know, if you Google corruption, if you Google corruption in Kenya, you will find police number 1, I don't know who, number 2, number 3, the National Assembly, which includes the Senate. Those committees that are responsible for doing things and making sure that things happen in the counties are committees where money is collected. And you even get people being called names, collectors, you know. We need to deal with these problems open-heartedly and focus on making Kenya a better country for all of us.
Okay. Okay, Bob Papa Azimio, are you there? Bob Papa? I think that video was yours. Just go ahead and do your submission now.
Yeah. Yes. Jambo nyote Bananjiru, Use Roba, the lost man, Mr. Roba. There is Mr. K, Kamau, Valentino, na Mama Sally. Mama Selina. Now, before I just say one or two things, I just wanted to tell, to address Mama Selina. You know, Mama Selina, these politicians are extremely busy at the moment, and the only way that you can get the thing that you are talking going is since you have access to Mama Martha, is to deal with that directly, because right now even the handlers of these politicians find it hard to slot in a schedule. But once you deal with the politician directly, and I just ask her that we need an hour or an hour and a half of your time one of these fine days, can you give us a date? We are running ABCD, and we would like you online. And I'm sure in any one of these evenings that she's not booked for maybe a dinner or something, she will slot in some time. Now it should be on the honors of Njiru Makiadi, Nthemba, and Bernard to make it open through Mutembei TV that anytime she's available, we will slot in that and share the link, so that we can come together and have a session and air our views and our proposals. That is the easiest way, because if anybody would attempt even to go to the party offices, it will hit a dead end, especially at this time that things are crazy. It is the last stretch. Everybody is extremely busy. So me personally, I would suggest that Mama Selina, you take the mantle and deliver on that front, and the rest will be history. Will be up and running. Now going back to the menu, Baba has had a very good engagement
Bob,
with the people.
1 minute, Bob.
Yes?
There is somebody here who addressed you and Asema, you are a member of ODM, and you can also help on it. Somebody just mentioned you here. Can you comment about it? Somebody said you are a member of ODM and you can do some gymnastics.
I'll try to do some gymnastics through the Sifuna, but I can't promise. I hope you'll pick my calls, because I tried to talk to one of them last week. about some issue I had, and every time they said they will call back and they don't call back. So I understand their kind of schedule, but I'll try my best tomorrow and see what I can do, and then give a report on that. Yeah, now going back to Baba's tour of the Northeastern, it has, for me, I think it has been very productive. Very productive in the sense that the kind of engagements he has had, from town halls to the rallies, and even when we see a few Azimio children fighting, siblings fighting for Baba's attention. You see, the fact that Baba visits your area, and the proximity towards Baba gives you more mileage. That tells you that the ground is very fertile for Azimio, and they are very receptive. And in spite of the fact that some people have been complaining that it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on the front of peace, but in terms of political mileage, that is serious political mileage, because ukiona pia wanaume wanang'ang'ania msichana mrembo hivyo, ujua huyo msichana ni mrembo, ni hatari na ni mzuri. So that, and there is this thinking also that and I see it with the people of Northeastern. They feel that Azimio is where the government is headed. There is no any other option. And you can see that they really want to be on the side of government. It is traditionally, the Northeastern has always been on the side of government. In as much as Raila has in the past made inroads and swayed the masses to his side, but traditionally, even when they come to government, to parliament, they will always side with the government, because the area is one, it's underdeveloped, and they need to work extremely hard to ensure that it's at par with the rest of Kenya. So these are very good people who, once they decide, I believe from the trend, once they decide that they want to side with Azimio, they are extremely loyal. With a few, except a few people like Duale who are still delusional. Now, and KK, I don't want to talk about KK too much. The writing is on the wall. On the ground, Kilifi is, I don't know why people don't understand this, because I've been at the coast for more than 20 years, and Kilifi is a county that has they trust Baba so much, despite the fact that a few individuals who pretend to come up with funny parties try to seek cheap publicity. We have so many. In fact, if you go back to the time of the likes of Zoro, there are people who will want to fight Baba, and they think that the same thing happens elsewhere will also happen in Coast, and that one, it doesn't happen in Coast. When there are people who believe that when you decampaign Baba, you insult him, then you become more popular. In fact, the opposite is true, because something that has been very dear to the Coast is devolution. Even in the 60s, when they were calling it Majimbo, that thing was very dear to them, that philosophy. And when Baba was fighting for this new constitution, the side of no really did not want, which were being led by William Ruto, did not want to hear anything of that nature. And they even said this Majimbo ni ile ya 1960. Little do they know that it is devolution. And the people, of course, are among the people who have benefited from devolution, because places like Kilifi would only see development when the president visits there, and he gives them handouts and sends them relief food. But now they're able to manage their own budget. And it's unfortunate that this budget of the last two, what do you call them, electoral periods, Kingi has mismanaged that budget, and it has not come out the way it should have been. So, the fact that this thing was being initiated by by Baba, the Costarian people feel so dear about it, and they want to appreciate. So in Kilifi, I don't see any problem in my view, despite the fact that yes, we need to campaign, but I don't see what Ruto is doing there. He will get very little votes, very little votes. For instance, I'll give an example of Malindi. Malindi, when Aisha Jumwa moved to KK, she thought that she has probably, even Malindi will go the way of UDA. I can confirm right now that in Malindi right now constituency, we have a very, very strong lady called Amina Minyanzi. She's vocal, she's eloquent, she's better than what Aisha Jumwa was in terms of politics. And more so, she's even, more importantly, she's even educated. So I think the people of Malindi will do a great service if they vote for her. Regarding Kingi, Kingi he's got his own troubles, and I don't think it would be wise for Azimio to even try to embrace him. If he's coming in to campaign for Azimio, let him do it. But we should not carry baggage of corrupt, former corrupt governors. I'll leave it at that, and then I'll add much more as we continue. Thank you.
I think the next person will be Valentino, but again, I think Jose, you have a minute to at least air your remarks. And Jiro, I'll take a break and then I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, Njiro, I just Mama, is it Mama Cheb or Mama Seli? Mama Seli. If you had watched what was going on there during that meeting, I think Baba and Martha were on I think a Q&A kind of question. I watched a very small bit. I think it was less than 5 minutes, but I remember Martha in her closing remarks. Baba started by saying that there are certain appointments which had been leaning too much on the political side, and he indicated that things would be done differently, and they needed to know some of the professionals that would add, I think, value to, especially in the diplomatic field. Now, you remember when Martha was leaving, she did indicate that to begin with, you must be a member of a party. You remember? I don't know whether you remember that comment. You must be a member of a party, and so long as I think that party is in their Azimio umbrella, that should be just good enough. And if possible, even they would be interested to know some of the professional areas people are in. It will like make their work easier. And now, in that regard, I do not know whether if you decided to go one direction, whereby maybe if somebody coordinates, okay, say Mama Cheb coordinates all this, these people and that information can then be provided along that line. Because I'm quite sure she would want to know who are these people on this panel and who are they, blah, 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 that kind of thing. So some call it more information about the panelists here and the people who are participating on this forum, just with a light touch.
Yes, I know most of us watu wengi hapa ni ODM, watu wengine ni Jubilee, watu wengine like myself, I'm the national deputy women leader na Kenya. The position I had when I was in Kenya, and I hate it now when I'm here to oversee na Kenya, maybe some things. So mimi nikiongea ni mwanachama ya na Kenya, and nitaongea na yeye, na ako na mashemeji kama Alex, wengi wako hapa wanamsupport. Tuko na group kubwa sana wana support mother ya na Kenya. They actually the most friends of Mother Karua are the Kisis, let me tell you, than even the Kikuyus in diaspora. She has a lot of family. Wengine wakati tulikuwa Washington DC, Ongwae was so shocked to see that the brothers-in-law are closer than him, the way he found Mother Karua, and Mother said, these are my family. So kitu ya muhimu wakati tulikuwa kwa Washington DC, kwa nyinyi yenye hamukukua, serikali ya baba wako ready kutambua diasporans, na watu waliulizwa, wengi wakasema wangetaka kukuwa na desk, ofisi ya diaspora yenye itakuwa inapepa mambo yetu. Na hapo Mother Karua akasema, well, watu watachipanga. So kuna wengi watachipanga kwa ODM. Also tunataka kuchipanga kwa chama, kwa wale chama yote, Wiper, Jubilee na Kenya, lazima tujiassociate na mambo ya diaspora. And kwa sababu nyinyi watu ya Mtembei TV, I'm a witness that nimeona kuna watu wako na, I think mume play a lot of role actually kwa kuusa Azimio, hata kwa mahali. Nakumbuka wakati tumepika Kalonzo vita, haikukuwa rahisi, and they were listening. Hiyo machina yote tulisema, and what went wrong, they know, they listen to these things. Ile kitu nilikuwa nasema ni ya kwamba wanaihia kuna hiyo mkutano, nilikuwa nafikiria watu ya Mtembei TV na wengine. Yeah, thank you. Good. You are good. So nilikuwa nafikiria wanaambiana, especially nataka niulize na munisamee, hawa watu wetu wanakuwa Azimio, hiyo kina PK Stones, I don't know who the other group, walikuwa na hiyo watu wengine
Patriot. Pia kuna mwingine anaitwa Patriot.
And today wako kwa ile mkutano. Na kama
I think they were part of it.
And if they are part of it and they know this is their mother TV, najua Mtembei TV na hiyo Azimio ni kitu moja. Ni vile tu walituambia wangetaka kudeal na mambo ya Azimio alone, na sisi hapa tulikubali kila mtu aingie. But Mtembei TV inafanya mambo mingi, imefanya a lot, hata kusaidia chama ya baba. Hata unaona UDA wanalalamika Kenya, kwisha wanalalamika kwa Mtembei TV. Na the first time
Serina,
yes.
Waambie hata Mtembei TV iko na branches hata ya Mount Kenya saa hii. We have started branching.
Yeah, I know, si tuko nayo. So that is why nasema nitamwambia kila kitu. Kuna hiyo wakati Central ilikuwa ngumu, we had kukuwa na Fridays wanaongea Luka. Mtembei TV akapeana hiyo ndio watu waongeleshwe. Na mimi najua upande wenu mko na watu wengi pia. Actually I know atanichipu kabla hatujaamuka ama kabla hajaenda, but mimi nilikuwa nasema tu because hiyo ilikuwa aibu kwa ukweli. Huwezi ita baba na mama wakuja waone watu 300. That was actually not fair. Lakini mambo program yenye walikuwa naye ilikuwa mzuri. Program yenye watu wenye waliletwa ile moja moja, that was good. But fews, na nilikuwa nafikiria hawa ndiye baba angetaka kuona a lot of people. So hivyo tu ndiye nasema hawakuwa, na walisema excuse. mwenye alikuwa naongea akiwa London, he was a good person. Alisema ni the first time we are trying to organize, na akamwambia baba, I think next time it will be better. So nyinyi wenye mnakuanga na hii watu ingine ya hii TV ingine, I want us to challenge them. I want us to ask them what went wrong. Kwa nini wakuweza kuita watu? We are not ile ya pesa ya Kenya, like ati we Njiru ukienda unaenda kukula. No. No, hii ni kukuja tu pamoja tuweze kusaidia baba sisi wote.
Oh, okay, Njiru, can I respond to the question from K, Mr. Kamau, on the one on the electronics?
You can respond, then we get Alex, because I think Valentino needs to speak. So 1 minute na Alex pia 1 minute, then Valentino come and make this presentation. Mama Serena, tumesikia, you have work to do on your desk, please. Make sure you do that work. We trust you. We know you are a leader in Kenya.
Okay, thank you. Kamau, you did refer to India and the fact that they only survive on 3 commissioners. And in Kenya, I think our commissioners are 7 and not 9. Now, when IBC emphasizes that they go on electronic, one thing which is not clear to most of the public is that exactly they didn't get a chance to explain why they believe that that is the best route to go. If they had that chance and they explain to you, some of us have been privy to the challenges they have faced and why they are coming to that conclusion, you will, I'm sure you'll have a changed mind. And then another thing, in Kenya, when we say that the electronics have failed, for whatever reason, most people equate this to a blackout. That is not the sort of failure that you equate to the electronic system. Now, in terms of blackout, that is probably out of the question because they have power backups, leave alone the data backup. So it is not blackout, so that all you have is in darkness. You start putting, like they used to do in the past, in the election halls, they used to light the lamp, oil lamps, and that kind of thing. That is if you have a power blackout. But if you have a system blackout or failure, it's a different matter. But now then, in any case, since Chebukati has realized that the pressure for backup, manual backup is overbearing, they have agreed it will be there. So that is the way to go. Now, if you'll give me time later, I will explain to you the step-by-step voting when you go into the polling booth and some of the stages where the errors were detected, so that we can appreciate why electronic way seems to be the better option. Thank you.
Okay, Wangira, you can ask your question so that Alex come. Okay, Kuse, that is okay. I don't know if, I think that explanation might need some time. Do you want to do it today or you want to do it another day? When
tomorrow would be okay.
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be better. Maybe we can give you a chance tomorrow, maybe 20 minutes, and you try to do that explanation. Maybe we can say tomorrow you'll not handle the topic, you handle that. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, I have a small question for you. Na sio maneno ya nyama, it's just another question. What is happening back at home in Kisii? What is happening back at home in Kisii? I understand Aida Odinga and Martha Karua are supposed to be visiting Kisii on Thursday, and there is this big push and pull between Governor Ongwae and Simba Arati on who should be in charge of this particular visit. You know, perhaps you could be knowing something more. What is actually happening?
You know, that's a long story, but in short, we have a governor who doesn't understand that his time is up. The session for legislature is up. He's a lame duck governor, and it looks like he's not getting any job after Baba gets to power. And because of that, he's on a revenge mission. Secondly, I repeat for the record, and I dare him take me to court, some of the monies that were found in Rigathi Gachagwa's account, the 12 billion, is his money. And the deal is very simple. Deliver Kisii and we will give you your money. And he's in a mission to do that. During the day, he's in ODM. During the night, he's in UDA. But you can only lie up to a certain point to people. At some point, people will realize who you are. And I think that is what has happened. Nobody now trusts within the ODM fraternity. The only reason he was a force is we did not have an ODM leadership. Remember, Simba Arati was in Nairobi. There was no duly elected member of parliament in Kisii until recently, 2 years ago, when we had one man called Pavel Oimeke, who again, Ongwae weakened so much, and who could not even get a nomination to vie for Bonchari seat. So naturally, because many people subscribe to ODM and Baba in Kisii, he had the leadership. But now with the coming of Simba Arati, the tides have changed. He can't believe it. He ruled Kisii with an iron fist, reckless, corrupt, and now he has found a match whereby a young man who has money, but willing to lead us from that cocoon of lies that we had been living under. Not that we didn't know he was lying. Our fidelity was to Baba. When we compared between Baba and the Jubilee government, we stood by Baba and we said, okay, we are not going to give Obure governorship. We will still give this corrupt person. And I think that was a very bad mistake. We would have chosen somebody from the independent party. So we have a governor that is very corrupt. And this is what I said. Election in Kisii are not won in election day, on election day. There is this dirty game that you register your own voters, you have their own voters ID somewhere. By the time the election comes, these people will naturally vote for you. That has been a strategy for Ongwae and his people. I don't know if it will work this time around, but I know that he has a huge following within the county assembly because the county assembly has been very ineffective. These are the people who fear. Remember, we have 3,500 ghost workers within the county. So the level of corruption in Kisii County must put this, whatever he does, I think the chicken has come home to roost. The guy is headed to jail. So, I mean, he's kicking his last kicks. But whatever he does, I think given that is why you saw Matiang'i confirm that these people must go to jail. I think it's now open that the guy is mortgaging the votes for Kisii with the UDA. The Machogu guy is his project. He started with Project Ongeri, it failed. He wanted to go to Project Obure, it dismally failed. Now he's on Project Machogu, who is a UDA candidate, and that is what is happening. And from the way it looks like, Baba was very close to him. Baba trusted him. Baba thought it was his point man. Baba didn't know that Ongwae and Simba Arati cannot sit down and resolve a simple issue as to what you are seeing today. It has gone overboard to a point of embarrassment every time Baba comes. The 2 times Baba has come to Kisii, it has been very embarrassing of our leaders. But when it comes to us, to the fidelity to the party and to Baba. You've seen we are very organic to Baba. So we have a leader who is very envious of a young man who is taking over from him. So, but I think this is the conclusion, Mr. Wangira. I think we have decided conclusively that our governor is Simbarati, and we will give him a benefit of doubt that he will lead our people for the next 5 years. We question his capability sometimes, but then we look at one man in Bungoma, another man in Kakamega. They were not so much tested, but they have proved that with the goodwill of the people, they can make their counties better. So we are willing to try Simbarati and see, where we are headed to. But Ongwae is a corrupt person. He's working against Baba. He's stolen so much. He wants to be in the next government. But how can you put Ongwae in the next government and leave Matiang'i out? It's impossible. Thank you, Wangira.
Okay, so we will have Valentino. After Valentino, tutakuwa na Bwana Nyomba. That will be the order. Then I think Wangira, sijui kama, have you done your presentation today? Ama umekuja saa hii?
No, I've done my presentation.
Okay, so itakuwa Valentino, then Nyomba, then from there we repeat the cycle. Thank you.
Yeah. Mmeshindaje siku ya leo? Ama mmeamkaje? Ama ni asubuhi ama ni usiku? I hope kila mmoja wenu yuko salama. Njiru, naona tuliza mori tuliza mori. This is the last, the kick time ya kwenda kufunga bao. The last moment are always the best. So let's pray to Almighty, tuombeane. Tuliza boli. Kuse umepotea wapi bana? Kuse. Yeah. So wacha nisipoteze time mingi. Mr. Wangira, good morning. Alex. Hapa tuko na paka na maloya hapa. Alex yuko hapa lawyer. Bwana Nyumba yuko hapa pia. Bob ndugu yako yuko wapi bana? Leo hakuja. Mimi hata nadhani mko twins bana. Sawa, hakuna neno. Nimefurahi kuwaona nyote. Roba pia yuko hapo, Mama Selina. Nashukuru sana kuwaona. Okay. Leo sina mambo mingi ya kuongea kwa sababu mengi yameongewa na tunajua wave inaenda wapi. Hizi ni last times ya sisi to make sure that we kick it on, to make sure that we reach where we are supposed to reach. Baba alitupromise Canaan hatujafika bado. We need to make sure that Canaan tunafika round hii. Na hiyo hatuwezi kufika tu hivi. Kuna milima na mabonde. Lazima tupitie ndo tufike huko. Okay. Jana kama sio jana ni juzi, kulikuwa na trending news. Babu Owino alikuwa amepost katika page yake, katika Instagram, kwa Twitter na pia kwa Facebook. Alikuwa ametuma screenshot ya UDA group of Nairobi, ya ile msukosuko wa Jacaranda vile waliplan, na pia kuna plan nyingine wamepanga. So mi siwezi jua ni kweli ama ni vipi, lakini Babu Owino vitu zake si za kuunderrate. Sure kuwa wasitumiwe, kwa sababu katika hiyo chat vile inaonyesha kuna Sudi yuko hapo, Nixon yuko hapo, wote wale UDA. wote hawa UDA wote, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha, wote wako hapo kwa hiyo group, na inasemekana kuwa vijana wanataka kutumiwa, unaona, t-shirt ziprintiwe Babu Owino wapatiwe wavae, alafu waende wapige wakina mama. Ndio sasa ionekana wamevaa zile t-shirt za Babu Owino, isemekane kuwa Babu Owino ni mtu wa kuleta fujo. Kawaida tunavyojua propaganda wanavyoieneza, they are very good in propaganda, but for those people who are learned like us, sisi hatui rubbish na hizo propaganda. Propaganda sahi, this is not the high time for propaganda. For a nation like Kenya with the learned people, we don't need to entertain propagandas right away. Now, we are not supposed to entertain such propagandas. Propagandas ya Kenya Kwisha, everywhere they walk, this just propaganda. Everywhere, there is nothing they will talk that it will make sense to wananchi. Instead of talking things ambazo zitasaidia watu, kuongea tu hivi. Juzi walipokuwa Mombasa kule, waliongea story mambo ya poti, mambo sijui nini. Yaani hakuna kitu kingine mtu anazoongea, ni poti tu kila mara. Na story ya port leo nitaongea break nini, nataka kuongea important issues ndio kieleweke. Mimi pia leo mimi ni Mohamed Ali akiongea mbaya kuhusu baba, mimi pia naongea mbaya kuhusu yeye. Kwani iko nini? Humundu. Yeye akisema kuwa mambo ya port juu ya kila siku, wamechukua port ya Mombasa, wamepeleka huku na huku. Hii yote wajua ni wivu. Hakuna ukweli wowote. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? No any evidence. Yote ni wivu. Kwa sababu wajua pale port kuna brother Kejo Abubakar Joe yuko pale, za multi-billionaire, akona shares pia pale kwa port. Kazi yake ni ya import na export, especially mambo na clearing and forward ni hizi. Kuna vitu zingine paka zipitie kwake, unaona, na through pia the governor of the county ambao ilikuwa ni Joe, unaona. So wanaona ugumu, wanajua hiyo process yote imepitia brothers. That's why they are fighting him so hard to make sure kuwa anatoka pale ndo waeke mtu wao, iwe process inakuwa rahisi. Wakitaka kusafirisha vitu zozote through bandarini na kwa rahisi, kwa sababu sasa ni ngumu. Yo amewekea tight because wanataka kuleta ufisadi, unaona, na ndio maana wanapiga vita vote hivyo kumzuia, ku make sure that ameondolewa pale ndo waeke mtu wao, hiyo kazi iwe rahisi ya mambo ya kusafirisha mizigo pale port nini na nini. Sasa hii yote ni wivu na kujinufaisha hao wenyewe. They are so selfish. That is the reality. Reality si ati ile mambo wanaongea basi zote ni porojo. Hizo ni propaganda wanaongea ili wananchi waone wale watu ni wabaya, wasiwachague. Lakini Mungu naye ni yupi? Mungu ni yule yule tunayemuomba. Mtu unayemtakia mabaya ndio huyo Mungu anampiga tochi. Na ndio maana unaona hakuna siku wako Joe, no matter watu waongee vibaya, hawatakuwa chini. Bado watazidi kupaa tu. Hiyo ndio ukweli. Sasa jana wamekuwa Kilifi wametembea sehemu nyingi sana. Wamekuwa Mtwapa, wakaenda Kikambala, wakaenda Mariakani, wamezunguka kote Kugotani, wakaingia paka Kaloleni, walienda paka church. Sijui walikuwa wanaenda ku review again another chapter in the Bible or what, only God knows. Okay, haya propaganda zikaongewa kama kawaida, wameongea propaganda hizo na nini. And if you want to know, these people are talking propaganda. Kama ni Aisha Jumwa amesimama mbele anaongea, ataongea akiwa serious, wananchi waone kama huyu kweli, huyu ndio mtu tunataka, huyu anaongea ukweli. Alafu akimaliza mkutano ataangalia mtu wa kwanza ni Ruto, na Ruto akiwa nyuma yeye ni kucheka tu, yeye anacheka. So they show us how they have planned and how agitative they are to show us lies. We are not ready for that. We are not ready for that kabisa. So hii propaganda wote wanaonenio Pia kuna grupu ina cut off hii propaganda wanaoeneza. Kila pale wakienda wanapiga propaganda. Wananchi sasa hivi washachanuka because siasa ya watu wa Kenya Kwanza yote ni propaganda. Hakuna kitu ya ukweli. Hakuna kitu ya kweli. Hawa manifesto yao is propaganda. They don't have anything on the table to tell Kenyans. The only thing they can tell Kenyans is propaganda. Bas, they are very good in that. Na sisi kama Azimio tusipokuwa carefully na pia ku make sure that wale watu wetu atuwakazani na kuambia ukweli vile iko na hawa watu the way they are driving us, then there is a likelihood of some people washuke sana, especially those areas ambao watu wakina baba hawaendi, because people need to be educated, people need to be highlighted regarding of all these propagandas kabisa, kwa sababu hizi time za mwisho hizi ndio time nzuri sana hizi za kuelekea kwa election. Baba has advantage now. Why? I have a reason. He has advantage. Why? Because so far Kenya Kwanza wamefanya more rallies than Azimio. When you account how wameenda rallies nyingi kuliko Azimio. But that doesn't matter, kwa sababu sisi Waswahili tunasema kutangulia si kufika. Unaweza tangulia lakini ukawa mwisho. Unaona? The more important thing is the strategy. Which strategy you are using to make sure you become a winner. Na hiyo baba akona advantage. Hizi area nyingi hizi ambao wameenda Kenya Kwanza, baba ana nafasi nzuri sahihi ya kwenda kucover. Ili propaganda yote imeona kama cost. Wameenda wakaspread propaganda in Kwale huko, wakaspread propaganda. Sasa watu wamenyamaza, wameshindwa sasa. People they behave as if they are undecided now. So baba sasa ana time nzuri ya kwenda kule na kwenda sasa kusafisha ile propaganda imeongewa huko na watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Haya, akitoka huko aende Mombasa kule, propaganda ile kwa kule mambo ya poti nini, aende kule na asafishe hiyo propaganda. Akitoka huko aende Kilifi, aende asafishe hiyo propaganda. I'm very sure ile hata 80% ilikuwa nimesema itakuja 90%, kwa sababu kama itanyamazika hivi baba ataenda kule. There are people, you know, people are different as per the way we talk on our own opinions. People differ in different ways. Yeah, so that's very much important. In Kilifi katika coast, there are two, you know, politics ya unaona coast area like Kilifi and Kwale. Me personally, on my own opinion, I can compare the same like Kisii also. You see the way Kisii things are. The same things also happen in Kwale and Kilifi. The same rivalry and wherever. Like now in Kwale, as I said last time, there is that rivalry. In Kilifi, there is a rivalry between Aisha Jumwa and Amason Kingi. There are reasons also why Amason Kingi, tunamwona haatendi rallies. Si hata anataka kujoin Azimio ama nini. No. There is a main strategy as to why attend his rally. And there are two things. This, because there is someone asked here before, but nikasema nitakuja nimpatie jibu. The main reason as to why Kingi haendi kwa hizi rallies za Kenya Kwanza, kwanza ni kwa sababu ya endorsement. The endorsement of UDA candidates. Before Amason Kingi, wakati alikuwa yuko ODM, aliongea na baba, akataka baba amuendorse kama kingpin wa coast. Lakini baba akamwambia, I cannot make you a kingpin of coast. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu niko na Joe hapa, na Joe ndo na trust zaidi. So I don't want you two to create rivalries. No, I need you two to work together. Okay? You make this party strong in this area. Kingi aliona vibaya. Akasema, kama ni hivyo, basi mimi najiondoa. Akajiondoa. Alipojiondoa sasa, akaenda kaingia wapi? Kenya Kwanza. huko kwa Ruto. Kwa Ruto kule akaenda akaambiwa, bwana hii mbio umekuja nayo hii, tuliza boli, mimi mwenyewe najua nitakufanya uwe nani. Okay, na ukiangalia wengine wote ni wadogo kwake. Kwa Amason Kingi ni mtu mkubwa, si mtu mdogo katika cost, ni mtu mkubwa sana, unaona. But ukiangalia wale wengine wote ni wadogo kwake. Sasa Ruto akamwambia, wewe tuliza bwaza, tulia mwanzo, kwa sababu ukienda Mombasa amemweka Hassan Omar. Hassan Omar ndo kama coordinator wake katika coast pale katika Mombasa region, unaona. Lakini katika coast nzima under Kenya Kwanza anaamini sana Mvurya ule wa Kwale, the ongoing governor katika Kwale, ndo anaamini huyo sana Ruto, na huyo ndo amemweka kama kingpin katika Kenya Kwanza, unaona. Sasa unaona mkutano wa juzi pale Mombasa, Kingi alikuwa haezi kuja pale. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu Ruto akona nani? Akona Mvurya pale, na kama mlioangalia vizuri wale watu walioattend pale, Mvurya alikuwa, ukiangalia pale pia Hassan Omar alikuwa. Ruto haezi kuacha Hassan Omar ambao wamemkaribisha pale katika county ya Mombasa, alafu aache nani? Aache Hassan Omar alafu amchague Kingi. Haezi fanya hivyo. So Kingi aliona itakuwa ni humiliation kwake, ataona aibu, kwa sababu sio yeye atachaguliwa, unaona. Ikabidi sasa aepe mkutano, hakuja mkutanoni. Na Kilifi jana ilikuwa pia haezi fanya hivyo. Kwa sababu gani? Ruto haezi kuacha nani? Aisha Jumwa alafu amchague yeye. So aliona ni aibu, that's why attend mkutano, unaona. Sasa kuna hiyo vita hiyo, lakini yote hawa watu wawili wanapopigana hivyo pia inatusaidia sisi, kwa sababu Kilifi ukiangalia sasa competition iko na Gideon Mng'aro ambao ni wa ODM, alafu kuna huyo Aisha Juma wa Yuda, alafu kuna George Kiti wa PA ambao hii chama PA hii pamoja African Alliance ndio imeshikiliwa na huyu Amason Kingi, yeye ndiye ameanzisha hiyo chama. Na Amason Kingi katika hichi chama, katika Coast region yote kuna nomini mmoja. Ukiangalia Malindi yuko PA, Kilifi yuko PA, katika Mombasa yuko, Kwale pia yuko. So the main competitors katika Kilifi county I can say kuna Aisha Juma, Gideon Mng'aro na huyu George.
Valentino, try to summarize.
Yeah, I'm now penning off. Yeah, so let's hope for the best in those areas. We see which way it will go for real, but there's a lot of competition. Baba need to do something in those areas. Yeah, so the other things I will talk later. Now that is all I wanted to summarize for now. For the other things I will talk later. Thank you very much.
Asante sana kwa kutupatia perspective ya kutoka kwa mkoa wa Pwani. I know we get a lot of information from you and we really appreciate it. I'm told that Nyomba, you are the next one. So karibu.
Asante Bwana Makiadi. Nawasalimia. Na ni asubuhi ama ni hapa ni asubuhi. Good morning, good whatever time. Wherever you are. Sale lakini Makiadi mmebadilishana na Njiro very abrupt, hata mkutuambia hata Njiro hakusema kwa hili, lakini sawa tu. Na naona kuna watu hatujaonana kitambo. Sally, how are you? Long time, no see.
I'm good. Tafuta mbuzi, karibu nifike Kenya.
Karibu sana. Roba pia hatujaonana. We Guru pia hata kwa ile nyingine hatuonani, lakini ni mzuri sasa tumeonana. Why am I picking on this? These guys tumekuwa pamoja. Valentino, thank you. Alex, wewe tumekuwa na wewe. Na naona background yako ni smart sana lately. Acha niendelee. Sitasema mengi, ni kukua tu na ni asubuhi nikiamka na kuja kusalimia, na nimefurahi sana watu hatujaona kitambo. Na hiyo Roba atoke pale amejificha, hajamuona muda mrefu. Acha kukaa huko nyuma sana. So for now, I don't have much to say. It's only that I'm very happy or whatever is going on. We're on the right track. Things are working. It's only, we are almost there actually. Let me say, nitaguzia kidogo haraka haraka bwana Makiadi. Raila solidifies his votes in Wajir. Yeah, now that is captured. And the good thing is that the Kenya Kwanza, no. UDA has no chance of rectifying any situation that goes wrong. Now the time is against them. Unajua vile wamekuwa wakifanya, wakiona Azimio tuna gain leo, kesho wako huko kuharibu. They have been following us. Tukienda pahali Naikuru waone tumegain, the following day they are in Nakuru to spoil, kutukana tu na kuharibu. So you can see we are widespread. Azimio is all over. They are unable to keep the pace, you know. So things are working very well. They will not be actually be going to cancel the good things we are saying or doing. So every other place Raila solidifies now. The UDA people have no chance, no time actually to rectify or to go and spoil for us. Raila diaspora engagement. The diaspora is a very important element in Kenya in whatever format. Is it economic? Is it political? It's really, me personally have been involved in a number of projects that are funded by people in America actually. And now technology is there. We're able to communicate. And watu wengi waki America wamedevelop hapa and even elsewhere. I don't have the number, but the dollars coming or the sterling pounds coming to Kenya is quite substantial. And I've said it's not only monetary wise or economic that the diaspora is helping Kenya. Actually, even now, political, such a forum, this one, I can see. Maybe Guru is in Kenya. Oh, the others, simuko huko. Nani? Valentino wako wapi? Tunaona sasa nyinyi mko hapa, there is a political forum na mnajenga Kenya mkiwa huko. This Roba, long time no see. Wacha niendelee tu Salmika. So we are happy of the diaspora input into Kenya, both economic, political, social and whatever. Na nani ako happy Kendube na Kemere walisema wataninunulia tikiti nikuje Europe, nikuje America. I'm still waiting. Whatever, mwambie hivyo na ngoja hiyo tikiti nikuje huko pia nione mambo. So nilisema the fathers have gone Uganda. Na pale nilienda maximum nikupanda ndege kutoka Eldoret kwenda Lodwar. Unaona sasa mimi I'm too local. I like to be international like Alex also. Now ni kumaliza yangu nakuwa ni haraka. Ngaja mimi ni mzee amozo very fast lakini mbio ya miguu unaweza nishinda sasa, lakini akili na actions ni still fast. At Kingi Valentino may explain the better. Let them go. Why do split it too? There's no time to reconcile now. The time is out. Unaona basketball. Unajua nani anacheza ile unaitwa time out. Mnapumzika kidogo, mnarudi. Sasa hii hayo imeisha. Ya mwisho ni ya kwamba ama nimalize ya topic tu, ni ya mwisho nasoma tu leo, siandiki, nasoma hizi ziko kwa KKA in cost. Sasa KKA in cost, naona hata kina Kingi na nini ndio mikutano they are wasting their time. Even the turnout iko very low. Election countdown 42 days. Who can make it go faster than that? Ama tuseme ni 30 days ndio tufike haraka huko. Nani ana hiyo nguvu tufike huko tumalize hii maneno. There's no need of going circles and circles. Sina mengi ni hayo tu, lakini niko hapa and I like this panel and on the ground we are being recognized and it's quite effective. You can see that matunda yake tunaiona huko. Asanteni sana. Sijaondoka, niko hapa tu, bado niko na 20 minutes, no 15 minutes ndio niende nifanye ile kazi nyingine.
Okay. Thank you so much Nyumba for your submission. I would like to play a video here before we go to the next person.
My friend, the fact that I am elected deputy president means the people of Kenya, if things go wrong in this government,
President Uhuru Kenyatta and I will be the ones to be asked. Forget even about MD of, I don't know, some organization, cabinet secretary this and cabinet secretary that. Ultimately, the people that were given the mandate to run the affairs of this government by the people of Kenya is President Uhuru Kenyatta and I. Tell me for 1 minute, why, after the trust that people of
Okay, Guru, I think you're the next one, right? Hold on a minute. Nyomba, you want to say something before we...
Hey, man, I'm greeting Guru, a great Guru. Greetings. Honor that.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah. Habari yenu nyote. Naona iko Nyumba, Alex, Sare, Bob, Roba, and the Kuseo. Nawasalimu sana.
Hujasalimia Makiadi we, kwani unambagua na unasalimia
na Makiadi. Unajua sasa mkubwa saa zingine anapatiwa nafasi yake. Sikusahulika. Huyo was the first contact between me, the forum and me. So hata yeye salimika. Wacha niongee mambo ya 42 days countdown. This is the most trying time in politics because these are the days when the undecided make up their minds whether they will vote, whether they will, which side they will vote, and so on and so forth. And if there is one election that has consistently shown a high number of undecided people, quote unquote, which goes even up to 20%, it is these elections. The fact has been that we have two options, and those options are well known to us over the years. These are people who have been in government, and there are people that we know how they carry on their business. We are people we know their principles, and they are not strangers to us. Number two, during such periods is when the truth starts coming out properly about personalities and about motivations. I'm looking at 40 days of intense campaigns to consolidate the votes and win over those that are undecided. It was interesting some few days ago to see one Rigathi Gachagua in parts of Molo denying that he was ever a DO in that part of the country. Yet the records are very clear in their narration that there was a person of that nature, and the fact that that person oppressed them. You can see why then it's been very painful for these people when history is revisited. It is known fact that civil servants were allocated duties, sometimes not officially, but unofficially. especially the administrative candor. You are taken to a place as a special DO with the purpose of executing a certain government program, which may not have been captured in the documents of a transfer or posting. And therefore, for me, when Rigathi goes to such an area and denies that he was ever there, and yet there are people who even saw him, there are people narrating real incidents with the specific names of the victims, specific areas, specific offices, specific officers who are the foot soldiers, then it is very strange. And perhaps it could just be the final nail on votes in that area. The free-fropping of the political, the political formation that we call UDA has been quite much. Yesterday, the deputy president was somewhere in Coast Province, and he talked extensively on issues of textile. And he said that they will grow textile industry. But you see, truth in Kenya doesn't form a very strong point in our politics. Because when you look at what he said yesterday, and what Raila said during the launch of the manifesto, there is no difference whatsoever. It's the same thing said in different words. However, because one would want to whip emotions, like I heard, they are now ganging up, they don't want a son of a nobody to become somebody. So we are going to see these kind of emotional outbursts and emotional appeals that wananionea kind of politics. However, my estimation is that a huge part of Kenyans have made up their minds, and it's only a small fraction that now can be swayed. Maybe 10 to 15% who may not have made concrete decision on where to vote. So I'm looking at a period of 40 days of intense campaigns to win over these 10% or thereabouts who may not have made their minds. I think also that I'm expecting that to come out properly this time. These are the final days. We are going to hear more in terms of who did what, where, and with what consequences. Right now, our deputy president is pending the narrative that high commodity prices as a result of a handshake. I don't know how far people will buy that one. However, the other day, there was a trading thread that amalize aende pamoja na yule walichaguliwa na yeye. So I think Kenya is an enlightened society, and thank God that the hot hands that he mostly was relying on, some of them are being chipped away by one George Wajakoya. So it's a godsend in the sense that there are votes there that will be sliced off his plate and frittered away. So let's, as I conclude, this is not time to rest. This is a time to now consolidate and convince the few who are not convinced. I'm aware that for Kenyans who are in diaspora, their want actually does mean a lot to Kenyans who are here. And therefore, when they tell their relatives from wherever they are, how they see things, especially in relation to to what the country will move into in terms of international relations and opportunities, they are listened to. Therefore, they also have a role to play in shaping these narratives, because at the end of the day, what we want is a working economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Makiande, for this opportunity.
Asante Guru, I think everybody has submitted, so we take another lap now. Ose, naona umepumzika, wacha tuanze na wewe hapo. 2 minutes.
Hello. Good evening once again. Makiadi unasema ati nilikuwa nimepumzika. No. I was doing my mental research. I just want to appreciate the progress that has happened in Central, and the inroads that we have been able to make there, especially around Martha's campaign and the team there, the Central team. This is because I've seen Guru here, and although today he didn't tell us so much about the ground, but I just wanted to say that a number of people have been commenting that the president is not in the campaign trail, and that why is the president? I think one of the newspapers even said, "Why is the president keeping off?" For me, who saw a lot of the unwritten lines, I think the president is very much in the campaign. You need to look a little further to be able to see the contributions that the president makes. And me, I like it when the DP goes there and start blaming. Like somebody said here in the beginning, one moment, tulifanya hii, tukadeliver hii. Then the following day or later in the day in another rally, it's like he forgets. He says what a good friend he was, how they decided things with Uhuru. You remember in the Joe Ageo interview, how a number of things were done in his boardroom. There, of course, with the knowledge of his friend and boss, the president. But quickly forgets and starts blaming everything again. At the president mwenyewe, like yesterday, you remember he kept repeating that the president he told everybody in the public that mshauri, the biggest mwenye alimshauri kwa haya mambo yote mpaka sasa the level of living, the standard of living is sky-coat high, is huyu baba. So now for me, I think I see the president's efforts bringing in a lot of results, which I think for me, I wouldn't like it that the president goes on the top of cars at his campaigning. The little he's doing, if all of you are seeing what I'm seeing, I think I really want to say a lot of thank you for the president. His efforts are bearing fruits. I wanted to hear what Guru will tell us on the same now that he is in here today. Thank you.
Okay, I think let me give Roba first. We'll come back to Guru to react to that. Roba.
Okay, thank you, Makeri, again. Let me just say, what a wonderful day, 42 days to go. So here comes Mr. Ruto. The man was said a lot of things. Sunday you will say something, Monday you say, I never said it. One day, President Uhuru Nitaberi, the following day, President Uhuru is my friend. One day, it's just like me, Mitumba yote, we will ban it. The following day, when somebody else says, oh, look at him, he's saying he will ban Mitumba. So there's one thing I've come to realize. The vice president thinks that Kenyans don't follow this news. They are stupid. I mean, that's the way he sees things. No, he's down there in Mombasa right now. Remember when Joe was fighting them about the port of Mombasa, while it was moving somewhere in Naivasha? I just remembered like yesterday. And what did he do? He forgot. Then he's saying, oh, I'll be taking back the port of from Naivasha, I'll just take it back to Mombasa. He gets to Naivasha, he says, I want to expand this port. Yeah, you know, it's just all over the map. This is somebody that I've come to realize. I keep on asking myself, people keep on telling him that he's a political genius. He is not. Just where the campaign was. Raila hit him, amemsukuma. Sasa amekuwa kama ile panya ambayo iko sasa haina mahali pa kwenda. So, where is this intelligent now? There's one thing I have come to realize here. Since the naming of the running mates, like some of us we have been saying here, that was a message we wanted to see who is going to make that kind of decision, because that matters. So the guy decided to go with the guy with money. Ruto na pesa. Ruto na pesa. He is a man who believes, and I think he still believes, with money you can do anything. But I'm thinking in 42 days, he's going to find out you can have money, but you will never buy Kenyans. There are some you buy, yes, but you cannot win an election with Kenya because you have money. So I keep on asking myself also, where did he get all this money he has been spending because he's running his own campaign? Somebody has to investigate him. He should be charged of money laundering. We want to know where he got the money. So if there's somebody who has caused some problems in the country, he is one of them. And that's why I'm just saying institutions in our country, they don't work for rich people. Rich people are kind of, they are excused, they can do what they want. But I want somebody to come forward and tell us, where did this guy got all this money? He has been going. If you remember, if you nakumbuka the way it was a couple months ago, people went there. They never went there because they wanted to listen to him. They went there because they thought they might get a piece of the money. Now maybe the money is running out. That's why you can see now the number of people reducing. And some of us, we came here and said, at the end of the day, when it comes election night, maybe UDA might be a one, maybe I'm sorry to say, encouraging party, maybe. Like Nyakai had one, I remember from Kisi some years ago. Because he made a mistake. He made a mistake. When he said he wanted to run this by himself, he wants to run the party himself. He didn't want other parties to join. But Raila only made a decision. Mutavadi came out. So the earthquake, remember the earthquake. Remember, I'm trying to see some of these things, how far we have come. So the earthquake, we were told, is in 42 days now. That's the real earthquake. The fake earthquake went, it came and gone. We never even saw it. But the real earthquake, if you remember, when we were just start Sunday, I remember it like yesterday, another Sunday, it's coming in 42 days. And that's when kuna ile wimbo wanasema wa kwanza watakuwa wa mwisho na wa mwisho watakuwa wa kwanza. And remember what our president said in Nakuru. Kuna wale ambaye anakimbia ako na kikida ako mbele na kila kitu, yeye anakimbia. Lakini sasa in 42 days tutaona pumzi ya Ruto alipumia wapi sasa. Hapo ndio tutaanza tutapima, then from there we will just say alifika mahali fulani, maybe wakati alichagua ile vice president ndio pumzi ilianza kutoka. Na hiyo tunangojea. And I'm just telling you, I'm just waiting. I've taken my day. That I'm just like I'm ready to celebrate, because I think there's change is coming. Change is coming to our country, and nice change is coming. And Makia, let me leave it there. But you guys, everybody here, Mama said, you have been here. I see you sometimes. You get some of you have been here like 24/7 when the station opens here and it crosses. You guys are doing a nice job. Now harvesting is coming. Harvesting is coming. And that one, it's coming in 42 days. And I hope Mr. Ruto is listening. Your days are numbered. Thank you.
Thank you, Roba. I'm trying to improve on the quality of my videos, because sometimes when I play the videos, they don't cover the whole screen. Some people send me videos, but I'm not able to know if they're the best quality. But I'll try to play what I have right now.
I want to remind you of the last American election, because I'm saying in Kenya, and Americans may not like this very much, but I do think we are facing a Trump moment where truth is on its head, and people actually knowingly associate and want the country to have the type of leadership that it shouldn't have. We don't have angels on earth, but we can try as much as we have to attain the best level of leadership that as a nation we can get. And when I talk of leadership, not just political, it's in our institutions as well. I remember the American elections because I remember reports of President Trump calling the Secretary of State in Georgia, a Republican state, and asking him to find him some 11,000 votes so that he could win. It sounded like somewhere here. And the Secretary of State telling him, if you remember, it was a taped conversation, telling him, Mr. President, I got a job to do. I am waiting for most of our professionals, because you never can get it 100%, to be able to say, for a police officer who is being offered a bribe, to say, I got a job to do. For a presiding officer who is being offered a bribe to mess the elections, or that counting clerk, to look at the person in the eye and tell them, I've got a job to do. It means you have a duty to your country. If all of us were true to our country, we would be free of problem. May I invite you to walk with us as Azimio? I know Sheikh Khalifa has told me that the door is now open. May I, on behalf of Azimio, say we are ready to engage with you, not just because of the vote, but even in governing. I believe you cannot govern a people you are not close to, you do not listen to, you do not reason with. And that, under our constitution, is called participation. If you govern people without participation, you will miss something, and you will not fulfill their wishes.
Haya, huyo ndio Madam DP wetu. Ule mwingine ameenda kukosana na gavana wa Nakuru huko, anasema gavana wa Nakuru sijui ni mtoto wa nani. Bob Papa, Azimio, karibu.
Azimio, aro. Makiadi, there's no better way of there's no better way than playing a Martha Karua video just before I come in. You know, I don't know. This lady has got magic. She gives me so much confidence.
I was almost playing you and you got the video before you came in, but I knew I'll mess up your mood, so I decided watch and kuwekea Martha Karua.
Please don't do that. Don't even attempt. You know, this lady gives me a lot of confidence, and I'm sure she does that for the rest of the country. She has she gives us hope that Kenya is going to change for the better, because you realize that the message, one of the messages I got from that speech is that as a public servant, you need to do your work, and there will be minimal. Of course, we can, and she has said we can't get it 100%. There will be minimal interference in terms of government. In that, when you're given a job, nobody should come and coerce you to do the wrong thing because of political expediency. That even the police, you know, those are some of the things that can build a nation. And the impunity that has been going on in this country is too much, that unless we put a stop to it or reduce it to bare minimum, we are definitely not going to progress. And some of the things that even a candid conversation we had towards the closure of yesterday's session is that where systems are working, things just flow. We would not be having people feeling disenfranchised when they're applying for jobs. They definitely, you know, at the moment, people know that if you apply for a government job, unless you know somebody, things will not work. You know, those are the kind of things we don't want to hear. We want to reduce them to bare minimum. It will take a while, but we should get there. So there are people also who might not be very, very comfortable with this lady, because the kind of discipline that is likely to be instilled is going to run them scared, because it is their way of life to operate haphazardly with corruption. You know, they always feel like I will, now that my person is getting into office, I will definitely get the tenders. Those are some of the things they should forget. And we saw this happen in the 202 government. We started very well, then we lost track somewhere in between. So this Martha Karua is doing us a lot of service. What any right-thinking Kenyan will definitely choose Azimio, and it's not an insult to the Udaku supporters, but there is no right-thinking Kenyan that can choose a team that has Rigathi and Ruto. That is a catastrophe, because you can see from every public or campaign by the two individuals, it is either blaming Raila or Uhuru. They don't want to focus on solving the problems. The first thing they start, in fact, I want you to just take a time and watch the first 5 minutes of their rallies. The first thing they say is that kuzimia, sijui what, huyu anaitwa nani, mzee wa kitendawili, yeah? Mama, you are being used. Those are the kind of things that the message they begin with, before they now start lying the way they'll bring back the pot. They will, create a hustler fund. And I particularly liked the comment that was made by William Kabogo in that debate, the governorship debate. You know, Wamatangi, is it Wamatangi? Yes. He was talking about 100, I don't know, a hustler, 1 billion hustler fund for the Kiambu people. And you know, when Kabogo came and he talked, he said that he will do what he had done before. He had done before when he was governor, in that he will enter into a partnership with a bank and deposit. They deposited one time. They deposited 400 million, and the bank gave them 400 million, and the bank gave them 800 million. Then they had a fund of 1.2 million to work with. Now you see, when Wamatangi says that he wants to set aside 1 billion for the hustle for a hustler fund, essentially is turning the county into a bank or a mini bank. That is not the work of a county. The work of a county is to deliver services. So you cannot start, trying to do business that is not yours. There's something called, even in business, there's something called core business. The core issue in a business, you cannot start doing banking services, providing banking services in the county. It doesn't make sense at all. It let the banks do their job. What you need to do as a governor is to formulate policy, and then you can deal with what affects the people. So you can see what Udaku people are thinking, and that is the same thinking at their national level. The deputy president is talking about a hustler fund, 100 billion hustler fund. Now we have seen the results that are coming from the youth fund. It is not anything to smile about. So you want to again start a hustler fund for 100 billion, and now which will be another big corruption scandal. So that it doesn't make sense. We don't want to go that way. We can streamline and operations in terms of governance, the way Mama Karua has said, and things will flow. If it is services, we'll be able to access services much cheaper. If it is about the economy, stabilizing the economy will bring down interest rates. People would have access to cheap credit. So the issue of hustler fund is something that I really do not want to even hear, because that is a recipe for corruption. Thank you. Let me give a chance to another panelist. I'll keep on adding as we continue and progress. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Hold on, Roba.
Mimi ningependa kuomba jamii ya Waluya, vile tunasimama na vile jamii zingine zimekubali kusimama na mtoto wetu Sakaja, tusipigie Sakaja peke yake kura alafu tukose kupigia jamii ambazo zimesimama na sisi kura. Ndiposa leo nimekuja kuomba kwa unyenyekevu Mama Millicent Omanga, yeye jamii yake sio kubwa kama yetu, lakini kule mbele ile siku mimi nataka kukuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ama huyu Sakaja, hawa wa Kisii watatuongezea hesabu na sisi tutatawala nchi kwa sababu ya hii jamii. Mimi ningependa kuomba msimame na mama miradi. Tumekuwa na yeye kwenye Senate, amefanya kazi wakati wa corona, ametembea kwa vijiji zenyu akiwapatia chakula. Yeye hakuwa na shilingi hata moja ya kufanya maendeleo. Mtasimama na mama miradi? Mtasimama na mama Omanga, Millicent Omanga. Huyu mama anatosha, hata ukimwangalia kutoka mbele anatosha, ukimwangalia kutoka nyuma anatosha. Omanga anatosha ama atoshi? Anaweza ama hawezi? Waluya, msipigie Sakaja peke yake na msahau jamii ambayo mheshimiwa Mama Bishop anatoka. Jamii ya Mama Bishop
ndio inaenda kuongeza hesabu yenu nyinyi Waluya ifanye Usakaja akue. Sasa tusiwarushe, tukue waaminifu. Tukipatia Sakaja, tunapatia Mama Bishop kura, si ndio? Mtasimama na Mama Bishop? Wangapi wanasema Mama Bishop atakuwa seneta?
Haya, ndio hiyo siasa ya UDA. Mtu anatosha kuangaliwa kutoka mbele, inaonekana anatosha. Kuangaliwa kutoka nyuma, inaonekana anatosha. Sasa nataka kupatia nafasi wale watu ambao wameingia sahi, but I'll give Roba 1 minute, Alex 1 minute, and then we go to Julia. 1 minute, please.
Okay. From the tape, I know our Kisi people in Nairobi. They will not shock me. They will not even vote for her because he's a Kisi. And in fact, they might even vote against her real bad because they don't prescribe. We don't know her. We don't know. I mean, we can't just vote for somebody because of our tribe. One thing about Bob, you said about this man, they keep on talking about funds for all these people. In fact, what they should be saying is, they want to invest money to grow the economy. But instead, what they are telling us, they want to bribe people. That's bribery. What they are doing. That's talk of investment. How they want to invest money to grow the economy, but not like telling us, oh, we want to put the money per fund. I want to put money in the fund if there's no economy. Where are you going to get the money anyway, first place? Yeah, that's what I want to say.
Thank you, Roba. Alex?
Yeah, before I make my submission, I wanted to tell Roba something quick. Roba, you'll be surprised that it's you and me who think like that. But in the corridors of power, and if you have been privileged to go to parliament, and during the break, and if you have been privileged to go to the cafeteria in parliament, I think to many people it's a shocker. They when they get out of that cafeteria, they swear that they will never vote again. The way you will find Duale smiling with Mbadi, you will regret the rest of your life. There was a classic interview Sakaja did a couple of years ago of how Otieno Kajwang will drink with Duale within the parliament building. So don't be surprised that the caucus of the highest Kisi leadership in ODM are rooting for that mama. Don't be surprised. Fortunately or unfortunately, in politics, there is interest. There is no enemies. When we say interest is nothing but money, unfortunately. And when that money is what you look at, because politics does not move without money. And that is why, in the interest of preserving leadership in this country, McCain came with something called campaign finance bill, which literally saved this country from what we are seeing today. And when Obama threw that thing out, you see the confusion this country is under. When Trump became a president, the first thing he did is to choose 5 billionaires to be his cabinet ministers. Even this lady who was the wife to World Wrestling Federation, she knows nothing, but she was given the Ministry of Education in this country. For 5 years, she managed the education system. She could not even understand herself because none of our children went to public school. So we should be serious when we're talking about, again, politics. We must look at politicians in their true nature. politicians will say this thing, and when they are on their table, they will speak. They are of a different tribe, my friend. And that is why you see the problems we are having today in Kisii. It's because one tribe of Kisii is called the Ongwayes, the Ongeris, and the Obures, and the Janet Ongeras think that leadership belongs to them. It can't pass to other people. That is a fact. And when we are in this panel, we may disagree, but again, I'm of one tribe with Duke. You know, the potholes are the same. Kakati Duke amesikia njaa wesi smile, hata mimi si smile hapa. You know, Duke is smiling, I'm smiling at the same time because we are the same tribe now. So there is a talk that I've had, and I thought it was a joke, but it is going to an advanced stage. The last 2 weeks in the Seventh-day Adventist churches, people are going around. The pastors are talking in the pulpit, and they are telling people we do not have representation in Nairobi. And you know, I was wondering that that is the kind of language we are hearing in the pulpit, which is not right. Allow people to choose their leaders, whether we like it or not. Allow them. But I think now there is now that which is that's narrative being pushed. But nevertheless, I think it's Makiadi who sent us the message first that said the Roe versus whatever it was, and you see the cascading of all kind of disruption across this country because of what the Supreme Court did a few days ago. And it can give you a preview and the danger of electing a president for 5 years. You can elect somebody that you think is a joke, but for 5 years, they can do something that it will take 20 years to undo. I can ask Makiadi if he could tell that just Trump being a president for 5 years, we couldn't know that 2-3 judges of the Supreme Court will go out and he will have the power to choose, nominate, and conclusively put that bench to be a conservative. And what happens after that? Whether you win an election, and that is what happened during the Bush versus Al Gore. Everybody knows what happened. Al Gore won that vote in Florida. But who was the governor in Florida? Jeb Bush's brother. And who was to certify that election? It was his Secretary of State. And what happened? It went to Supreme Court. The rest is history. So I think, Duke, I will totally disagree with you that my friend, Mr. 6 Month is not a dictator. If he has to be a president, let him tone down. I think he has an ego that is way too large. He's been mentioned in too many corruption cases. The freedom that we have gotten for the last few years is way too much for it to be taken away from us. And last but not least, I don't think he cares for the common mwananchi because he keeps lying. He's the one who said the port has to be taken away from Mombasa. Hadi akaita Joe kuwa is a academic dwarf for not knowing what they were doing. Today he's going back again to the coast and lying to them. And that is the danger we are seeing. So I'm comparing the politics of America, what we are happening today, because we chose a person without reasoning out and seeing the effect of choosing somebody like Trump for 5 years. 5 years later, the investigations that are going on, the revelation keeps on shocking us, the level up to which Trump wanted to take this country in order to retain power. And for a fact, if this man called Ruto takes on, in 5 years, that country will never be normal. I don't think some of us who have spoken against him will ever be allowed to step in the airport. I think our passports will be revoked as soon as possible. So we must do everything in our capacity in the last few days. We are remaining very few days. And as I stated a few days ago, yesterday, and even today earlier, the last 3 weeks are a stretch that matters. You may think you're doing very well, but the last few days are critical. Now, this is the time to be we have to be topical. We must go head on head with them. If it's the propaganda machine, whether we like it or not, if they unleash, we must come after them. Not only coming after them, we must destroy them with every necessary arguments that we have, so that our people will not be lied to. You have seen in the last few days, wherever he goes, is pure lies, pure lies. There is nothing that Ruto is talking about is anything in the podium that is worthy of it. Even people like, the henchmen for the Udaku party like Black, I do not want to be seen anymore because they are underground movement now. But we are here, Mr. Black. We are not going anywhere. We will be with you until that day. So we still invite you here, but just know that we are going to deconstruct you. The politics of Kenya as it lays today is that if we lose this election, I don't think we'll be able to salvage ourselves anymore. We have an enemy that is ready to destroy the democratic space totally and completely. From the presidential executive orders that we saw Trump do, today the migration department has a backlog of cases that maybe we will wait for the next 5 to 10 years to resolve, just for the few executive orders he did. And you know what? Ruto has already told us he's going to rule through executive orders. Executive order number 1 is going to put on who? He's going to create the ministry for Mr. Mudavadi, which is not wrong. I mean, if they win, I mean, he has to put him somewhere. But I think there are other issues that he has raised that you have to be worried of. I have said it here. The people in Azimio have everything to lose if Ruto takes power. But Penny has always come here and say, sisi hatuna shida. Mukishinda ni vizuri. Tukishinda ni vizuri. So for them, they know very well that they are in very safe hands with Baba. But me and you know very well, we are not in safe hands with Ruto. So you can see where we are coming from. So I think when Ruto is coming now to give propaganda to our people, because now he's having target groups, very specific.
Alex,
very specific.
Alex, umeenda sana leo. Haya, malizia.
Oh, okay. Pole. Leo ni Sunday bwana. Unajua hata Temba amekuja late.
Malizia ndio tumalizie, watu watatu wamebaki.
Okay, nimemaliza.
Haya, sawa, asante. Julia, kamata steering.
Asante Makiadi, Themba, Kuseo, Roba, Bob, Alex, Guru. Selina, umebadilisha jina. Duke. It's good to see all of you. So, starting from what Alex was saying and what Roba was saying, first Roba, wewe kwa nini uangalii mama mbele na nyuma? Sumesikia Malala amesema you should look at her front and her back. If you look at her front, you like it. If you look at her back, especially the men, you like it. So that makes her qualify to be voted for.
But Malala did not mention men, Julia. He just said ukiangalia mbele unafurahia, ukiangalia nyuma unafurahia. Hakusema men.
Okay, yeah, that's what I stand corrected, because it's just that I'm being a bit conservative, that where I come from, it is men who look at that. But I'm being conservative so on a light note. So maybe that lady will get votes on that grounds. But I want to disagree with Alex. I don't think that all the kisses are going to do what Alex said, that people are having conversations. Kwa makanisa, ati huyu ni wetu, asijui nini. I don't think so. Alex, I wouldn't even stand and say this on this TV. I wouldn't stand that. I wouldn't say that, because when I'm talking, okay, that's my take, Alex. You are free to take your stand and make your contribution. I think that's called freedom. But my take is, when I'm discussing things on this TV, I will not discuss negative things happening in Mount Kenya region when it comes to Azimio. That's my stand. And I'll do so until 9th. So whether people wanakaa kwa makanisa huko Central wakisema ati huyu ni mtu wetu, ati sijui hawatapigia fulani, I won't come and tell you guys that. Why should I? I'll be undoing Azimio, and I won't gonna do that. I'm sorry, that's my take. Now about the most, what I'm seeing here, I want to start. I watched Baba with the Diaspora. I don't know if Selina, you are watching that. Sijui kama ni kamera ilikuwa mbaya. I didn't like the presentation. I don't know. Okay, I thought Baba was articulate and Mother was articulate, lakini they looked so fatigued. Sasa sijui kama ni kamera ilikuwa mbaya ama
I think ni kamera, na pia
Yeah.
walikuwa wamechoka, you know, walikuwa wametoka hiyo mkutano, and then like they came, they were so tired. But na
Yeah.
kamera yao haikuwa clear, but they were tired.
Yes, I get you. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah, they looked for fatigue, lakini kama pia kamera haikuwa nzuri, but they were still very articulate. I loved that. Now, Baba Solidifies his voice in Wajir. He's done a good job. I think that's why he's very tired. He's the man, huyo mzee amefanya kazi. Maneno ya Kingi skips Ruto meeting. I expected that to happen. I'm seeing more drama in KKA happening, and then election countdown. I want to dwell on that because Kuseo is trying to explain to people here, and he promised he's gonna do that tomorrow. My take is, I don't understand why either these people who are against the digital voters register, I think mainly is two reasons. One, they have technophobia, that is one. Secondly, okay, I understand how it is so hard to trust Chebukati, but we got to do something. And thirdly, I think they want to rig. So I don't know where these people belong, which group they belong to. Because those who are against the digital register, I believe there's a group that wants to rig. And that is by voting both dead and absent voters. So I also heard Azimio is against the digital thing. To some point, is recommend that we have a backup. I hope that Azimio is not planning to do the same thing. So I hope they are trying to make sure that the right thing is done, because that is having people vote through the hard copy. That is the way they are going to have dead people and absent voters voting. That's the intention. I'm telling you. And I'm wondering why we can't try it and see what happens. IBC is trying to explain everything. That if we don't have this, we have a backup. If we miss this, we'll do this. They are trying to explain everything. What is wrong with Kenyans? Why you want to remain at the same point all the time? We can't. I think Kenya has grown so much technologically. And I think I want to give you an example that something like M-Pesa is something so unique that has not been used in the rest of the world. So Kenya is growing in terms of technology. We can't forever say that we can't do this, because we are afraid this will fail. We will not do this. We will not try this. When are we going to try doing it? That's my question. So I really think that the digital thing, we need to get there and start and doing it and see what happens. Because these people, if Chebukati has accepted, I am telling you, ladies and gentlemen, people will vote, dead voters and absent voters will vote. I am telling you the truth. And me, I don't even believe that voter turnout is normally 98% anywhere. You hear someplace is 98%. It cannot even go over 85. It's a lie. It's because dead people and absent people vote. And the only way of preventing them, I hope Kuseo said he's going to explain tomorrow what happens at the voting, when people are voting in Kenya. He's going to explain to you that if I am going to be made to vote using the digital register, there's no way you can vote on my behalf. If I'm absent, I am absent. That's the point. If I'm absent, I'm absent. If somebody's dead, they are dead. They cannot vote. But if you allow that thing that someone can come and use the hard copy voters registered to vote, all the absent people will vote, and all the dead people who died like 1 month ago or 2 weeks ago will definitely vote. So we got to support Chebukati here, even though we don't trust him. I made a joke here that I think people are afraid of these things, like people who say they are not going to get married because their neighbor's wife ran away. So they are afraid that even their own wife will also run away. That's why they are so afraid that if I get married, bibi yangu tatoroka. So I think we got to cross this bridge and see what happens. Then we can tell Chebukati, you see Chebukati, this polling station, people are not voting because this is happening, and then we can deal with that situation that day, then. But we cannot go all of the time and saying that we cannot vote because we can. No, we got to do something. My last point is on it's just a question because Guru is here. I heard you people saying that Kabogo is I don't know who is giving up for who, whether is Nyoro giving up for Kabogo or Kabogo for Nyoro. I don't know, because personally, I don't like Kabogo. So, good, when you get a chance, please answer me that question. For DP double minds and all that, please, Kenyans, don't pay attention to DP. He believes in handout economy, and we're not going to do handout economy. We are going to do with structures in the economy. Asante Makiadi.
Thank you, Julia. Okay, Ndemba, karibu.
Good evening, all, and good afternoon. And for
tuimbie hiyo nyimbo ya jana usiku, watu
sasa,
ya kuimba usiku.
yani hawezi hata niongee kwanza, jamani. I want to start by appreciating what Alex has shared. Alex, you did a good job. I just want to highlight one thing and probably give a divergent view to it. Our constitution is right now. We are going to an election, but once we have parliamentarians, they are all parliamentarians. And the way the constitution is crafted right now, there's no appreciation of opposition and government. It's minority and majority. As they get in there, it becomes most of the things are you can easily canvass across board. So I would probably want to differ with the idea that it is wrong for parliamentarians to have tea and talk. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, some of the legislations, when they meet, for lack of a better way of getting leaders, we have an election. If we could have a way of getting leaders without going for an election, then that would suffice. But we have an election, which is now what helps us to get these leaders in government. I would want to probably progressively have a situation where even in developed democracies, they are bipartisan policies that people vote across board. There has to be a lot of horse trading. There has to be a lot of canvassing. There has to be a lot of talking, especially on issues that are important to manage. So I would not want us to bring out personally the idea that once people have been elected, when they go to parliament, they shouldn't greet each other. They should treat each other like enemies. So and so should not talk to so and so. That, in my view, is a little regressive. We should have them getting there, and much of the stuff. If they would just go there and say that this side is my enemy, then even some of the things that are passed are very significant to some of those in either opposition or majority parties. And they don't seem probably sometimes to participate in those debates that are very beneficial to them. For instance, I want to use for instance, like Duke does. In the previous parliament, there was a bill that was that was coming to Parliament. It was brought by, I think, Gladys Wanga. It was brought by Gladys Wanga, and there were some very important items in that bill, but there are some MPs who didn't participate because of the person who had come there. So I think progressively we need to not make it look like once we have taken people to Parliament, it's wrong for Duale to have a tea with the same body. It's wrong for you know, like, they are not enemies. These MPs are not enemies, and we are not taking them to Parliament to be enemies. They are representatives of Mwananchi. Whether your party of choice won or not, your MP, once he gets to Parliament, he should do representation. And any bill that is significant to you, he should be able to participate. He should be able to lobby. Most of the MPs from the minority side may not have the numbers to pass some of the bills. So what will happen is they will have to find a way of canvassing their proposals with the side that has the numbers, so that those particular bills can pass. So that is what I needed to highlight, other than most of the things that you have said. So I also, on the issue that you pointed out, that you know, Omanga might make that's the joke of the month, I think. that has been said today, and I really don't wish to. It was a joke. I hope it is a joke, because I don't think a joker as Omanga can be even discussed in certain
But
areas.
Temba, let me ask
Hold
you.
on. When you are speaking, I was quiet. Okay,
You know,
go on.
I didn't use harsh words like you are a joker. I don't know how you can go as far as, I don't know how personal you can go, but it's okay. I mean, that's your right of submission.
Alex, what's up with you? You are not listening to what I'm saying. Learn to listen. I said that's a joke of the evening. I mean, saying that something is a joke doesn't mean you're a joker. What you say can be a joke. It doesn't mean you're a joker. Learn to listen. So Omanga being voted by kisses, for me, I thought that was the biggest joke. And in fact, the way you say it, matter of factly, I looked at you twice, so that I can be sure that you are not the one speaking, or you're not speaking under influence. Because for you to suggest that Omanga can be voted over, even Pasaris. I mean, what has Omanga done? I mean, Omanga has been. Hold on, Alex. Now, please, Makiadi, can you protect me from Alex?
Okay, Alex. Let's give them a time to finish his submission. We'll have an open forum. Go ahead.
Okay, protect me against him using my name too, because when somebody uses your name, you have a right to reply. That's a fact.
I'll give you a right to reply. Is that okay? All right. Conclude, Ndemba.
Right of reply is limited. It's not right of interjection. So right of reply comes after the presentation. So Omanga, if you have followed Omanga for the time she has been a nominated senator, I don't know what bill have you heard? What is it that you have seen Omanga, give, other than the dances that she unleashes when she goes to campaigns? The next thing I was seeing Omanga during the BBI, campaign. She was in somewhere in Eldoret, and she seemed fairly inebriated, and she was calling Jaguar to come and sing, and she still wanted to speak. You know, we are cheapening leadership. I don't know why we are cheap. Amanga, the next time they tried to bring some propaganda with that lady who is selling chips somewhere in Embakasi, you know. And the lady came and said that was not true. Omanga didn't give her anything. So when you are trying to imagine that such a person who, other than dancing, in fact, even Malala is highlighting her strength in a rally. I mean, she is the one who has succeeded in the idea of making us think that the women cannot bring anything more from their shoulders up, apart from their waist down. We don't want to have the debate of leadership around women to be on their waist down. We want the debate around women leadership to be what they're carrying between their 2 ears and on their shoulders up, which is what also men are carrying. So when someone stands, and I think it's good Makiadi brought that up, and the thing he can highlight is why on Omanga, that the reason we should elect her is the waist down. And which probably I might not be surprised, because even there was a lady who came, Karen Nyam, who said that they are looking at the deputy president and anaona ni chuma ya doshi. I mean, how do you, what is going to be happening in State House when you're electing these kinds of people? I think that's besides the point. I think I didn't really want to because I thought it was a joke, and I still want to treat it as a joke. It didn't demand any serious response, but the first one is what I needed to bring out. Finally, I noticed, the Baba are really doing, the Azimio team has really, tamed the Kenya Kwanza team, which I think is a good thing. They need to sustain the pressure. They say when you are beating a snake, you don't give it a room to escape. You have to hit it in all corners. So I think what they have decided, they are doing it in all corners. You know, every day there were Vijana fire all over. There was Vijana fire in Nyeri. So there's no day that anything is stopping. And I think that will be my focus moving forward. I want to spare very little time to respond to certain, because some of these debates that these people are bringing to us is redundant. How many times will you tell you the deputy president promised 6 studies, he has never produced none? How many times will you tell you the deputy president promised laptops to people and he didn't bring any? Now he wants to bring free Wi-Fi. How many times do you want us to repeat to you that the deputy president is the one who went to Naivasha and told the people there it is good that we have this inland port here and it is going to develop economy in Naivasha? And now he's the same one going to say that they're going to take it from Naivasha to Mombasa without giving a backup plan for what will happen to those people in Naivasha. How many times do you want us to tell you that the deputy president is still in office? You can't. If someone hasn't had that right now, there are only 2 things. If you are repeating, you're either the one who is stupid or they are stupid. So maybe we need to choose which side. I choose not to engage. Right now is focus. Azimio 15 million strong. We have 15 million strong to bring on the table. We have people to call every day to get out and vote. And we have an IBC to hold to tell us when, if they're going to give us updates every single day. We have no time to waste on some people who still come and tell you the same old stuff. That's redundancy. And I stop there for today. Thank you.
Okay, before I bring in Duke, because it's the last one, let's give Duke a chance. Duke, I have a video for you here before you make your submission briefly.
Meanwhile, Deputy President William Ruto went back to the coast holding various rallies in a bid to win over Mombasa County voters. The DP pledged to purchase 1 million acres of idle land to settle squatters once he gets to State House. At the same time, issues of the Likoni Crossing Channel gained prominence with the Kenya Kwanza leader promising to construct a bridge to connect Mombasa Island and the south coast. Our reporter Tobias Chanji, who has been following Ruto's itinerary, has more from Mombasa.
Immediately he was done with the national breakfast prayers in Nairobi, Ruto jetted back to Mombasa through the Ukunda airstrip and made way to Likoni, where he held his first rally on day 3 of his coast tour. Matters of land continued to take prominence.
Mimi nimetangaza ya kwamba baada ya hii uchaguzi, vile tulifanya sehemu zingine za Kenya, tutachukua pesa za serikali. Vile tulifanya 1 million acre Rift Valley, tutafanya program ya 1 million acres hapa Pwani. Tulipe mashamba yote ile ya absentee landlords na wale wengine wote, ili tuwagawie watu wa Pwani wawache kuishi kama maskota katika nchi yao miaka 55 baada ya uhuru.
Aya, Duke, jana tulikuwa na hii conversation na bahati mbaya ukapotea kabla unijibu hiyo swali. I think you've seen the video now. You can react to it as you give your submission too. Karibu.
What I can say is, you know, I work with specifics. Maybe if I can know what's the price of 1 acre, and I can be able to do the math of 1 million acres, and then I can see what it makes sense. So that means I really need time to interpret that.
He's putting 100 billion for it.
What?
He's putting 100 billion for it, for the 1 million acres.
No, maybe it entails trying to settle all Kenyans who are in a way have nowhere to settle. It may take sense. It may make some sense, but I need to know the specifics about that. So, you know, it's sometimes politicians make some promises which are not specified. Maybe some of them are not implementable.
Duke, you accused Raila. Yes. Okay, let me just give you time to finish your submission. Then we'll interrogate you. We maliza kwanza submission. Let me give you a time. Pole kwa kuinterfere. Go ahead.
You see, unless and otherwise, maybe he's talking about to do that specifically across Kenya. That may make sense. But if trying to say that is to, you will just take 100 million acres in cost and settle individuals without land, maybe that is too, it does not make sense. So that's what I can say. But maybe if the government can take 100 billion and maybe tries to settle people across Kenya in a way, that can make sense to, so 100 billion can be raised by the government. So regarding today's presentation, I want to have one presentation which covers the topics here today. I want to start by I want to talk about inferiority complex, and I will connect that to most of the topics here. In 2007, when Barack Obama announced that he will be running for the president of the United States, one journalist asked him a question. We have not had a president from the minority race for over 200 years. How can your candidature be even a possibility, you see? And the answer he gave, it was about inferiority complex. Most of maybe the minority races, they get defeated without even giving it a shot. If you look at the historical presidential processes, you find that they do not even attempt. It's not that they score dismally, or they do not, it's because they don't attempt. So that that brings into an inferiority complex, a feeling of inadequacy, where you find that you have a mind which you are excluding yourself from being capable of doing something else. And that is what is devouring Kenya to a large extent. As citizens, even if you see that most of the top tier, we are focusing on discussing what specific people are saying, what is Ruto saying, what is Raila saying. And if we should be take ourselves as equal stakeholders, equal shareholders in Kenya, we should be focused on what policies, what ideas do we have which Ruto or Raila can take from us so that Kenya can be changed. And that's the key reason why we have too many problems in Kenya. We are, most people are poor, we are unable to tame corruptions. There is high unemployment. People have inferiority complex. Most people fear. You find a person maybe working in a different company, is paid, underpaid, is scared even to move out. He knows that if he moves out, he cannot have something constructive to do. People are not taking risk investments. For instance, when Sukapa moved out of school, there was like a fiasco. It's like people took it as a mistake to a large extent, but it's about trying to value yourself as a key stakeholder in Kenya. So I'm of an opinion that we should be more focused on what can we do, how can we change Kenya as, not discussing about what specific people are telling us and which promises they are giving us, because most of the promises have not worked before, and we are seeing the same people who have been there. They have been in various positions for many years. They have not brought any change, and that's why, to a large extent, I like what Wajakoya tries to say. He tries to bring something different. He's trying to maybe to bring like death penalty, so that as a way of dealing with corruption. So that can evoke a discussion, so that we see how can we increase the consequences of those people who are involved in corruption, so that we can do away with that. And he's trying to come up with how can we generate more money. That's why we're trying to, maybe we have marijuana as a commercial product in a way. So I think that's what I wanted to say today, unless I have questions.
Okay, I think Ndemba, I'll give it back to you. Everybody has submitted. I think it can be an open forum now. And I also want to recommend our viewers and all the panelists for the good job they are doing in keeping this discussion going. I was looking at yesterday's show right now, about 24 hours after it aired, we are hitting 13.5K views, which is a good thing. So we actually are proud of what we are doing here. And thank you everyone who's supporting us as we continue. Ndemba kwako.
Okay, thank you so much, Makiadi. Papa Bob, your hands were up, so you can start by Papa Bob.
Where can you give Alex wanted? Because whatever Alex wanted to answer you.
Hold on, Robert. Papa Bob.
I'll come later. Just go ahead. There's something I'm trying to sort out.
Okay. Alex. I asked Makiadi, he kaenda hivi, umeenda hivi. But I know the narrative, Temba. You know, I'm not a visitor in Jerusalem. And I don't get shaken easily when it comes to convictions and when it comes to issue of leadership and how I view leadership. Nobody describes for us our leaders. We describe our leaders. Where were you when Pasaris was asking and inviting Sonko for sex in a motel? Where were you?
Where were you when Shabesh was sleeping with Sonko and the pictures were coming in the media? Where were you? Where were you that time? Why didn't we sanitize the politics of Nairobi then? And now we look at somebody dancing on a floor, and then we start judging them based on their dancing. But when Pasaris was calling Sonko in a motel, record 2019, July 19th, if that is the criteria we are using, Pasaris should never have gotten the ticket. We had a better woman called Kwamboka, and we know that. Kwamboka was an ODM person with good standing in Nairobi. So this criteria of subjecting us into, oh, you can't compare this to this, it is on the records. Even one man called, and you know, at that time people were laughing, but later on I came to know he had a point, but the way he put it was not right for the women of Kenya. But remember that famous interview between Jeff Koinange, Miguna, and Pesaris. Remember that. And we have one man called Miguna who cataloged the whole issues of Pasaris from this guy of Mwangi of Equity, and he put things right the way things were. If we were to judge the issue of sexuality of Nairobi, Pasaris should not be in the ballot box. If that is the criteria that we are using. But that's not the criteria. It is beyond. Shabesh is also known for that. We saw it in the media. It was not something that was hidden.
Alex.
No, stop stopping me. You told me you can't stop. We can't stop you, though. Why are you stopping me?
No. I want to ask you a question because we
don't need to ask me a question. I'm only giving us.
We are here for, because I think you're
I'm here for a rebuttal, and I need to make my rebuttal.
You're engaging in you're casting aspersions on people's
I'm not casting aspersions. I'm simply stating.
Hold on, Alex. I think
what was in the media.
Wait, Alex.
I'm stating what was in the media.
Wait, Alex.
I'm stating. I want to finish, Temba. You are in the record of destroying people's thought life.
I don't think I will allow that line of thinking.
No, but that is my line of thinking. You also castigated here.
Let's move on to the next person. Yes, Julia.
I don't know whether Guru, I asked you a question about Kabogo. I mean, do you know anything about that? That there is something cooking for him to be the governor for Azmio? Or does anybody know anything about that?
Oh, so the issue that we talked about earlier today, we even asked Mr. K, and I think it's just rumors for now, unless Guru can confirm that. It's just rumors for now, and we also heard on the other side of Moses Kuria stepping down for, for, what's his name, this guy, Wamatangi, and then running for senator. But those are just rumors. We will have to wait and see if there's some truth in that.
I think, first of all, let's appreciate that UDA has a vacancy for Senate because the candidate Karungo Adangwa was not cleared by the IEBC. So I don't know how they are going to deal with that one. But anybody pending rumors that Kabogo could stand down for anybody does not know the man he is dealing with. That man cannot stand down for anybody. maybe the other way. And in any case, I think from the look of things, I think he's the one who stands a chance of running away with this seat. So why would he stand down? I don't see any reason why he would do that.
Guru, sorry. You know, you mentioned that man cannot stand for. I didn't actually get who you're talking about. Is it Kabogo standing down for?
Yes, precisely. I'm saying that anybody pending rumors that
No. I said it here. I'm the one who said it. It's the other way around. So what they are saying is the governor of Kiambu is going to step down for Kabogo, and the Papa is going to endorse him next week. That's right now. That's what it is there.
Yeah, maybe if that is the case, then maybe it can work that way. But as for Kabogo standing down for anybody, you can bet that will not happen. In any case, I think he stands a better chance of running away this seat. So why would he be the nini? So he is the beneficiary. You can only be the person who will be backed. Well, Nyoro is running down there, but the votes in this county will also be very much divided between the candidates, and so far I think the main people who could go with this seat is first and foremost Kabogo, second Wamatangi, and then the others follow Njangu, and so on and so forth. So I think let's wait and see what happens after that. And although I also am aware that Kabogo has been in very good communication with Raila Amolo Odinga even in the past, so I would not be surprised if he was to be adopted as the candidate. I wouldn't be surprised.
Who's behind this? I'll tell the truth.
Robert, wait for someone to finish. What's happening? Just wait.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a political agreement between Raila and Kabogo, and after all, I think he feels slighted by what has happened to him in the UDA, and being a person who has his own political stand and roots in this county, then I think you would want to teach the other side a lesson or two in politics. So I will not be surprised. And by the way, I don't think even he has what we would call royalty that is so firm on one side. I don't think so. This is a very pragmatic politician who will back the side that he thinks will get him where he wants, and also he has also been wanting to get closer to being what the community would want to believe is an opinion leader in the community. So he is a person who looks at politics from even a wider sense, rather than maybe the position of the county chief. That you'd like to be one of those who will, going forward, be consulted or talked to whenever the community has to take a political stand. So I think basically that's what it is. I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if he is adopted by Azimio.
Okay, thank you, Guru. Roba, what did you want to say? Then Kuse.
Okay. First of all, I was just saying it looks like the president is behind it. I mean, they do it secretly or what's going on. But let me go back, because I am the one who started the issue of Minister Dumanga, and Alex mentioned my name. Let me say, the fact that where you come from or you're my tribe, it earns you my vote, that one should be behind. She was not loyal. Papa gave her, I think she was nominated from ODM, then she came there, she went to parliament, and she did what she did. She cannot be like, because she's a daughter of a former MP. Hell no. Yeah. What she does not represent even moral values of our people. She should not even deserve to be running on that seat. She betrayed ODM. She was given a chance, but she betrayed.
Robert,
I'm just saying,
Robert,
it makes me mad because
Robert, when was she nominated, Robert?
Robert, I think we need to move on. Let's let that rest.
But Robert said something that is not true. When was she nominated by
Baba? Was she not in
Baba?
parliament?
When? You know where we are getting it wrong, Alex and Robert.
No, it's not about what we are getting it wrong. I'm correcting him.
I'm sorry to be.
He was never nominated by Baba.
She betrayed Uhuru, first of all.
Yeah, but he was never betrayed by Baba. That is what you guys say.
I meant she betrayed Uhuru. You guys, you gave me a chance to speak. Maybe you can't let me speak.
You see,
the president.
Hold on.
That's what she did.
Hold on.
She was given a chance.
Hold on. Alex and Robert, both of you, you have exhausted on the issue of Omanga. It's for the voters to decide, right? And I think we want to move on beyond that right now, so that we can prosecute other things. So people have heard.
Somebody is correcting
an open forum.
Hold on.
You said it's an open forum. So when we say something, we have exploited what? I mean, it's just like you are not giving us a chance to say anything here.
But you want to shout so that you heard.
Nobody is shouting. I mean, Temba, you shout here all the time. You shout here all the time. Temba, you shout here all the time.
Okay, have you finished? Can I give direction?
No, you asked why is he shouting. We are telling you, you do that. Somebody can submit passionately. You can't just say people are shouting here. We didn't come here to shout. And why is it when you are here is when you think people are shouting?
Okay, have you finished?
I should be asking you that. Have you finished shouting at us?
Okay, can we go on now? Thank you. Now, I think we need to move on from that so that we can prosecute other things, because we can't mark time on one thing. Like we've already exhausted on that, and we don't want to have personal attacks on whatever politicians you have. Yes, could say or as
I just wanted to make a contribution on the Kabogo issue. Now, some of our panelists believe that because of the early offenses that Kabogo had committed, that he stands not a very good chance to be elected, and more so that they wouldn't want.
We have exhausted too on Kabogo. I mean, from when we started until now, it can be that some are exhausted, some are not. I mean, this is suspicious.
Wait a minute, Alex. Let's move on with consensus. If we have not finished with Omanga, then why don't? Because I don't want to be seen to be progressing a line which is. I believe Alex is trying to imply that the Omanga issue and the Kabogo issue are like one. So,
okay.
Just listen.
Okay.
Although I reserved my comments on the Kabogo issue, I had not contributed. Alex, that's why I'm.
All right.
It's not that I want to overstep the.
We will watch from behind. We will listen to your submissions. We will watch from behind. Thank you.
Who else wants to talk about Omanga?
No, we will watch
Digital.
from behind. We will watch from behind.
You want to talk about Omanga? Okay,
No, we
continue.
will watch from behind because we understand you now. Themba, I will mention you. We understand you now. We will watch from behind.
Okay, Kuse, endelea.
Yawa, kiskuseo nyinyi yawa.
Julia, I think if I remember your comments on Kabogo, was it on Kabogo? Yes. You are you more or less implied that according to you, you'd not be happy if Kabogo was to come on the Azimio side. But my comment was this, you see, Kabogos are the people who have been blowing up. If you have watched from a little distance away, you'll see that he has been blowing hot and cold. Especially twice on the Jeff Koinange show, he was like a watermelon. I think there was a point at a time he was asked who will he support. He didn't give a categorical answer. But nevertheless, what I wanted to say is this. You see, earlier on I had indicated here that some people think that President Uhuru is like hands off now on the campaigns. And I say that it is only for those who don't bother, who don't want to see. Now, as president, I think Uhuru is even overdoing what, for me, I expected from his end. For some of us who know the little details, I would actually tell you that Uhuru is very, very active supporting Azimio campaigns. And a number of things, in fact, are happening because of his inputs. Now, it is for you, if you see the little lines I'm talking about, to see or not to see. In other words, kama uko na macho, uone. Uko na masikio, usikie. Now, some of the things you have seen in the recent past, just this month of June, what the sort of things that the president has been doing, all of them are favoring Azimio campaigns. And in a very, very, very critical way. So let's look at it for what it is. If you expect on top of a roof of a car, and I think that you'll wait for a long time. After all, remember, he's still the sitting president. Anyway, so but I want to finish with the Kabogo issue. Kabogo reliably is at Milan. I think Guru is still around there. That in fact, Kuria was misleading Kabogo. Now, the whole idea was that he wanted Kabogo to end up exactly where he has ended. Kuria himself, as much as you see them trying to ignore or to boycott the DP rallies and sometimes not having very nice words for him, this ground, Guru, I'm told, I have a few people on that ground, and they do tell us that, in fact, Kuria was headed exactly where you see him, to contest for the Senate. He is actually a supporter of Wamatangi. Now, if you are to do that, you realize that people say that umewachwa kwa mataa. It is Kabogo who was going to be left in the mataa. Now, I am not so sure whether Kabogo and Nyoro get along, but if I try to connect the dots, I can see that actually coming. What Roba was suggesting is might actually end up being the case. So you are likely to see Kabogo somehow in Azimio, either as independent or wherever it is, they'll support. And if you remember last week, Kabogo himself was saying that he was appealing to Baba supporters. In other words, he appreciates Baba has supporters in Kiambu, and many of them. If you go by the last elections, in the entire Central, Baba almost got 70,000 voters from Kiambu alone. When the others, remember, he was hardly getting 1,000 something, 1,000 that. But in Kiambu alone, Baba scored close to 70,000 votes. So Kabogo is aware Baba has good support there. And you can imagine if you want to be governor and those 70 who voted for Baba, if we can have them on Kabogo's side, he could be having a good chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think we want to start taking our closing so that we take our closing rounds. I'm sure guys have stayed there a long time. Probably these are emotions of people who have stayed there long now. Work on
Demba Abia Makiadi DA amerudi. Ebu scroll huko juu usome comment ya DA Makiadi.
Yeah, Merudi, yeah. Yeah, so we can start closing. Thank you so much. All those, yes, Makiadi.
Yeah,
Thank you.
then but mine is just I wanted now that I played the video that Duke tried to avoid, I just wanted to know if Duke understands how big the coastal province is, the former coastal province, in terms of acres.
I responded to the video. I did not avoid the feed at all. So even if you say you are going to buy 1 million acres, then you are going to use 100 billion. If you divide that, that means that 1 acre is bought at 10,000. That does not make sense. So I say that does not make sense to me at all. The way I say a lot of things don't make to me, whether it's on the side of Asmio or whether it's on the side of Kenya Kwanza. For example, if I asked you that question yesterday, you never answered me. I hope you answer me now. If Raila says Papa Care means free healthcare to all, can you explain that? Or imagine somebody in the US saying, I'm going to provide free healthcare to every American. You know how many questions that person can face. So can you interpret for me that?
Yeah, you actually asking me, you're answering my question with another question, but I think Ndemba has gone out of his way to try and explain the 10-point agenda that Baba is actually, trying to articulate. So don't miss our last session. We always do that. We have Ndemba trying to elaborate each and every point. And I don't know if Ndemba, we've gotten to the healthcare issue. I think
we are moving on. Pole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tutafikia hiyo ya healthcare. I hope you don't miss that. We'll explain to you kwa kindani inamaanisha nini. But so much for that. What I wanted to say is this. William Ruto promising 1 million acres to settle the people of the former Coast Province who are landless. I think it was a bit ambitious. I think he spoke from a point of not being informed, because when you look at the Coast Province in totality, the so-called absentee landlord, the land that these people hold, cannot even reach a quarter of what he was saying. So that was it was not factual, number one. And number two, I don't think there's a figure that he has specifically mentioned. Whatever I was giving you, the 100 billion is just the same song that he sings wherever he goes, the 100 billion that he promises Mama Mboga and Watu wa Boda Boda. He has not actually given a figure. So I will leave you. I will not want you to respond to that issue right now until you get your manifesto printed out, so that we can interrogate you on a point of information and a point of facts. So for now, I just wanted that information to reach you, and stay with that. We'll answer you. You'll answer us later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. There are those people who think that nimemtoa Alex. Sijamtoa Alex, amejitoa mwenyewe. I don't. Alex ako tu sawa. He's expressing himself. I may not agree with him, but of course he has the freedom to express himself. I told him so, nikamweka bench kidogo, nikamrudisha akajitoa. So it's up to him. And you can differ with me. That's okay. You can differ with me. That's very in order. And you are free also to come in na kujitoa when you want. So I can't force someone who has removed himself from here to come back. Yeah, these are free space. So unakuja ukiona, alafu there's also a role for the moderator to moderate you. So if you choose not to listen, if you elect not to listen to the moderator, now it's up to you. We don't have much we can do. Yeah, but let's focus. Let's focus. Don't focus on Alex. Focus. There's an election to be won on 9th of August. Don't focus on even Themba. Don't worry about me. Yeah, I've been in these streets long, and I have a T-shirt to show. So don't worry about me. Focus on the election that we are winning. So we have to finish, and I want to invite us to give our final remarks. I mean, for those who are there, DA, karibu tena, Tycoon, asante, Alex Nzioka, umemtoa, acha. I can't do anything with your statements now. I'm telling you, amejitoa. Sasa wewe, whatever you believe is up to you. Jipe raha. Mr. Edry, asante, DA, Yufino Tieno, John Nyabicha, Tycoon, asante, thank you for coming, Danny Darius, Black Alex will be back here. He goes, he cools off, he'll come back. So that's very normal. And it's normal. You see, human beings are the ones who get angry, and human beings are the ones who get happy. You cannot be a human being if you don't experience all those emotions. So he's just normal. Yeah, it's just is that okay? It's okay to, you are alive. We experience those emotions. Yeah. Black Asante, Mary Jones, na wengine wote asanteni sana. So I'll give us at least 1 minute to give our closing remarks, and then of course now we go through our rituals za kumalizia. And I will start with Duke, nikuje kwa Julia, Guru, Bob, Papa, then Makiadi. Duke, tafadhali.
When Obama came to Kenya and said that democracy does not end with election, we have to check what leaders do throughout their time when they are in the office. So I'm saying this, we have to understand what are our function. Our function is not just voting. Maybe if the systems works well, everything's done the right way, sometimes we cannot even need the government. So we have to be updated. We have to be aware of which steps each government takes. So to an extent where we can even be compared some individuals or the president to move out of office because he has failed to perform specific functions. So that's how democracy works. But here in Kenya, most people think that if we elect a dictator or somebody bad and we serve for the 5 years, it should not be like that. We should be checking them and removing them from office when they fail. That's my closing remarks.
Thank you, Duke. Julia?
Yes, I appreciate Kuseo has responded to me about Kabogo. I think if you can't beat them, join them. Hata kama spendi Kabogo sana. If that's the person that Baba and Uhuru decides they are going to work with, then well and good, because now we want as many votes as we can from Kiambu County. So if it's going to bring in votes, well and good. I hope that if that's the case, that Nyoro is going to cooperate more. So maybe look forward to a very strong team in Kiambu County. About the election countdown, I mean the Electoral Commission and all that stuff, I would ask people to turn up and vote. Let's leave the Electoral Commission to do their work. Wakenya nawaomba mjitokezee kupiga kura, especially wenye ni wa upande wa Azimio wa baba. Na kama bado hujavuka, kama Duke ametoka, Duke na kina Black, na waomba mvuke sakafu kwa maana we are in the winning team. Don't throw away your votes. Asante Themba.
This is so cheap of Alex. I think even huyu anajiita Alex Zioka ni Alex, the same Alex. Alex Vincent Okari ni Alex. Sasa naenda pale chini kusema ati no Tembe, you are not a good one. You don't do that. I mean, just come back to the stage. You could okay. Yes, Guru. Dakika moja.
Nitagusia tu kidogo juu ya siasa ya Nairobi. Siasa ya Nairobi ni kupangwa. Haifanyiki tu hivi ati it's a structured kind of politics. That's why those who have survived in it will tell you with almost a high degree of certainty where the politics will head. The likes of Gumo, the likes of Commander, the likes of this man in Makandara. Those people are very experienced in politics of Nairobi. And if you look at what Alex was talking about, he's partly correct. Only that to some extent, some of the things could end up hurting the same side he is trying to talk about, because what it is that Nairobi has now reached a point of what we call negotiated democracy, where you agree on how you are going to vote a set of leaders, and then you see the ground for this side and they see the ground for you. So that is the reason why you saw Sonko getting the votes, more votes than the president himself in the last general elections. Partly because there are factors that that come into play in Nairobi and like other areas. What happened is that Sonko was given all the Kikuyu votes, the votes that were mobilized by Jubilee, but he also got the advantage of the Kamba vote, which was over 200,000 or thereabouts, and who are in the Wiper and NASA by extent, and therefore he was able to enjoy that privilege of getting even more votes than the president in the city. So these are factors we can't overlook. They are there, and they are rather left at that level of negotiation rather than the platforms like these ones, because you do very little by bringing them here. On IBC, I can only say that it's good if they can improve the systems, because what has happened in the past has been quite bad, where elections are stolen and the rightful persons are not given the position that they should. If that will come through verification of voters through the electronic system, so be it. But you can also understand that politicians don't like very straight ways. They won't like to have a room to maneuver. And on both sides, because sometimes, you know, the elections can be too close to call. And where you have a leeway, especially if you have a, you know, you can add 500 or 1,000 votes on your side, and then you imagine the victor. But I think he should stand firm. He is the chief, he is the IBC chairman, and at the back stops on his desk. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Papa Bob, uko hapo?
I think he stepped away for a minute. Let me just do that.
Okay,
And
go
then,
ahead.
yeah, mine is simple. I just want to talk briefly about what happened in Wajir, Marsabit, and I guess Mandera, the northeastern province. Looking at Raila Odinga's performance in the last elections, I think I've seen a great improvement in the way they organized their campaign this time round. And by the fact that many candidates, notwithstanding that there are candidates that are coming from other parties that are still under Azimio, I'm impressed with the way Raila Odinga has been able to stay out of their conflicts. These are parties that basically will fight it out to the ballot. I don't think Raila Odinga would be willing to actually have a negotiated democracy in the northeastern part of Kenya, because for a matter of fact, William Ruto does not enjoy much support as Uhuru Kenyatta did. And I think it is wise for Raila Odinga just to go there and sell his agenda and actually, leave these guys who are running for governor to sort their issues out themselves without basically interrupting or interfering with their arrangement, because most of these people are controlled or are nominated by their clans. And sometimes when you come from Nairobi and try to dictate what they're supposed to be doing, then you end up even losing votes. So it's a good thing, though risky. Sometimes we see all the drama, the stone throwings and all that, but I think Raila Odinga has fairly performed well. Knowing that Northeastern will basically play a key role in producing the next president of the Republic of Kenya. So it's a good thing, and I love that. And there's another thing also I would actually discourage Azimio from doing. I am the kind of person that does not believe in the action of Raila Odinga going to every part of the country and trying to talk to candidates to step down for other candidates. I don't believe that. Sometimes you have to sacrifice something to get another thing, because Raila Odinga can sacrifice the governorship of another county and still win the presidency. So if anything, if it's an Azimio thing, then let Raila Odinga let them, sort it out themselves. But in the areas where we keep on talking about here, where UDA might come in between, then I think that would be advisable for Raila Odinga to try and intervene. But anyway, in counties like Kisii, I think sometimes I look at the candidates that we have, candidates who have been probably governors, they've been ministers, they have held most of these big seats in the country. Sometimes you ask yourself, what will Raila Odinga give them to make them satisfied? Because I'm looking at somebody like Ongeri. Ongeri has been a minister, he has been a senator, he has been an MP. So when you go to talk to Ongeri to step down for Simba Arati, what are you promising Ongeri that you can give him to satisfy him? I mean, he's been everything. So sometimes it's a challenge, and I think that is where leadership now actually becomes difficult. But I wish him all the best. I wish Raila Odinga all the best as he continues with that. It's a tightrope, especially when you have a big coalition like Azimio. But I hope that the sibling rivalry will not result in him losing his supporters or having a voter apathy in any region of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Themba.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping they'll work it out too, and I'm hoping leo Bob uko na shughuli mingi. What's up?
No, I'm back. I'm back. I'm now settled. It is in the morning.
Sure?
It's already 16. Yeah, things must move. Start moving. Yeah, there's that saying. Is it a saying or whatever it is? That when you are making money while you are sleeping, then you know that unakaribia hapo. So sometimes lazima ufanye vitu siendelee wakati unalala. Let me just point out one or two things, then we can close up. We must focus eye on the ball. UDA has become very desperate, and they are using all manner of schemes to influence the voters. And to my surprise, yesterday online there was, in fact, for the last 2 days, there is a very famous blogger, and I'm sure he must be having people here in this forum of UDA called Enoch Cheriot. He has been circulating pictures of Baba lying on a bed that he collapsed in Karen 2 days ago, while Baba was in the Northeastern campaigning. So there are some things they have gone. That kind of desperation is extremely horrible, and that tells you that they know, they can feel the heat on the ground. So the best thing we can do right now is to focus on the home stretch, and it is actually now to educate people on how to cast their ballot, and if they find time, continue campaigning, because it is a clear indication that UDA has lost focus. You can see from what they are selling out there. It is something that you cannot believe. Somebody who can bring, poach somebody like Kingi, though he was not very important to Azimio, and then he goes to Kilifi and campaigns and tells people there that vote UDA. That is the height of hypocrisy. So let us focus and on the home stretch. Na Baba must win. BMW ndio hiyo. Suti, Makiadi amesema tupime suti. Suti ziko tayari. Sasa ni Baba must win. 15 million strong. Mambo ingine ya watu wadogo hapa kama kina Omanga, kina Pasaris, hiyo tuweke kando. Hao saa hii sio goal, awacha wapambane huko chini. Tutapata tu mshindi hapo. Na pali Baba atapata ushindi, representative wetu atapata ushindi. Asante.
Yeah, I mean, we are at that point of the journey where people must focus, because if you don't focus, you can easily lose it. So you have to, you either chase the antelope or you chase the squirrels. That's what they say. You can lose the antelope for the squirrels. So people have to be very focused. And thank you so much for those who are coming on and everyone who came and shared today. Indeed, it's always nice for us to come and talk with each other. Now that Papa you mentioned, I remember that Kingi was a wall. It was away from Ruto's Kilifi visit, which I think was telling. You are being told to bring, I don't know what percentage from cost, so that you are given Senate, and then unakuja unafukuzwa hata kwa ile kiti ambayo unatafuta. So you know how it goes. And that is the same thing that happened in Central. And he's working around with Mutua. So Mutua is not working any hard to get anything from Kambani. So, and Mutua and Mudhama cannot sit on the same table. And now Mutua is closer to Ruto than Mudhama, who is the party chairman. You know, it's just confusion. There's a lot of confusion. But anyway, let's focus now. Makiadi, tafadhali tusome constitution so that tuendelee tukimalizia sasa.
Okay, so last night we actually read Article 88, 1 to 3. And so today we finish up with 4 and 5, and it says it's about the IEBC. It says number 4, the commission is responsible for conducting or supervising referenda and elections to any elective body or office established by this constitution, and any other elections as prescribed by an act of parliament, and in particular for A, the continuous registration of citizens as voters; B, the regular revision of voters' roll; C, the delimitation of constituencies and wards; D, the regulation of the process by which parties nominate candidates for elections. E, the settlement of electoral disputes, including disputes relating to or arising from nomination, but excluding elections, petitions, and disputes subsequent to the declaration of the election results. F, the registration of candidates for election. G, voter education. H, the facilitation of observation, monitoring, and evaluation of elections. I, the regulation of the amount of money that may be spent by or on behalf of a candidate or party in respect to any election. J, the development of a code of conduct for candidates and parties contesting elections. And K, the monitoring of compliance with the legislation required by Article 82(1)(b) relating to nomination of candidates by parties. 5, the Commission shall exercise its powers and perform its functions in accordance with this Constitution and national legislation.
Thank you, Makiadi. It's interesting how watu wanahepa wakisikia sasa tunasoma vitu ambavyo ni muhimu. Guru pia amehepa akisikia constitution tunasoma. Akisikia tunaoja nini, wimbo wa taifa. Hata nani alihepa? Duke alihepa aliposikia tutamsomea manifesto. Anauliza swali lakini akiambiwa itasomwa anahepa. Okay. Economic growth. The world has turned digital, and Azimio commitment is not to let Kenya lag behind. Wealth creation shall be driven by manufacturing, agriculture, livestock, the blue economy with digitization as its bedrock to ensure swift, competent, and advanced economic growth. The wealth created shall generate the resources required to financing the planned government programs, projects, and activities. We now look at agriculture, livestock, fishery, and blue economy. The Azimio commitment is to grow this sector to 30% of GDP. Agriculture contributed about 21.17% 2019 and 23.05% 2020 and 22.5% 2021 of GDP. It is therefore an important source of livelihood. The sector, however, faces a number of challenges ranging from high cost of inputs, poor quality of agricultural inputs, dependency on rainfall, drought, inappropriate technology, outdated tools and equipment, fragmented agricultural land, negative attitude towards agriculture among the youth, poor infrastructure, poor storage, and limited access to credit for farmers. The Azimio commitment will be to therefore transform the sector through the use of affordable Kenyan manufactured machinery to be more efficient, improve productivity, and create employment through harnessing youth demographic dividend. So tomorrow we look at opportunities out there and the commitment out of that. So opportunities that will be explored and the commitment of the Azimio government. And of course, we'll look at the value chain of the cotton-based textile industry that brought a lot of furore when Baba talked about it. So we are still on economic growth, economic revolution, and shared prosperity. And having said that, Julia, ukiwa hapa kama kawaida, wewe ndio unaimba wimbo wa East Africa wote. Sisi tunakusikiza. Kwa sababu leo ni wimbo wa East Africa.
Okay, wacha nijaribu. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu zote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano, viwe msingi na umoja wetu. Na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini. Tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Amen. Asante sana kwa maombi ambao umetuimbia wimbo wa taifa wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Asante sana. Sasa Makiadi, wimbo ni upi? Naona DA amekuja leo. Tuma salamu. At least
karibu sana Dia, tunaona umestop by kutusalimia, tunafurahia sana kukuona. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Panda anauliza wapi ngoma leo. Sasa leo by special request tunarudia ile ngoma moja ambayo tulichapa last time ya mwanamuziki Daliest na TPOK Jazz. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Bina Nangai na Respect. Wimbo wenyewe ulichapwa mwaka wa 1978, lakini vile niliwaambia ulikuja kuinua huyu mwanadada ambaye anajulikana Daliest mwaka wa 1981, ukamfanya akajulikana sana, na ni wimbo moja ambao ulivuma sana, ulifanya bendi ya TPOK Jazz ikavuma sana, ambapo tunajua kwamba the song is indeed one of the biggest TPOK Jazz hits ever. It is a song about a woman who urges a suitor to dance with her respectively, for she's a married woman. Anajua Bob Papa anapenda wimbo sana. It's one of his favorite songs kama sijakosea. Na wimbo wenyewe unaanza na matamshi pale, unasema sito ya baniko Bina Nangai na Respect na zalimu asi ya moto. Yani Mr. What is going on? Sito ya baniko, yani Mr. What is going on? Bina Nangai na Respect. Bina Nangai dance with me with respect na zalimu asi ya moto. Yani I am a married woman. Alafu unajua inapiga gitaa pale kidogo ten 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 ten. Alafu inaenda pale chini sasa, wanaanza kuimba pale oyo yangai lolendo yakobota mai na yaki nangai mpo na bina o mobali oyo atingama nangai. Yani I was born with my pride, nilizaliwa na pride yangu, and I came to dance. This man is not leaving me alone. Alafu inaendelea pia inasema alulaki ngai mpo na kolatae atunate nani asala kamanso mpo na zuka boy ngai mavata. Yani alulaki ngai mpo na kolatae, yani he admired me for my dressing sense, yani alimuadmire kwa sababu ya vile alikuwa amevaa. Atunate nani asala kamanso, he did not ask me who is providing for your dressing. Mpo nazuaka boy ngai mavata so that I can have all this me mavata. Sasa hiyo ni kama kusema huyu bwana huyu hakumuuliza ni nani amekufanya ukavaa vile unavaa, yani umevaa, unapendeza sana kwa mavazi yako, na hakutaka kujua ni nani amemvalisha vile. Alafu naendelea pale kidogo chini nasema nasaka amain na timwanda mbwa musolo na boy na ngai basela ngai fehe mpo bamelesi ngai. Yani I have a bit of money in my purse. I don't want someone to look down on me because he bought me some drinks. Unasikia wimbo Bob Papa?
Bina Nangai na Respect.
So what is the lesson, Makiadi? Sasa someone jana watu walikwambia usibie watu masongs ya
You want to know the lessons? No,
yeah.
people just love that song, eh? People just love that song. I think it's because it's a song that actually women who are empowered will actually take this as a song that gives them strength, because this is a song ambayo inasema women cannot be taken advantage of because of somebody promising to do something for them, just to take advantage of them. I don't know if I'm making sense anyway.
Yeah, got you. That usifikirie ukimwambia
Women
unamwambia
empowerment, women
Yeah,
empowerment.
yeah, so
Hatutaki
usifikirie ati kwa sababu nimekuvalisha unaonekana vizuri I can take
Mhm.
advantage of you.
Yeah,
So
hatuko mbele sasa, vile ulinunua nguo moja tu, hatuko mbele sasa.
ndio hiyo sasa. So wimbo unaenda namna hiyo.
vile nimetuma pesa ya kutengeza nywele sasa.
ama umetuma fare, ama umetuma fare sasa unaonekana ni kama uta order somebody around. It doesn't work like that, eh? So wimbo wenyewe ndio huo sasa, unaenda namna hiyo pole pole.
That's good advice to akina Bob na akina Themba.
Julia,
yeah, advice tunapatia Mungu hapa, asijifanye kwa sababu amenunua ati amekuja hapa alishinda votes hapa kwa comment, watu walipiga votes akashinda. Sasa aone ni kama sasa unajua jana alianza kuleta madharau hapa ati sasa Julia, kwa sababu sasa nilipigiwa votes hapo chini na nikashinda, sasa hakuna mahali unaweza enda. Hiyo wimbo ni yake.
Awaache hiyo madharau ndogo.
Hiyo madharau ndogo eti kwa sababu
Julia. Unajua hii ulimwengu siku hizi ni give and take. Sasa we mbona unataka kuadvocate for give? Hii mambo ni mkono, hii unapeana na unapewa. Sasa wewe unaona unapotosha akina dada wetu wale
wewe Bob papa, unajua maneno mengine unaenda unatengeza nyumbani. Mbona unataka kuanika Julia?
Sasa anasema maneno ya give and take. When did you hear give and take in Africa? It is just give.
Your money is our money, her money is her money. Wewe ni nini hiyo unaleta hapo?
When did you hear give and take in Africa? It is just give hours.
Unajua pale Themba wimbo pale chini unaenda unasema tunakonana liboso yako salao nikamboyo mwanao baganga kandemo makambo. Yani tunaka nano liboso yako sala likambo. Ask before you do something. Mwana huyu mtoto sasa, huyu jamaa bangaka nde makambo, avoid problems. Ulize kabla ya kutenda kitu, ndio usijiweke kwa shida. Alafu naye kobina naye kikusepela nzoto ya ompangi nazalimwa si ya bato. Yani I came here to dance, to enjoy myself and my friends. I am a married woman.
Bas.
Oh, hiyo ni mbaya, married woman.
Yeah, lakini alikuja pale kukula ngoma, hakuwa anataka kuharakishwa na jamati kwa sababu
akianza kumharakisha anasema uliza maswali kwanza.
Ndio hiyo.
Bob hapo na kina wenye wanaharakisha tu watu huko.
Mtu kama Mise aliharakisha sasa analilia sijui wapi. Mise analilia mbali sana baada ya kutolewa hapa na Bob. DA amerudi. Operation DA back.
Mambo ni taratibu.
Naona DA amerudi. DA tulikuwa tunasema hapa ya kwamba Makiadi did not mean to be someone's running mate. Aliwekwa huko na mtu ambaye alikuja hapa. Kwa hivyo
I don't blame DA. Unaona statement ya DA vile amesema, DA, I don't blame you for kufikiria hivyo. I understand you. Lakini Makiadi mwenyewe hapa alikuwa na stress. Sasa unaona
Makiadi, I want to give some advice to Makiadi. Makiadi, you should be able to ask for somebody, I'm not mentioning name, to account for her time. Where has she been? Makiadi, usikae hivi tu ati mtu amerudi. Accountability.
Bob,
jana tuliadvise Bob, naonekana hakusikia chochote tu.
Bob hakusikia hii maneno bwana. Bob bwana, wewe tulikuadvise tukafikiria sasa mawazo yameanza kubadilika, umeingia kwa mawazo ya Kiamerika bwana.
Bana jana. Sasa unataka kuuliza maswali tena.
Hiyo ni maswali gani unauliza bwana?
And all the time we spent like 2 hours talking to Bob.
Kumwelezea tu ya kwamba atoke kwa hiyo mawazo, ati unaanza kuuliza ati account for your time. He's here.
Unaona D ananiuliza, I'm told you are happy today compared to the other days. Is it true? Si unaona tumefurahi sisi wote, hata si mimi peke yangu. Everybody is ngoja everybody. Okay, sawa, hata mimi nimefurahi na kila mtu amefurahi kukuona. Welcome back.
Makedi, I do know that you are so much afraid. Where you come from, a man finds a woman and tells them, I like you and I want to marry you tomorrow. See, unaanza kusema mimi Themba na Bob.
And where do you come from?
Where I come from? Where Bob knows where I come from.
Now, wacha nikuelezee bwana
Makiadi, ngoja kidogo Bob. Makiadi has been very, very devastated for the past few, like 1 week that we have not come here. We have
Remember, evidence is if ukimwambia tuimbie anatubia songs za divorce, separation.
Sasa hii moja mlikuwa mmeniomba niwaimbie kwa muda mrefu sana. And then hata wewe uliniuliza bina nangai na respect,
ndio memba. Sasa amekuwa hapa DA akileta nyimbo za heartbreak, lakini leo naona hata smile imekuwa mzuri towards the end.
Alafu najua wimbo wenyewe inasema bina nangai, yani dance with me na respect.
Sasa wimbo inasema pia dancing imefika sasa wakati wa kudance. Unaona sasa
na respect
inatengeza hali halisia ambayo ipo sasa. Kwa hivyo DA, wacha we kuja hapa kila siku kwa sababu ya Makiadi amenini mtu ambaye tumerudisha DA. Sasa turudishe nani Adams kwa sababu ya Eugene Otieno sasa. Kwa sababu Adams pia amepotea hapa na Eugene Otieno has been very, very, very low lately. Kutoka ile kipindi Adams alimwambia anaenda kumwandikia mail. Sijui what happened after that time. Tafadhali tafuta Adams pia.
Maybe
mimi nataka kusema unajua mimi hata si kumbe nilikuwa nafikiria ni mimi tu, lakini kumbe Julia pia alikuwa ameona. Unajua hii mtindo wa Richi kutuletea nyimbo za saa zingine huzuni, saa zingine mambo ya talaka. Ilikuwa kumbe ni feelings alikuwa anaziona mwenyewe, yani anazihisi mwenyewe.
Hata Black aliona hiyo kitu. Unaona Black alisema za huzuni.
Nilikuwa na choice mbili leo. Nilikuwa ninataka nicheze moja, lakini hiyo ndio mngesema ni mbaya kabisa. Nilikuwa nataka niwachezee Makambo Ezali Minene, lakini nikasema nilikuwa nataka niwachezee Makambo Ezali Minene ama niwachezee Sandoka, lakini nikasema ni sawa tu, acha niwekee bina nangai na respect.
Nasikia Daniel anasema hii barua ya Adams ichunguzwe kwa sababu kutoka Adams aliposema anaenda kuandika barua hajarudi hapa, so tutafute Adams. DA tayari amerudi. Adams
naomba mimi naenda kulala, kesho niko job, tuonane kesho.
Sawa Julia. Hata sisi karibu
usiku mwema, mchana mwema Bob.
Enda tengeza senti.
Yangu sio yetu. Yetu ni ile yako.
Hebu sikia. Tulia. Wewe tengeza. Unajua ukiuliza wanaume wowote
yako ndio yetu. Julia ni yako ndio yenu.
Lakini wacha nikuambie Julia, hakuna kitu mwanaume hakuna kitu tamu kama wakati anakula pesa ya mwanamke. Sasa ili
Bob utaachwa ona sasa.
Bob anaharibu kila siku bwana.
You see what I've been telling you, sasa wewe unanisupport. Unaona ile nimekwambia naomba
I can see Julia what you are dealing with. Wewe Bob utaachwa.
Bob utaona
nasemaje?
Kama niyo ndio unahesabu utaona siku mrefu sana. Hakuna siku utakula hiyo pesa. Zoea yako ile kidogo hiyo kidogo ni yako. I mean hiyo kidogo ni yenu. Ile yake ni yake. inafaa uzoe namna
hakuna
hiyo.
kitu kizuri kama kuna pesa ya mwanamke. Inakuwa tamu. Hata unajua hata unajua hata ukienda kama dinner, kwa sababu ile unafikiria vile unataka kutoa kadi ulipe, unaambia today I will take care of it. Wacha tu. Sio mchezo. You ask any uliza mwanaume wote. Kweli?
Hiyo utaona shida hiyo.
Utaona siku mrefu.
Mimi nakwambia wakati mwingine unafikiria vile watoto wametoka, wana likizo inaisha, wacha nijikokote nilipe kafi, unaambiwa umefanya mpango? Unasema ndio nataka kufanya. Wacha nikusaidie hii mula. Hiyo sio kitu ya rahisi. Hiyo unaenda mpaka kanisani the next day unaomba.
Papa Bob inakwanga hivi unaenda vile Black anasema pale ya mwanamke alikuliki sahau, ni hivi ukikula mara mbili zako zitakulwa mara 10.
Naona dia na nikasirikia, nauliza what are you even talking about? Mimi nawaambia hii mambo hii manake unajua kuishi kwingi kuona mengi.
Utaona moto hiyo.
Most likely hiyo unapewa ni kidogo yako, yani unarudishiwa ndio usione ile mingi ambayo imetoka kwako. So wewe unafikiria ni yake unakula.
Unajua hapa Kenya kuna kijana mmoja alikuwa na hii inaitwa nini? Taxify. Sijui Taxify. Akawa bibi yake akagonjeka. Jamaa bibi akawa na bili I think about 400,000, and then this guy struggled. Now he took his logbook akaenda akaweka kama deposit akapewa loan.
Bob, dakika moja. Umeona vile Julia amesema hapo chini?
Nimeona wewe. Hiyo nitakuja kurekebisha, usijali. Sasa huyu bwana wakati amechukua loan na ile gari yake alikuwa anafanya kwa hii Taxify, akaenda kulipa part of the bill. Bibi bado akiwa hospitalini, jamaa akarudi nyumbani. Kurudi nyumbani wakati amelala hivi akipinduka anasikia kitu ya mfinya. Kumbe ni bunda la pesa lilikuwa pale, sijui almost 600,000. Jamaa akakatakata akapata pesa. Akachukua hiyo pesa, alafu hiyo mattress akaenda akaichoma akanunua nyingine. Bibi kuja akasema, akamwambia bibi bana, unajua ile mattress niliona imefinyika na vile utatoka hospitalini utakuwa comfortable, nikanunua nyingine, ile nyingine nimechoma. Kwa hivyo unaelewa hii pesa ukipeana kidogo inawekwa, na hata ukiumia bado hautapewa.
Hii yako ni hatari. Naambiwa nibadilishe mtindo. Sijui nimeteleza wapi. Naelezewa nibadilishe mtindo na Yufin pale.
Anakuambia badilishe. Sijui anamaanisha nini? Sijui Yufin unamaanisha nini? Unataka Makiadi abadilishe mtindo. Lakini Makiadi yuko sawa sasa kwa sababu Dia amesharudi. So
Makiadi amepoa roho kwa sababu Dia amerudi. Sasa nadhani
hakuna hapo kwa Makiadi na Dia hakuna voting bana. Makiadi hiyo ni ile unapitanga na post unangoja gazettement.
Hata una competitor.
Hakuna competition.
Hakunaga competitor. Ni kama ile
na mimi ndio nafikiri tutakuwa na rerun kwa sababu naona Bob amemesa hapa sasa. Julia ana consider kuwe na rerun. Inaonekana kulikuwa na
naomba mkae kwa msiingize. Unajua hii mambo ya mapenzi ni ya watu wawili. Wacheni kuingilia nyumba yangu. Vile mimi nitatatua mambo yangu, wachana nayo bwana. Na nimeona ameanza kuharibika, yeye anaenda kwa magazetini hapa. Aongea na mimi one on one.
Anaongea na wewe through the press She's addressing you through the press. Unajua sasa uko na progressive. Naona D anasema she's the progressive. Both parties take turns paying, eh? So wewe ujue una deal na progressive. You will be addressed through the media.
Ndugu yetu Mato alienda wapi? Sijamuona siku nyingi bana. Yuko wapi bana? Hata kwenye group simuoni ya WhatsApp. Ama yeye pia ko heartbroken. We are sending a clarion call.
Labda yuko vacation.
Ameenda kuangalia ng'ombe. Alisema yeye ni cowboy.
Kujilipia nini? Makiadi kujilipia bili yako mkienda kwa hoteli zinaitwa going Dutch, right? Yeah, so na wale ambao unasema mkienda mahali you go Dutch, si ati unaenda ati kila mtu ati nikikwambia tuende lunch unangoja mimi nilipe kwa sababu nimekuita.
Unaona Dani Darius anasema niko lucky dia atakusaidia financially. Asante sana,
Yeah, of course.
Wewe una bahati.
Wewe umesikia Julia amesema yake ni yake na yako ni yenyu.
Wewe unapambana na activists.
I'm dealing with an activist.
Yeah, you're dealing with an activist, eh?
That is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Yeah? I'm dealing with Matakarua time.
Najua Julia alienda Beijing.
Hii sasa ndio ile ilikuwa inaitwa nini, ile zile miaka za kitambo watu wakipigania equal rights. Ilikuwa inaitwa nini hiyo forum? Kumbuka wale walikuwa wanaenda Beijing,
hao wanawake wa Beijing.
Yeah, kina mama wenye walikuwa wanaenda Beijing kupigania equal rights.
Bob, sasa story yako na Julia imeisha leo officially. You feel, yes, I'm announcing formally Bob is on sale. Sasa Bob urudi kwa soko.
Ngoja. Sasa kama ni mambo ni hayo, tena ninajibiwa kwa mtandao. Sasa hii mambo
unaacho kwa press.
Hii mambo inaonekana I will have to take drastic action and curtail this kind of announcements.
Yeah. Finally you umerudishwa soko wewe.
Unajua hii ilikuwa coalition bwana. Coalition lazima anipe notice na
the last one day man.
Hii yako ni kama ile ya nini ya Raila na Kibaki. Once you get into power, kila mtu anaamua kwenda njia yake. Sasa ndio hivyo mmefika pale sasa.
Makiadi, nani Boba nafaa kumwambia hii. Hii ni ya vijana wa sasa. Sijui kama ulisikia wimbo wakati ulikuwa na nini. Oceans apart, day after day, and I slowly go insane. I hear your voice on the time, but it doesn't stop the pain. If I see you next to never, how can we say forever? Wherever you go, I will be right here waiting for you. Whatever it takes. I will be right here waiting for you.
Nani alimba hiyo wimbo Ndema? Ninajua wimbo lakini sikumbuki nani alikuwa. Okay. Okay.
Ndema inaonekana Ndema ni tayari kwa hizi vitu Ako na library. Namshuku sana. Ndema bwana. Is it experience ama ni are you a counselor?
Unaambiwa na Trufosa, unaambiwa na Trufosa Lai utoe album Ndemba.
Now, I'm being advised by DA that I say too much. I think I should be nafaa kuoperate tu chini ya maji hivi. Lakini najua ni vizuri
you talk too much.
Cheza kama mimi.
Sasa unaona hapo ndio watu wanaenda wrong. unajua ule mtu ambaye anaongea what is in the mind, huyo ndio is not harmful, lakini wakora kama hao bana, unaona mmekiadi.
Unajua makosa Bob, jana ulisema wewe ni paka mzee, hauna meno, mara uko na meno. Sasa hata ujulikani pande gani huko. Sasa unaona ukaambiwa mapema hakuna mtu anataka sijui paka mzee mwenye hana meno. Sasa hakuna mtu anajua uko pande gani. So cheza safe, cheza chini.
Hii kucheza chini ni ngumu, especially when you are a Democrat like me, a person who believes in multi-party. You know,
unaongea sana. Usiongea sana.
Ukipunguza story inaonekana uko na mabingwa mashabiki wengi sana. Punguza story.
Lakini I am a good mobilizer. Siliona vile nilipata kura nzuri. Sasa mimi
hizo kura hazimaanishi chochote if you can only last for a day. You need kura ambazo zinakulastisha for a long time. But
Julia anasema hataki kibogoyo. Sasa mara Bob hana meno, mara kuna meno, mara ni kibogoyo.
Bob,
unajua sisi
Julia amekutupa nje.
Naona Dia ana request kesho tumchezee na Dina Nadina yo. Ngamba unajua
Julia, wacha tu aendelee kunichomea, lakini atashangaa
baba yo. Atisame dhambi zetu mama.
Hata ukiwa nini?
Jua ni moto.
Tena ni mwangaza wa dunia. Sima binadamu. Mwezi nyota.
Yaani unajua, wacha nikueleze. Mimi mmeniuliza sana.
Hiyo ni moto wa kuotea mbali.
Yaani unajua hata nimeambiwa ati mimi hii meno nimeweka ni bandia. Lakini jameni, hao watu bana. Hii kwanza Black ndio ana lead hiyo nini. Na iko mtu hapa ananiambia anangoja kuona my facial expression when Ruto takes over. Huyu anaitwa Ruto.
Black, wacha kuchoma. Ni nani anakani?
Black is leading the onslaught man.
Yeah, Black unajua ni team haters team kuchoma.
Nimeona bana Evelyn Nyambongi amerudi.
Nimekuambia Ndemba. Angalia hata amesahau alikuwa anaongea mambo ya Julia, saa hii ameruka kwingine.
Jamaa ashanianika mimi, hata nianze kufurahia wageni wapi, ni kitu muhimu sana.
Ushabadilisha number plate tayari
Hata ujipati time ya kuhili bana. Hiyo ni rebound.
Ashabadilisha number plate tayari na kurudisha gari kwa soko.
Utangoja.
Yaani unaoga
nataka kutafuta V8 ile super deluxe. Manake siwezi endelea kuendesha hii ambayo iko
na Dina. Unasikia Bob? Makiadi.
Nimeona anataka na Dina
Nataka na Dina
Kama hiyo itatutuliza roho hapa, tutapiga sisi wote.
Hiyo lazima utatulia.
Hiyo lazima tutapiga, tutulize roho sisi wote hapa.
Hiyo lazima tulize. You film, wacha nikutafutie hiyo wimbo yako, lakini ningeuimba kama uko hapa pamoja na mtu wako anaitwa Adams.
Huyu Black ana nia nzuri. Bwana Black anamchomea tu yani, lakini wacha nitoe moja kutoka show.
Makiadi, wacha nione kama nitaimbia you film hivi, lakini ningemwimbia kama ako hapa na Adams, lakini Adams hayupo. Sasa itabidi umwambie aje asikize. Acha nione kama nitaweza. Huu wimbo umeimbwa na Judy Butcher, You Caught My Eyes. You caught my eyes as you walk towards my pathway. I couldn't turn away, my eyes would let me. I thought I was dreaming, but you stand right in my way, and all my eyes can see is you. If it is love, my dear, welcome to my world, and let us share the good times together. It's only one world, let's share it together, 'cause all my eyes can see it's you, my dear. Hapo ndio najua ulikuwa nataka.
Bob limtaka vyote. Sikia anaitwa Bob
Wachana na
limtaka
wachana
vyote.
kuniharibia jina. Mimi narudi hapo wacha nifungua kato.
Bob mtaka vyote eh?
Mimi ni I am a very trusted fellow. Tana na mimi bwana. Nyinyi mnaniingilia
Ni
hivi.
yule jamaa amekalia kiti.
Nakaa na nyinyi kumbe nyinyi mnanichimba tu hivi hivi. Mna mpango nyinyi.
Anasema ni yule jamaa amekalia kiti.
Papa ameenda kupanguza machozi. Bob, come back here bana. Wacha kulia. Wacha kulia. Kuwa mwanaume.
Nani bwana, mimi nakwambia experience. Wewe unaona vile Messi alipotea. Kwani hii itanishinda? Hii hata nimerecover.
Kuja hapa, wacha kulia. Wacha kulia. Come back here.
Mimi hata nisha recover. Nimeshasahau. Mambo ya Julia nimesahau. Hata wacha nitangaze hapa hadharani.
Bakia tumesikia sasa Papa is even misbehaving. Anataka kwa sababu ameachwa kwa hadharani, hata ana respond hadharani. Papa.
Ako na mafans wengi lakini ni sawa tu, tunaheshimu uamuzi wako na tunakuombea salama.
Nilikuwa nafanya kitu inaitwa house cleaning. Nilikuwa najaribu kugotea Julia kando, lakini nimeona ameleta kichwa kidogo. Na wacha poe.
Sasa sisi tunakuombea salama. Unajua Afro alikuwa na hivyo, tunakuombea salama
Mimi naona hata Geoffrey Ruto ananiambia ni kamate kitu ya kutuliza roho. No, Geoffrey Ruto, let me tell you, this is now advice from an experienced host.
Veteran,
The worst thing anybody can do when he's under pressure, especially a man, is to indulge in alcohol. No, una face mambo hivi live. Hapo ndio you come out true. Sasa Godfrey awachane na hiyo maneno.
Hiyo ni
kunywa cha kahawa.
Already you are moving towards the first step of acceptance. Naona umeanza kudeal nayo sasa. Awareness of the situation. That's the first step. Sasa umekuwa aware ya kwamba umeachwa. So kuna steps zingine kama 4.
Hebu nisikie kutoka a professional. Gani hizo zingine?
Step ya kwanza ni kuona ya kwamba ndio sasa at least the loss has occurred. Sasa hiyo ndio sasa the way you are talking umejua yes. Sasa the loss has occurred. That's the first part. Lakini sasa ndio hapo kuna hiyo ingine nakuja denial. Unaona bado nasema tutaongea naye chini, tutakutana. Hiyo sasa inajua ni denial bado. Yaani you don't believe it has gone.
Linetwa bomba naye mbona ananiwekelea chini? Konyangi inatoka wapi?
Konyangi ni nini nasikiaga Konyangi?
Konyangi ni pombe nyingine mbaya sana ya Tanzania. Mbaya sana machanga. Hata afadhali Chrome ile ya KBL.
Ukishakunywa Konyangi una harufu ile inatoka kwa mdomo.
Ni kitu mbaya sana.
In the meantime, msubscribe kwa Mtembei TV na msubscribe pia kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Tukiendelea hapa kusaidia Bob kung'ang'ana na vile ameachwa. Kwa sababu hii inaonekana, yani kwani Makiadi die akirudi hivi na wewe pia na Bob anaachwa, ilikuwa hivyo.
Mimi naona ni kama tulikuwa tumepangiwa, lakini kila mtu abebe msalaba yake sasa.
Mimi hata ninaona kama nitakuwa ndaenda independent, nifungue channel yangu hata mimi. Nikiwa independent nitapata
Sasa itakuwa ngumu. Itakuwa ngumu kwa sababu sasa wale ambao umezoea wako hapa. Itakuwa ngumu sana.
Unajua unaweza enda independent na ukashinda hii kiti kama Alfred, vile Alfred Ketera anataka kufanya. Usicheze. Anaweza bado nifuata huko. Mkapata mko na loss kubwa sana.
Inategemea uzoefu
Naona unaendelea kupata wafuasi hapo polepole.
Nimeona Black Black sijui kwa nini yako na
kuna watu wawili usiwasikie, Black na Linet. Hao ni maheta kabisa.
Black kuna jinsi Black anataka niende kumalizwa huko. Manake ananielekeza sana kwa Linet. Kuna mpango gani yeye na Linet? Iko mpango.
Mlipopatia nani? Mlipopatia Mise Linet. Mise amepotea, Linet amekuja hapa.
Unajua Mise yako na mambo mengi. Hata sasa hii najua anatusikiza mahali yako. Ni vile tu bado hata yako kwa hiyo stage ya denial. Unajua yake imechukua muda mrefu. Kwanza yeye hakutolewa na secret ballot. Unajua kama ingekuwa secret ballot at least ungejua mtu fulani ni adui yako
Lakini
yuko wapi?
Unajua hii ya Bob ndio mbaya sana Makiadi, kwa sababu unajua hii ya Bob ni abrupt. Unajua ile ya Mise he was prepared for the eventuality. Hii ya Bob unajua he was not prepared. Yani inafanyika on live TV. Unajua inaendelea na unaachwa hapo. Unajua labda Bob already hata alikuwa ashasema good night wanane kesho. Na alafu anaachwa. Unajua that is bad, man.
Makiadi EDA yuko ugaibuni ama yuko Kenya?
Sasa wewe
tena umeanza Bob wewe. Die unasikia sasa umeanza kuuliziwa uko pande gani? Die Bob pia anaanza kukuangalia. Sijui anania gani pia.
Bob, kwani unataka tu vote ya Die sasa na Makiadi? Unajua Makiadi ulishasema hiyo.
Unajua wakati nimeona ameandika Konyagi ni sumu, nikashindwa ako karibu na mahali Konyagi inapatikana.
Wewe unatumia tu hiyo kama excuse, tunajua, lakini ni sawa tu. Die, be careful. Unajua umerudi leo na huyu jamaa amekuwa veteran hapa.
Na huyu jamaa ana msimamo. Papa ana msimamo. Papa ni bendera, anafuata upepo, ikiblow huku
bana. Mimi ni azimio la umoja. Mimi naleta watu wote pamoja.
Anasema kwa kizungu is swinging like a pendulum,
Exactly. Yani mahali upepo utampeleka ndiye anaenda.
Mimi ni azimio la umoja, kuleta
Papa ukiachwa achika
pamoja.
Unaambiwa na nini
ukiachwa achika? Hapana.
Kubali kuachika, usiwe kama Ruto bana. Unalia kwa miaka 4.
Ndio naye pia akirudi sasa, unajua Mise ashaenda na Linet, Papa ndio amemwacha sasa. Julia amebaki ako free mode.
Tutamuita Julia free agent
Ako free agent sasa
anaweza enda pale popote anataka.
Black lakini ni mtu wa kuchoma bwana. Black unachomea watu bwana.
Black ndio Gachagua kwa hii studio yetu sasa.
Ndio Gachagua bwana. Amechomea Linet yani mpaka
naona tutamuita Gachagua. Unaona Gachagua ameenda huko Nakuru, ameanza kusema watu ni watoto wa Moi. Kila mahali anaenda na akisha moto.
Hata alisema Wakalenjini ni waizi wa ng'ombe. Mwache kuiba ng'ombe.
Sasa huyo ndio Black wetu hapa sasa. Anatokea wakati anaona nyumba ya jirani inawaka moto.
Tupatie Black mic kama vile Gachagua tunasema give Gachagua the mic. Tupatie Black mic pia achome ya mtu hapa. Black ashachomea Linet. Lakini dia anasema Bob wewe hii ya Julia wewe ndio umejitakia. Umeongea sana. Ungenyamaza tu, mambo ingekuwa poa, lakini unaongea sana.
Wacha tukuachie hapo Bob Papa, wewe enda ufikirie hii maneno. ndio Ndemba akimaliza show tujue at least mahali unaenda utakuwa safe. Na kama unahitaji msaada ya kukata miti na kuficha kamba, useme mapema tutumane.
Yeah, unajua kuna wimbo naimba ya mapenzi duniani. Unakumbuka hiyo wimbo?
Gani ya matamshi yako rafiki ama ni gani?
Hakuna dawa kabisa ya mapenzi duniani.
Naifahamu. Black anasema Julia is a player, anabadilisha huko mara huko Mount Kenya, mara chapter na wengine. Inaonekana Black ni kama anamfuata.
Nasikia Julia ame drop Bob kama hot potato kwa sababu kule Mount Kenya yeye ndio kusema.
Huko kwa Mount Kenya. Huko Mount Kenya yeye ndiye anatawala sasa.
Yeye ndiye anatawala. Sasa unajua hapo kwa market.
Anaitwa the new kid on the block, Haya. Wewe Ndemba maliza hii kitu tuondoke.
Si sasa wewe tukuache, wacha tupumzike. Tunaona mbona umekasirika?
Mimi sijakasirika.
Wacha tukuache uende unasi hiyo majeraha. Kesho tunaweza hope utakuwa poa. Usijali mambo ya Julia, lakini ujue ya kwamba msiba wa kujitakia una kilio. Wewe mwenyewe ulijitakia ifike hapo.
Swali nimeuliza moja ambaye nangoja nijibiwe. Die yuko upande gani wa ulimwengu? Hiyo ndio mimi nataka
wachana na Die.
Die ngoja wacha nipeane Die. Bob Papa anataka kujua uko upande gani ya ulimwengu. Mimi sijui uko na nia gani, lakini mimi ninaweza kuadvise basi unaona ndio hiyo sasa. Umeona? Umeona? Sasa hiyo imejibu swali yako. Watu wachunge lane Kila mtu
Bob Papa sasa wewe
na Yufi ni uko upande gani?
Wewe sasa ni persona non grata. Unajua mtu anaitwa persona non grata. Wewe ni kama Miguna. Wewe ni kama Miguna na Kenya. Utaiona
wewe hata tuseme hivi.
Wacha Yufi ajisemee yuko wapi pande gani ya ulimwengu. Nataka nijue. Unajua tunaweza kutana hapa na tukafanya biashara mingi sana.
Bob msikia. Unajua wewe hata ile nafasi kidogo ilikuwa ya Julia kurudi, sasa hata inaendelea kuenda. Nyamazia hapo. Nilisema unaongea sana. Nyamazia hapo. Asante.
Haya
Bob mimi nitasema hivi. Wewe sasa wewe ni persona non grata hapa, kila mtu amekujua. Utakuwa kama Miguna. Utaona Kenya kwa the next regime. So wewe omba next regime ikuje. That's what I can tell you.
Sasa tuachie hapo ndio usiharibu zaidi. Umeshaharibu vya kutosha, acha tuachie hapo. Asanteni sana wale ambao mmeweza kuja. Julia tafadhali tunakuonea huruma kwa sababu tulikupatia mtu ambaye hangekuwa na msimamo, lakini tunajua mahali utakapoenda utapata yule ambaye hako na msimamo. Ni makosa ilikuwa yetu, tulifikiria kwamba kura zilipomwangukia atasimama imara, lakini sasa ndivyo hivyo, maisha ndio yanafanyika. Lakini pia Papa usijali, huenda hapa pia ukapata mwingine ambaye ni fisi kama wewe, mtapelekana.
Julia usidanganywe uchome nyumba yako. Kuna watu hawakutakii mema, wanakuangalia na macho mbaya, ni uivu. Tulia, rudi nyumbani, mambo tutarekebisha.
Sasa hapo Ndemba, hapo si fisi, hapo ni fisilets Sasa fisi tunaye ni mmoja hapa kwa studio, lakini wale ambao watakuwa fisilets. Na Awino Rapemo, karibu sana. Leo umekosa wimbo wetu. Leo tumerudia wimbo wetu wa Bina Nangai na Respect. Kwa hivyo pole sana kwa kuchelewa. Na rafiki yetu Dia amerudi. Nadhani utamuona hapo. Najua hata wewe ulikuwa unamuulizia ameenda wapi. Tumefurahia sana kumuona amerudi. Ndemba kwako, maliza show tuende tukapumzike basi.
Okay. Kwa asante sana Awino Rapemo. Inaonekana leo haikuwa siku yako kwa kupata wimbo, manake Makiadi anapenda sana kuleta hiyo wimbo ambao wewe pia inakaa umezizoea na uko zinakuletea nini kabisa, lakini sasa ndivyo hivyo. Maisha inakuwa hivyo, wakati mwingine unapata, wakati mwingine unakosa, lakini cha muhimu ni kwamba tumepata DA hivi katika kipindi ambacho umekuwa haupo hapa. Hii studio haijakuwa na amani kabisa. Tumekuwa tukiamka, mimi na my friend Abuya hapa, Makiadi anatusomea nyimbo lakini hana raha. Anatafuta hata anapoziimba zote unakuta tu hakuna raha. Sasa DA tukasema kwamba kila mtu atafute DA. Ikawa sasa mimi hapa, Papa Bob hapa, tukaenda kila sehemu ya nchi hii tukatafuta, na kwa bahati tu DA kameonekana na ila kwa hakika kama kuna jambo nzuri ambalo limefanyika hapa ni DA ameweza kurudi. Kuna wimbo ambao Makiadi alikuwa anawimba kila siku hapa, wimbo ambao umeimbwa na John Legend, inaitwa All of Me. What would I do without your smart mouth, drawing me in and kicking me out? You've got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose a winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh. Papo nangoja nini?
Mimi ile kitu nitasema, nimesikia hiyo kapela nikasikiza Awino Rapemo, naona mnaweza chapa album moja kali sana hiyo na ile ya Awino Rapemo, mkikamata mchape kibao kimoja nadhani itakuwa salama.
Linetwa bomba ameambia Papa Tawe.
The Tawe movement. Papa hata naona amekwama ama yuko hapa kweli?
Papa.
Papa amekoma. Sasa acha tumalizie hapo.
Hata hiyo ni poa kwa sababu akiimba hapa kwisha. Sasa tuonane kesho.
Haya.
God bless you. See you.
Asante.